is Mahatma, first of all, Secretary General of Parliament, Mr. RESTREAM, African Union Commission, Mr. Devanand Record, Assistant Commissioner of Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Dinesh Kane, Deputy High Commissioner of India, Mr. Kenneth Flaka, Executive Director, Southern African Export, and the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, Honorable Mr. Ivan Khaled. Ladies and gentlemen, future is a product of our decisions and actions today. And these decisions and actions actually directly impact whatever we are going to have in the coming days. In that regard, many minds are constantly working to safeguard the future in various ways. And Hali Movement has for over 30 years taken that responsibility to secure the future of the child. Mauritius Internet Governance Forum is one of many ways through which Hali Movement is contributing to the betterment of the Mauritian society. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for being part of this event today. My name is Fabio Contabi, and I'm going to be your host. And first of all, we're just going to do some housekeeping. I'd like to ask you to put all your phones in silence or vibration so as not to distract yourself or other participants of the event. Also, should you want to use the restroom, you can take the exit at the back to the right, the restroom for the gentlemen, and to the left, the restroom for the ladies. That's all for housekeeping. So, let's get to business. I'd like us to put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome the Secretary General of Hali Movement, the main reason or the main person behind the reason why we are sitting here today, no other than Mr. Mahendra, first of all. Ladies and gentlemen, please announce it.
His Excellency, Mr. Dinesh Kane, Deputy High Commissioner of India to Mauritius. His Excellency, Mr. Udurao Apache, Consul of Cote d'Ivoire, Executive Director of South African NGO Network, representative from the African Union Commission, Mr. Keretwe Sai, Assistant Commissioner of the Mauritius Police Force and Head of Central Criminal Investigation Division and Cybercrime Unit, Mr. Devanand Record, the Chairman of Internet Governance Forum Support Association, Mr. Marcus Kuma, whom we are going to find in the video, my elected colleagues of the AU ECOSOC from Mauritius, Dr. Raj Sitaram, and Mr. Kalambo, who has done a long way from Tanzania. Our esteemed stakeholders and partners of Hali Movement, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Hali Movement and Mauritius Internet Governance Forum, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We are pleased to be hosting Mauritius IGF for the third year in a row. And as we're already aware, this year's theme is Impact of Internet on Online Child Sexual Exploitation in Africa. I take this opportunity to welcome and express our gratitude to our international experts who have come a long way to enhance the cause of Internet governance and child protection. Hali Movement is a non-governmental organization working for the rights of children in Mauritius since 1990. We have since been working with various stakeholders in Mauritius and in the continent to advance the cause of child protection in the region. Over the years, technological innovations have changed the way we work, we travel, and even communicate. As the world seeks new ways through which technology can be used to enhance quality of life and well-being, it is expedient to critically examine its limitations and flaws to adequately address cases of misappropriation. The possibility of people to misuse things is no new phenomenon. And a tool as powerful as technology is not void of miscreants constantly seeking to use it in order to wreak havoc. As the internet becomes more and more ubiquitous, individuals of questionable character are on the rise online, seeking for unsuspecting victims. The internet has become an essential tool regarding the education, entertainment, and social development of the child. Yet, it also carries with it a spectrum of risks to which children are more vulnerable than others. Some of these include online child sexual abuse, online exposure to harmful content, antisocial behavior, contact risk, as well as privacy risk. We cannot fold our arms and do nothing. Therefore, the time to act is now. We are dedicated to a cause to ensure that we harness the positive sides of technology while controlling the downsides that may arise. Within 2017 and 2018, Hali movement received close to 1,000 reports of child abuse, and more than 10% of these reports were concerned with cyberbullying. Also, according to a recent 2019 report by ICFAT, our good partner, there has been over 131 child sexual exploitation reports in Mauritius, involving 138 victims and 34 convictions. These numbers are alarming. And for an island as small as ours, the need for immediate and swift corrective measures is of utmost importance. The individual is the smallest, yet most significant constituent of any society. That being said, you would agree with me that every Mauritian child is an important part of the wonderful future we are working so hard to create. If we must secure the future, then we must protect the child. This has been the driving force for most of our campaigns as an organization aimed at creating awareness and protecting the rights of children in an ever-growing world that sometimes forgets their vulnerability and susceptibility. The theme for this year centers around internet governance and online sexual exploitation of children. It is for this reason that we are gathered here, as we have been for the past 2 years, since 2017. We are opportune to be graced by the presence of great minds from various sectors who have come to share ideas, elucidate facts, and critically examine and discuss matters that affect our children and their future. I would like to recognize the presence and support of our partners, such as Toyota Mauritius Limited, Afrinic, who have always been dedicated ensuring connectivity across Africa, MESCHEM, and Harel Malak Technologies. I would also like to recognize the support of the African Union Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be of interest for you to know that Hali movement has just been elected as one of the 2 national representatives on the ECOSOC committee of the African Union Commission. Our thanks goes to all our partners, including the airline ambassadors. Finally, I would like to thank the IGF Support Association for their backing over the years. We know that there are other would-be partners who have shown their interest in supporting the next IGF in 2020. We appreciate your presence and anticipated support. As we take yet another positive step towards building a safer internet for our children, I would like to encourage your presence, cooperation, and participation across the panel session. On behalf of the Hali Movement Secretariat and the IGF 2019 team, I say a very big welcome to all. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You all know that for every organization to stand, there has to be good support. And one of that good support that Hali Movement has to organize the Mauritius Internet Governance Forum is the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. So right now, we're going to be having an address from Mr. Marcus Kuma, Chairman of the Internet Governance Forum Support Association. Okay, we apologize for that technical glitch. We're going to proceed, and maybe later on we'll come back to that address by Mr. Kuma. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to put your hands together as we welcome our representative from the African Union Commission, Mr. Keretwe Osai. Please put your hands together.
Good morning. Before I begin, I would like to present my appreciation and that of the Union to the government and people of the Republic of Mauritius who continue to be such a great partner to the Union. We come here often, and every time it's even better than the past. So, present my appreciations. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Nana Osei, generally speaking. Simply speaking, I have a much more complicated name from Ghana, which I won't bother you with. You can call me Nana. I work within the African Commission in the Directorate of Citizens and Diaspora Organizations. I also work in the Secretariat of ECOSOC. Mentioned that the movement was recently elected one of the two Mauritian civil society organizations that are members of ECOSOC. I bring you greetings from the African Union, in particular those of His Excellency, Mr. Musa Muhammad, who is the chairperson of the African Commission, as well as the leadership of my departments, Directorate of Defense and Diaspora. I want to congratulate Mr. Paul and our partners at Mali Movement for organizing this Internet Governance Forum and for the leadership that I continues to show in this important arena. I believe that the theme that we have selected for this year is particularly timely. And this is even more so when you look at what we are trying to do. Internet governance, I think, quite generally can be summarized as the ensemble of policies and mechanisms that all of the stakeholders of the internet community use to make decisions about the development of internet. And as African Union member states continue their access to broadband internet, there's going to be issues that emerge that are related to cybersecurity as well as cybercrime. There's a pressing need, I think, to ensure that their citizens, governments, and people that work together to ensure that the internet remains a safe place for all of the users. As you know, African Union member states have faced significant challenges in establishing policy instruments and legislative frameworks that are related to the use of the internet. However, over the last few years, we have made considerable progress in this arena, particularly in terms of formulating new legislation and policy frameworks that manage the way we use the internet. The African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection is the latest continental framework that has come out of the African Union to govern this space, and this was adopted by the 23rd Assembly of State. The broad objective of this convention is to ensure that we harmonize the legislation across all of the member states of the Union that are related to things like e-transactions, personal data protection, and cybercrime. and we are working within this convention to commit our member states to establish domestic frameworks in terms of legislation and policy that protect data but also sanction violations. We want to continue within the AU to make sure that we build an information society that respects cultural values and beliefs of all of our member states, recognizing that cybercrime constitutes a real threat to computer networks, government, the IT sector as a whole continent. And this is why it's important that we work as civil society to, let's say, encourage our governments to make sure that they sign on to this convention and domesticate it domestically. So maybe one of the things we can do as civil society is to work together with state partners here within the government institutions to ensure that this convention not only ratified but actually fantastic. We do know that cybercrime cannot be defeated or resolved by any one single law or any one particular convention, which is why it's important for all of the stakeholders in this room to make sure that we are working together collectively to make sure that the governance and operation of the internet is managed in such a way as to preserve the security and stability of cyberspace. The declaration that I just mentioned to you is not legally binding, for example. It does not compel any particular government to take particular action. We are there as a policy setting union to provide policy options and recommendations for member states who are then able to implement it at their own free will. So I think one of the things we can do to support our government by providing the right information and the right guidance, the right partnership. This is really the role of civil society, to really support our governments to ensure that they have the right accompaniment of all the stakeholders within the country to take certain policies. So I think this presents a challenge for us to engage our governments to make sure that they are compliance with the convention. As we know, we can now start even looking at some of the human rights aspects of cybercrime and violations in space. Obviously, we want to encourage freedoms of expression or other kinds of rights of the internet, but also to do so within an environment where it is then not co-opted to be used for criminal or security threats to the rest. I would like to share with you a few initiatives that the Union is working on in terms of really strengthening internet governance and IT space in general. As a Union, we have developed, in addition to the convention, we've developed guidelines for personal data protection as well as the internet infrastructure in Africa. We have recently established access, which is the African Internet System. The aim of which is to Africa's internet traffic local by providing capacity building and facilitate the establishment of internet exchange points and regional internet exchange points in Africa. We also seek to support the establishment of Africa Internet Development Governance to provide continental management space. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but in 2017, we were very happy to launch the top level .Africa URL. So now able to, or we should now be able to register our domain names with .Africa domain. In spite of all of these, obviously, as you can imagine, there remain a number of challenges to the continent. Not boring with too many of them, but maybe some of the key ones, including obviously the very significant growth in the usage of internet from the continent. The cost of mobile internet, which is more than 50% of average per capita income, some of that we work with. The continuing prevalence of internet bans in some of our member states. Names shall not be mentioned here, but I think sometimes these actions that are taken at the member state level work to undermine the freedom of expression of competition in some member states to try to minimize the violation of rights to privacy in the digital space. Again, it's something that you have to manage carefully, as well as the potential foreign interference in processes that are important to our continent. And generally, the systematic breach of online because of this application, including privacy process. So these are all issues that we continue to work with the African Union, and we are pleased that we now have a strong partnership with civil society that make sure that this area. So I will not speak too much. I think that I would like to conclude by making a couple of remarks about the institution to which Hali Movement has now become part of the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. The African Union is the only intergovernmental organization that has created an organ specifically for civil society. This is not something that you find any other organization. It does not exist. The UN or the EU or any of these other organizations where you have an organ that is run and directed only by civil society. And the goal of that is to work with partners across the citizenry of Africa to make sure that they are aware of and on board with what we are doing at the AU level, and to bring their inputs to the African Union so that whatever decisions and policies that are taken at that level has the perspectives and integrated into those. And I think this is very important. So I would really urge you to work closely with the representatives of the AU episode, Hali Movements, and other organization that is elected from Mauritius, as well as the national chapter of ECOSOC, which has been established for the past several years under the leadership of Dr. Raj Shintaram, which seeks to make sure that there is an ongoing dialogue within Mauritius about all of the different continental level initiatives that is about us, that make sure that everything that we are doing. So I will urge you to learn more about AU in general, and ECOSOC in particular, and also to get involved in national chapter issues, because the organ is designed to give CS support. We want to be an organization that is people-driven and centered, and not reach that aspiration if you don't have a mechanism for channeling the input and perspectives of society. So again, just a reminder for you to learn a bit more about the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clyde. Insight to the activity. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that when you were young, whenever you saw a policeman, you came with this. And today we have one with us. And we do not just have any kind of policeman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Assistant Commissioner of Police of the Mauritian Police Force and Head of Central Criminal Investigation Division, Side of Crime Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Devanan Rico.
His Excellency, Mr. Minister, Mr. Kenneth, Mr. Kevin Hussein from Mr. Secretary General and members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. is indeed a great privilege to be in your midst this morning for the launching ceremony of the Mauritius Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Carl, I would like to express my sincere thanks and admiration to the entire team of for this good invitation. I must haste to say that you have chosen to make a difference and to send a loud message across the country that you hold at heart the welfare and well-being of the children of the Republic. I'm sure that in relentless pursuit of protecting our children from all types of abuse, the entire nation will support you in this endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that like globalization and urbanization, digitalization is constantly changing the world. The fast-paced technological innovation and widespread and increasing accessibility of ICTs, including high-speed internet and mobile devices, this internet connectivity have transformed the whole world over, including our society. The rapid proliferation of ICTs is touching virtually every sphere of modern life, from economies to societies, to cultures, and shaping our everyday life. Childhood is no exception. Children have increased access to ICTs and have adopted these technologies from an early age, resulting in ICTs becoming thoroughly embedded in their lives. This situation facilitates opportunities for the misuse of ICTs to abuse and exploitation of children. They can easily engage with strangers and exchange information, while the possibilities for parental supervision and monitoring are restricted. They also at risk, as many of them do not fully understand threats associated with the use of ICTs, or not sufficiently aware that once shared, control over such material is great. On one hand, advances in ICTs have also facilitated criminal collaboration and communication, while on the other hand, law enforcement agencies, or at times short of human and financial resources, technical capacity, and appropriate legal tools to properly investigate into that. Therefore, efforts to effectively and comprehensively combat ICT facilitated child abuse and exploitation necessitate a multi-sectoral approach, including and actively involving children, families, communities, governments, NGOs, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technology and interactivity have significant risks to children's safety, privacy, and well-being, magnifying threats and harm that many children already face offline. Even as ICT has made it easier to share knowledge and collaborate, so too has it made it easier to produce, distribute, and share sexually explicit material and other illegal content that exploits and abuses children. Such technology has opened new channels for the trafficking of children and new means of concealing those transactions from law enforcement. It has also made it far easier for children to access inappropriate and potentially harmful content, and more shockingly, to produce such content themselves. Notwithstanding the fact that ICT has made it easier for children to connect to one another and share experiences online, it has also made it easier to use those new channels of connectivity and communication for online bullying with a much greater reach and thus potentially greater risk than offline bullying. Likewise, it has increased opportunities for wider misuse and exploitation of children's privacy and changed the way children look at their own private information. Ladies and gentlemen, although internet and digital entertainment have spurred tremendous creativity and expanded children access to a wealth of enriching and entertaining content, they have also raised questions of digital dependency and screen addiction amongst children. As such, technologies have greatly enlarged platforms for the free expression of ideas. They have also broadened the distribution of hate speech and other negative content that can shape our view of the world and of themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the impacts of digitalization on children's well-being was the subject of growing public debate among policymakers and parents alike. And while the potentially equalizing power of digitalization on children's chances in life cannot be denied, that promise has yet to be realized. These challenges will only intensify as the reach and range of digitalization expand and its many opportunities continue to be exploited commercially and otherwise. More digital devices, online platforms, and applications will be available for children. The Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are here to stay, creating new opportunities, but also new challenges. What can government, international organizations, NGOs, communities, families, and children themselves do to help remedy the harms of a more connected world while harnessing the opportunities of a digital world? I believe that our laws should make it clear that any person who knows or has been cause to suspect child abuse shall report such knowledge or suspicion. These statutes typically delineate categories of mandatory reporters, including but not limited to physicians, nurses, and other health care workers, mental personnel, social workers, and other child care workers, and law enforcement officers. However, all of us have a contribution. Gaps in our knowledge about children's lives online, including the impact of connectivity on a range of ideas such as cognition, learning, and social emotional development, make it more difficult to develop dynamic policies that get ahead of issues by addressing risk and making the most of opportunities. Gaps in our understanding and how children feel about the experience of connectivity, including their perception of risk, further test. There are also clear gaps in children's knowledge about risk online, and despite rapidly increasing usage among children and adolescents, many lack digital skills and the critical ability to gauge the safety and credibility of content and relationships they experience online. This reflects a need for much more widespread digital literacy opportunities that can both safeguard and empower children. Access to ICT and the equality of that access has become a new dividing line. Children whose access is limited to a range of local content services due to inferior devices with a slow connection or missing out the full range of content and opportunities that better peers enjoy. These disparities mirror and potentially exacerbate those already affecting disadvantaged children of life. Ladies and gentlemen, finally and crucially, all the gaps both reflect and produce lacks in policy making, regulatory frameworks for digital protection, digital opportunity, digital governance, and digital accountability should keep pace with the rapidly changing digital landscape and should focus on the unique impact digital technologies have on children. If left unclosed, those gaps will quickly be exploited. There is no shortage of principles and guidelines for digital policy making. What is lacking is consistent coordination and a commitment to tackling common challenges which children interest at before. At this juncture, I would like to reassure members of the Harlem movement that they can continue to rely on the support of the Mauritius Police Force in the fulfillment of their mission. We have specialized units of force, such as Lingapura Protection Unit, Cybercrime Unit, Police IT Unit, Crime Prevention Units, which are equipped with qualified and trained personnel to effectively deal with cases of violence. We work in close collaboration with staff from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Ombudsperson for Children Office, Ministry of Gender Equality, Child Development and Family Welfare, and other NGOs in affording better protection for our children, in promoting them. On a concluding note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to say that each one of us has power to influence. I have always believed the old movement can. I quote, one person can make a difference and everyone. I urge you to make a difference in your community, inform, educate, motivate, and mobilize. Thank you for your presence and commitment to the welfare and well-being of our children. I wish you all a fruitful generation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ricoy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know that Hali Movement actually established the first online child helpline in Mauritius. And since then, the Mauritius Police Force has always been 100% available whenever there was a case of child abuse. Whenever they needed to move it, always did it swiftly. And we know that such coordination, such accuracy and precision would not be possible if there was no good leadership. So we say a very big thank you. Thank you very much to the Mauritius Police Force. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's not every day you get to be in the presence of someone that you call His Excellency, right? And so at this point in time, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome His Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner of India, Mr. Janesh K. Please put your hands together.
Mr. Mahendranath, first of all, Secretary General of the Mr. Devnath Roy, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Mr. Gateway of the Commission, Mr. Kenneth Kala, Executive Director, Southern African Institute. Dear friends and colleagues, very good morning. Let me begin by speaking a little bit about information and how information, as we all know, is power. And as we all understand also that nature of power is such that it can be a great instrument of betterment of the human societies, and it can also be a very potent force for destruction. So, internet today gives us a unique platform where we can access information like never before as human societies. You know, it's present everywhere. I once walked into a hotel, and the lobby read that the Wi-Fi is free, and said our motto is Wi-Fi has to be like air, free and present everywhere. So that is the thing, we have access to information everywhere we go, and it's uncurtailed, it's unfiltered, it's left to our discretion as to how we use it. As adults, we sometimes act, but now we mostly are on track, so we use information wisely. But same, I don't know if it can be said about and the very fact that information and the internet is becoming omnipresent, it necessitates for proper governance of the space. The information space is ever expanding, ever with its own capacity. capacity. So the capacities of human society, the government, the NGOs, everyone has to be also augmented to deal with this challenge. Issues such as cybercrime or theft of identity, theft of private data, financial theft, dark web. These are not issues which are critical anymore. These are things which are happening today as we speak, and governments and semi-government organizations are all grappling as to how to deal with them. Not just them, but also the private sector. So I would. This is a very vast topic. I can't possibly talk about whole topic as such. It's very complicated. I would rather focus on the issue of children. When we were young, our parents had a much easier job. All they had to do was to access was to control our access to the TV, the cable, maybe the published material, and that's about it. Nothing much else. We went from school we came to home. They could monitor our movements, they could trust the teachers, more or less. But I mean, is it true for us, for our children, for our generation, for the generations that are coming up? I don't think it's easy anymore. Earlier, we would just limit the access to the TV, that was good enough. Now, internet is everywhere, and access to internet, to devices, is also present. Devices have become extremely mobile, extremely compact, and extremely competent in the sort of information that they can give you, the sort of intent. One phone today, any ordinary smartphone, has more computing power than the Saturn V rocket that went to moon and came back. So that's something we need to think about. And we see that even the toddlers, from an early age, they are addicted. Their screen times are so high. They're addicted to the phones or the iPads, and the moment they get their time misbehaving. I mean, being a father of a young child, I feel that this is a challenge, and we are all trying to understand as to how to deal with it. And children's innocence has to be protected, not just from the harmful content that is there, but also the profiles and people who are out there to harm us, harm our children. And for that, we need very concerted effort to be put up by the civil society and also the government organizations. The forensics department. India is one of the countries which was among the first to adopt a cybercrime and IT law structure, but our implementation of the same has been actually in part because technology develops so fast, we are always trying to catch up. So the civil society and the experts in civil society have a huge place. And NGOs such as the Daily Movement, I must say, for the seminal work that you have done in this regard. And I really feel that we need more organizations like yours, which can take up this responsibility and take that. Unlike the past, where you could have the comfort of knowing that in your close vicinity or neighborhood there is not a that's able to take care of your children, that is gone now. Your children could be as vulnerable, and in fact, all of us could be as vulnerable to a predator or a pedophile sitting 10,000 kilometers. So distance is immaterial. And therefore, we all have to put our heads together. We have to discuss. We have to find ways of dealing with this extremely big challenge. As I said, information is power, and power can be good and for bad. So let's employ this power for the good of the society. And while we do that, we have to have sleep. That is not bad. They are tomorrow. They are the future of our days. They have carried forward the mantle of civilization that we have. They get damaged early on. Chances for our civilization as we know, and have maybe not diminished, but damaged to a certain extent. So I again wish the heavy movement all the best for the project. I wish all the participants success in this conference, and I hope your deliberation would add positively to the body of knowledge in this field and the action, more importantly, action, improving the situation for our children. They have the future. I won't take more time, and thanks a lot. Have a good day and all the best.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency said something about how phones are making kids very much addicted, and how the whole world is connected. Like when he was younger, he could actually control the TV, and that was it. Reminds me of an experience I had with my dad one day back home. We were young, and my TV in my room, there was a time limit for it. Because after 10 p.m., we would always have the TV stations then. They'll show content or movies that are not really kids. And as bad as it could get, was just kids. It was just the kids. My dad didn't even want you to see something. So one day at 10:30, myself and my brothers, always mischievous, put on the TV. My dad was opened the room, and when he got in, we put up the TV and slept. And the only thing that he did was touch the TV, and it was hot. You know what happened after that? So that was enough evidence to put us in trouble. However, nowadays we understand that there's just so much that you can control. The whole world is connected, and so you cannot control it as much as that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that deep concern. And one more thing, you would understand that His Excellency has always showed interest in grassroots projects that Hali movement has taken on. So that is one thing that thank you very much for your concern in everything that Hali movement is doing. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'd like to welcome the coordinator of the Southern African Internet Governance Forum. He's also a member of the MCT. He's no other than Mr. Kenneth Flapper for his keynote address. Please put your hands together.
General Secretary of Hali His Excellency, delegates from the African Union, our State Commissioner of Police who is here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I've been introduced, when I grew up, I was informed that and I've been a friend to the Hali movement for more than 50 years now. Working together in one of the people who are interested I've been in this sector for quite some time. More especially on the regional activities. And when I got this to come and give a keynote, that's looked at the topic and I realized that the topic still talks about them who are our leaders and who are still going to be for the next generation. I it made me feel very good because someone that lately talks more about the ICT issues. And I once felt that one need to problem. But when I see topics like this, they will put me back to the level. See, this is something that actually the need for internet governance to combat online sexual exploitation. I tried to collect some statistics to look into how we respond to and some of the key matters came from those documents. But of course, it is a well-known fact that poverty and inequality contribute significantly to children's vulnerability. Cultural norms and the traditional gender roles mixed with modern technology and urbanization create circumstances in which the demand for children for sexual purposes can be answered. This statement really gave me a picture of the issue related to sexual exploitation, online one, when it comes to the whole issue of inequality, when it comes to the whole issue of poverty in Africa, the vulnerability of our children, it ended up leading to the issue that we're discussing. The online sexual exploitation of children is expanding across the globe in line with the development of internet activity. The more internet develop on a daily basis, the more changes are coming, the more we get more advanced. Also, the online sexual exploitation of children, it also get advanced in terms of how it's being done. Which means we really need to put that in our mind. It's only about internet that is growing fast, but also the effect of internet, it also grows fast. A regional overview of sexual exploitation undertaken in Africa reveals that online child sexual exploitation, including sexual harassment, texting, sexting, and online grooming involving African children, has been increasing with the increase of internet usage in Africa. Based on the global assessment, the selected 19 African countries where the African Union conducted the assessment are the ones most affected and there's higher usage of internet in countries. Which automatically says the more the country start to use internet, the more the effect of sexual exploitation online becomes more. According to the International Telecommunication Union, 24.4% of the population in Africa was using the internet as of December 2018, compared to 2.1% in 2005. Africa is one of the two regions where internet access and traffic is projected to grow the fastest between 2016 and 2021. What it's just saying to us is that we need to be more careful. As I said, the more the internet usage becomes big, is the more the exploitation of our children becomes grow. And what it's saying to us is that from 2016 to 2021, we are one of the regions that internet will grow. And we need to be more careful as parents about the children exploitation. Our children are enjoying using the internet, and the increase in the internet usage has boosted social and economic development, but it has led to greater risk of our children sexual exploited online. This is true. The usage of internet has boosted social and economic. But of course, we also need to look at on the other side. This is the quote, this is a Mariama Mohammed, Director of Social Affairs of the African Union, what it's called, when he was indicating the importance of internet, but also some of the implications of internet. But then I had to look at what is online child sexual exploitation, so that we have a common understanding. Online child sexual exploitation, crimes committed by offenders who are using information and communication technology to facilitate sexual abuse of children. Sexual exploitation is abusing the vulnerability and or trust of child for sexual purposes. This can be in exchange for money, clothes, food, and some other promise. This leads us back to the whole issue of poverty that I raised when online abuse is any type of abuse that happens on the internet. It can happen across any device that's connected to the web, like computers, tablets, and mobile phones. And it can happen anywhere online. The internet has created a new phenomenon called webcam, child sex tourism. This is a form of child sexual exploitation where predators pay to let children perform sexual acts in front of a woman. But the problem is that while the internet has been a positive catalyst for innovation, education, and economic growth, it has also enabled those who harm children by making it easier for them to produce, access, and share child sexual abuse material. In combating online sexual exploitation of children, there are 4 strategies that have been identified by those who are wise. Advocacy with regional bodies. We need to start advocating, but of course at the national level, we advocate with national bodies and other regional bodies to look into the matter. Government and international governing bodies, we also need to look into them to say government and other international bodies, what are we saying about it? And that's why when we have the Southern African Internet Governance Forum, the report is being taken to the Ministers Forum that normally sit around October in the SADC, so that they can discuss the matter and see how do we then adopt those resolutions that have been taken into our individual countries. Strengthening partnership with regional and international entities. This is very critical for us. We need a strong partnership with our regional and international entities so that we can combat the online sexual exploitation of children. Increase the availability of reliable data on child sexual exploitation issue to inform efforts in policy reforms. Of course, our issues that we are discussing, and we also encourage every national ITF, when we discuss the issues, the resolution that we come up with should also be able to inform policy formulation. When the government deals with the issues, they also need to consider the efforts and the inputs from the civil society and other business entities that are interested in online sexual exploitation issues of children. Examining legislative framework, that's one other key important element. Because for us to discuss without examining the legislation framework, it becomes very difficult. We need to be able to examine the legislative framework so that we can also input into the issues that are sitting in our legislation. Analyze primary sources, namely treaties, conventions, charters, national laws on children. Where primary data was unavailable, a review of second-party data from government websites, organizations working in the area of sexual exploitation. Of course, what we're trying to say here is to say to institutions like our movement, when we come to this particular level, we also need to look into the treaties, convention, and the charters and national laws on children, the issues that have been adopted by the countries, there are a number of treaties, there are a number of charters that our countries are signing in relation to children. And we need to ensure that the exploitation of our children online is also covered into those treaties, into those charters. That's why it becomes very critical for us to look into the legislative framework. Advocacy is vital to ensure a legal framework within which children can be protected against child prostitution and child sex tourism. Of course, we also need to advocate for these issues. And for us to do that, we need to look into how the legislative framework is protecting the children against these matters. Monitoring compliance with the legislation is another important factor. Of course, there are a number of countries that are signing a lot of treaties, that are signing a lot of charters, but unfortunately, in terms of the popularization of those charters, the implementation part of it in their countries becomes very difficult. And one of the issues that institutions like other movements should be able to do is to monitor the progress in terms of the signing of those charters. Engaging in creating the political will to carry out national and international programs. Of course, the political will becomes very critical. The minute the country has the political will, makes it easy for them to be able to implement those treaties, those charters that have been signed, and also implement the programs on the ground. Online prevention and tracing. Develop innovative software that can be implemented worldwide to combat crime, webcam sex with children. Software which can identify and detect potential offenders. We also need to look at some of the innovation that we can come up with so that we deal with this particular issue. Support to child sexual exploitation survivors that is tailor-made to the specific needs and circumstances of survivors. We need to create that support so that those survivors can be able to be dealt with and be given a special treatment. Influence policymakers at local, national, and international levels. Adopt, maintain, and enforce legislation to prevent combating of sexual exploitation crime to children and to protect victims. Of course, we need to influence the policymakers. That's why it becomes very critical that when we have sessions like this, the policymakers are around us so that we can influence how do they make those policies, the issues that we are raising. Multi-sectoral approach that brings all stakeholders and sectors in an international and strategic collaborative effort. That's why it becomes very important that our movement continue to also attend the Global Internet Governance Forum, because that's where the international role players are sitting. That's why you'll be able to hear different strategies in terms of dealing with issues, so that we see how other countries are surviving in terms of these matters that are coming forward. In conclusion, I'd like to invite all stakeholders present here today to take charge and lead the campaign. An advocacy of combating online sexual exploitation of children. And I decided that I'll end by quoting Craig Redford, who once said, "We base communities on the idea of protecting children based on the sacrifice of adults. Adults work and die so that their next generation will grow and prosper." I thank you.
Thank you very much. That wonderful sound. Right now, we're going to go back to the video message from Chairman of the Government Forum Support Organization. That's it for the address, but whom I know that we had some audio issues. So if you want to have a special session, that's what. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed with the event. Where I come from, when someone is a chief, he always has a cap or a crown. And you know the saying that says that uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. And so the chief in my community put on the red cap, and for every position he has, there will be a peacock feather on that cap. Ladies and gentlemen, when you see someone with two peacock feathers on one cap, you know that there's so much responsibility on his shoulder. And that's no other person than Mr. Kenneth, because not only is he the executive director of the Southern African NGO Network, SANGO, is also the coordinator of the Southern African Internet Governance Forum and a member of the FCC. So great respect to you, officer. And on that note, we are also putting two feathers we all have in place. Not only has he given us the speech, but I'm going to invite you here, sir, to officially open the Internet Governance Forum 2019. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, Program Director. Once again, good morning to everyone. As is my duty, I will also continue observing the protocol. His Excellency, the Secretary General, African Union Delegates, the Commissioner, delegates and friends. Good morning. I've been given this responsibility, of course, as the program director. I'm a member of the SAIGF, which is Southern Africa Internet Governance Initiative. The SAIGF is chaired by the Silent Secretariat based in Botswana. And as someone that we are sitting as the coordinator of the SAIGF, that we hold for the region. And it happens that we coordinate that. I'm sitting in the executive committee of that team. Of course, my responsibility is short now is not to talk to do the opening. But in terms of the opening for us is for people to have an understanding of where IGF is coming from. So that when we engage on issues, we realize that the IGF is not only about Mauritius, it's more global. How did we come to reach the level that we are today? And I'd like to say during the 8th Global IGF convened in October 2013 in Indonesia, there were 1,500 participants, of which 7% were from Africa. Out of the 100%, 7% were from Africa. And this has been a concern. During the 9th Global IGF convened in September 2014 in Turkey, there were 2,400 participants, of which 8% were from Africa, an increase by 1%. During the 10th Global IGF convened in November 2015 in Brazil, there were 2,137 participants from 115 countries, of which 5% were from Africa. It went down from 8 to 5. And I was part of the delegation to Brazil, where we made 5%. In general, the participation of Africa at the global IGF is very low. Many panels of the IGF left the voice of Africa. And basically, there was a lack of an African strategy. African participation needed to be strategized, coordinated so as to realize maximum benefits from participants. We need to make more submission of proposals for workshops and also to be included in line of speeches at the opening and the closing ceremonies. Of course, of our number and our percentage in the global IGF, we will even see Africa participating in those forums. The Southern African Internet Governance Forum was launched on the 1st to the 3rd September 2011 in Johannesburg, South Africa. This was due to the collaboration of SADC, Association for Progressive Communication, ABC, the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD Agency, and the Southern African NGO Network, which is SANGO. These teams came together to start SAIGF in 2011. The SAIGF activities have been coordinated under the umbrella of the SADC Secretariat as the chair. And to date, following SAIGFs have been held in different countries. SAIGF 13, convened from the 5th to the 17th August 2013, was in Angola. SAIGF 14 convened from the 17th to 19th September, was in Lilongwe in Malawi. And there's SAIGF 15 convened on the 8th to 9th December, was in Zimbabwe. The unfortunate part was the SAIGF 16 and 17 were not able to be convened due to number of visits, and also included the instability within the SADC Secretariat. The SAIGF multi-stakeholder coordinating team was constituted on the 30th March 2015 with a structure consisting of 14 members and 2 observers. Its function is to oversee, facilitate, coordinate, and ensure smooth and effective organization, convening and follow-up of all activities related to SAIGF. As the SAIGF MCT will be responsible for implementing IGF projects in the region. To date, SAIGF has made some progress in attaining its objective of promoting internet governance for sustainable, secure, and inclusive digital economy for Southern Africa. This is in relation to the establishment of the National Internet Governance Forums in member states. Setting up of National Internet Governance Forum is a critical component of SAIGF, Africa IGF, and global IGF processes. Setting up of national IGFs has proven to be challenging for a number of reasons. Determination of who should champion such a process at national level has been difficult to make without in-country consultation. And of course, this became a critical component for us within the IGF to say, we want to see national IGFs happening each and every year. The Mauritian government reported in 2018 that the Ministry of Gender Equality has hired a consultant to work on the design of our justice system that will capture updated statistics of cases of violence against children, as well as gender-based violence cases at the national level. This initiative aims to strengthen national capacity to collect, analyze, and disseminate official statistics, guide policy making. However, no information has been found regarding the completion of the task till today. In 2013, the government of Mauritius reported that the Department of Information and Communication Technology has been drafting a law meant to increase protection from the risk of online child sexual exploitation in accordance to the action plan. However, No information was available at the time of writing regarding the advancement of this process. And these are some of the issues that we are raising so that other movement will also make a follow-up in terms of the process regarding the issues that the government has been involved. It is for these reasons that we applaud this process that is taken by Hali movement in organizing the event to assist the government and our communities in combating this monster called online child sexual exploitation. On that note, I would like to encourage all of us here today to participate fully and lead this campaign going forward. It's not an easy campaign, but of course, seeing parents who are here today, we believe that we'll be able to work together in combating this challenge that is sitting with us. Let's all have a productive day. And of course, at the end, I would like to take the opportunity with the powers that has invested in me by Hali movement as the coordinator and a member of the multi-stakeholder coordinating team of the Southern Africa Internet Governance Forum to declare the conference officially opened. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're quite my time schedule. So next up, we're going to gather for a group photo with members of the high table. So we're going to have the shorter ones behind and taller ones behind and shorter ones in front. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us after. So we have a group photo with all the distinct guests before we move on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start the next session of today's event. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying up to this moment. Right now, we are at the first plenary session of Mauritius Internet Governance Forum 2019, and the theme for that session is cybersecurity strategy. We would like that you participate, because every single contribution that you make is going to be recorded and will be used for every single advocacy that we are trying to make out there in government policies concerning safeguarding the future of the children, Mauritius, Africa, and the world at large. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be the moderator for this session, and the session is not going to be possible without the speakers of that session, because we have with us professionals from the industry, experts, that are going to talk and give more insights on the strategies as regards cybersecurity that's talking about this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Ish Sukun from Sentinel Limited. Can we put our hands together? Second speaker is going to be talking about cybersecurity initiative Mauritius. That is none other than Jay Akana Abaya. Let's put our hands together for her. Our next speaker is going to be talking about child sexual abuse online field training by Key Lokpa. Can we put our hands together? Last but not least, we're going to be talking about sharing of online child sexual exploitation cases by N. Tura. He's from the Mauritius Police Force. Can we put our hands together? So without wasting much time, because we are quite behind schedule, I'd like to call on Mr. Ish Sukun for his presentation about cybersecurity for parents. Can we put our hands together?
Good morning, everybody. And before I start, I would like to just say that I'm sorry for this weird voice that I have. I've been having sore throat the past few days. So, my name is Ish Sukun. I'm a systems architect at Sentinel Limited, and I'm here to talk about cybersecurity for parents. And in fact, before we start, I would like each and everyone in this room to be comfortable with the word cybersecurity, because most of the times when I meet people and we toss this word cybersecurity, people think of it as rocket science, but it's not. For example, to make it much more easier for you, let's start with this first slide. There's no one who knows your children better than yours. For example, you know what could tempt your children. Is it a sweet, a candy, an Indian sweet, a toy, anything? And for this reason, it's very easy for you to understand what and how someone could use a cyber threat against your children. So, what are the security threats to children? Children are likely to become victims of security problems just like adults, just like any of us. I remember my mother once, when using internet, she told me that she won a lottery of $1 million US. And I said, no, mom, you didn't win that. And I had to explain to her how scams work on the internet. And I had to secure all the computers at home, mobile phones and everything. But that's just my mom. Now, do you imagine what happens with children? They're using internet, maybe on your mobile phone, you gave them to play some game. And then there's a pop-up about, okay, this Hello Kitty game. But that's not a Hello Kitty game. Once your child is going to click on that, it's going to download the malicious program on your mobile phone and start snooping on all the conversations and all your internet transactions using the mobile phone, maybe even internet banking. So, in order for you to understand cyber security, It's you have to think like use simple logic, use some common sense. Like how a cyber criminal would think, how a cyber criminal would try to tempt you. For example, you like cars, and you've been writing about cars on Facebook, and then I'm a cyber criminal sitting on the other side of the screen, and I read your Facebook profile. Oh, great, you like cars. So this is how I'm going to tempt you to click on something and maybe install something on the computer. So every time you type and press key buttons on the keyboard, I will get those information. Oh, I said keylogger. But I promised Mr. Mahen that I'm going to skip technical terms and words for this session. So this one's quite easy. Let's move to the next slide. Talk to your children, to your child and your kids about security. That's very easy to do because you've been doing that since forever, since your child was still maybe this little. When your child starts going to school, you talk to your kid about security on the road, security at school. If your child feels bullied at school, you tell him or tell her that when you come home, you tell me what you did at school, what the teachers did. Did your friends say something nice to you? Did they say something bad? And things like that. Cybersecurity are almost the same as you would do, you would talk to your children about any other subject. And you should do that very often. And in fact, it's said that children tend to be fast learners. That is, if you give a child a mobile phone which is locked, within 30 minutes, he or she might even figure out how to unlock the phone. So you would be surprised that by talking about security to your kids, you would find out that they might even know more about security than yourself. They might even know that there are some sort of problems on this phone that you were not aware of. And these are things that I'm somebody I work in IT, internet technology, and very often I have my nephew, who's 6 years old, who plays lots of mobile phone games on his dad's mobile phone. And for a 6-year-old kid, I am very much surprised that when I was maybe 16, 17, or let's say 18 years old, I discovered a lot of things about internet, how internet functions, what are websites, what are URLs, where do you download things. But this 6-year kid knows all of that. So you can imagine how advanced the 6 years old kid is compared to myself. And yeah, trust me, they know a lot about this security stuff. So next thing is how to protect family computers. You might even think of this also as being rocket science, but it's not. It's in fact very easy to do. For example, you build a house. Do you have to be a super genius architect in order to secure your house? No, because you would figure out, okay, this is my house, I have so many doors, I have so many windows, I'm gonna seal, not seal, I'm gonna put some sort of security at the house, some sort of security at the door, and you don't need to be a security expert for that. You will just find someone who can put an electronic door, put an alarm system in your house, and that's it, it's done. It's the same for computers. You buy a computer, you buy a laptop at home, and the next thing that you need to do is, okay, you're not the expert in this machine, so you take the machine to somebody who's an expert in that. Ask him, is my laptop or computer up to date? Is everything secure in this? Do I have an antivirus? Do I have a firewall? You know, I have kids at home. I have kids for 6 years old, 12 years old. I have teenagers who use internet. I want them to stay safe. Can you confirm me that this machine is going to be safe for my kid who is 12 years old, who goes to school, who meets all sorts of people along the way, along the road, and they might learn things, and they would like, out of curiosity, come home and try on this computer. Is the computer secure? This is how you do it. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. You just need to find someone who has the information and do it for you. And so, for example, I wrote this line, use an easy to remember strong password. I was in a conference earlier this year where people were talking about password. And again, they would repeat that you need to use complex passwords and use different passwords for different accounts. And I was sitting at the back of the room and I was figuring, is the meaning of a complex password? So if I call someone here and I say, okay, can you write a complex password for me? Give me an example of complex password. The first thing that might happen is somebody would say, okay, you want something complex, so let's use the word complex. So it's going to be a C capital, small o, and capital B, 1, 3, X. It's complex. Yes, it is complex, but it's not complex for a computer because it is how many characters? 7 characters long, and it does not take a computer a large amount of time to compute and permute things to find a 7-character combination. It's very easy to do that. So, what is a strong password? Is it just being complex? No, strong password is one where you make the computer have to do a lot of calculations to do that. And by that, I mean you need long passwords. For example, do you think it's going to take a computer a lot of time to figure out complex, written with random capital and small letters and numbers? Or if you try to imagine one of your favorite songs in a foreign language, and you take the first stanza of that and use that password, which is about 128 characters. But not all online systems accept 128 characters as passwords, but as far as they can, try to use a long password. I remember I was signing on my Netflix account in Office to, actually we are allowed to watch Netflix after office hours in Office. So while I was typing, all my friends were like, okay, we're gonna get these passwords. So they were sitting at the back and I said, what? Is that an essay? I said, no, it's just a strong password. So get that sort of habit of using passwords which are easy to remember. First stanza of a song, it's easy to remember, but it's a strong password. How to protect mobile devices? This is a question that a lot of people often ask. And I will tell you again, it's even more easy than you think. You have a mobile phone, the first thing that you do is do not install anything outside. If you're on Android, it's going to be Google Play Store. If you're using an iPhone, it's going to be App Store. Do not install anything outside of these 2 different marketplaces. That is the first rule. Second rule is use a security application. And wearing the code of, that's not there right now, I'm not going to endorse the application, but try to find someone who's an expert in mobile phones, a technician like you, and ask that person that, hey, I have this mobile phone, it's an iPhone, it's an Android phone, and I have my kid who is 8 years old, often plays this Hello Kitty application with mobile phone. So I want to make it safe for that for the kid. So yeah, okay, he's gonna install maybe an antivirus, a small firewall on that, or he's gonna put dual profile. Dual profile is very simple. That is, you have one mobile phone, but when you're gonna give your kid to use, you just switch the profile so that the kid gets a limited profile only to play the game, not to go and do fancy stuff on the internet, try to download stuff on the internet. So this is very important. The next thing is you have a mobile phone. Make sure that you have a sort of mechanism. Again, I'm not asking you to go online and Google and search all kinds of the person, hey, this is my mobile phone. I want to make sure that if the mobile phone is lost, I am able to wipe everything which is on the mobile. Because think about it, your mobile phone contains a lot of information about yourself, about your transactions, social media accounts, maybe even internet banking. You have family photos. You don't want these to end up being in some stranger's hands. And I've often seen people going to, maybe they are walking around in Memphis, they find a small store where people are repairing phones, and they have an old phone which is broken. They just leave it there with the memory card, with all the information, and say, okay, when it's repaired, you give it to me. Don't do that. As long as you have sensitive personal information on the device, don't give it to a stranger. Okay, if the phone is broken, try to go meet someone who you can trust, because you have personal information on that. You don't know how the person is going to use that at once the mobile phone is repaired. And yes, make sure that you can wipe the phone as soon as well if it's lost. I won't take a lot of time here because like I said, I promised not to be techy, use technical terms, but I'm going to finish on this one. Never share passwords. It's very common for people to share passwords of online accounts. For example, I said Netflix. You may have a Netflix account and you share it with your friends, say, but legally you're not allowed to. But we know people are like this. I have an account, I share it with friends. And while this can appear to be very innocent, it's not that innocent, because somebody who is your friend today, or you might pick a fight with the person, and friend becomes an ex-friend who still knows the password to one of your accounts. And passwords often leave guessable patterns. For example, I know someone who would use a similar pattern to all the passwords. For example, for a social media account, the person would use a password like Facebook1234$. And for a Gmail account, he would use Gmail1234$. Netflix is going to be the same thing. I could guess it's going to be Netflix1234$. So, like I say, passwords usually keep, those guessable patterns. And by sharing the password with somebody, you're letting the person know, oh, okay, if I might try to trick and enter your account, I might try to, try these different patterns to find your password. But don't do that. And parents often, most of the time, or at least some of the parents that I know, they also know the passwords of their children's social media accounts, for example, Facebook, so that they get to keep track of their online activities, who they are friends with, who they are chatting with, what they are chatting about. But I would discourage parents to do that. It's better that you talk to your children and they use Facebook in your presence rather than you having a password and they know that you have a password and you're going to check their account. Because in doing so, you're encouraging them to have a different account, to have their personal chat with friends and people, and you have one family account whom they know my mom, my dad has this password. Encourage your children to be, open with you. Just like I mentioned earlier in the earlier slide, that when you talk to your children, tell them that when you come back to school, if you've been bullied at school, don't be scared to tell me about that. The same thing it's about internet, it's about Facebook. If you're on Facebook and a stranger approached you and started chatting with you, the kid must not be, feel a sort of hesitation to tell that to his mother, his father. Or, for example, you might understand that teenagers sometimes, out of curiosity, they might click on links, they might visit a porn website, and out of that, they fall victim of something. They shouldn't be, ashamed to come and tell the parent, hey, you know what? Actually, I did this, and now somebody is, blackmailing on the internet. I click on this link, and now they're blackmailing me to give money. Extortion is very common, and I'm sure other panelists are going to talk about that, so I'm not going to take too much time on that. But try to build that sort of trust with your kids so that they feel, comfortable. A lot of time, people, especially when I talk to elderly people, they think that there's a sort of generation gap between the kids and themselves because they don't grow in the age of, I won't say computers, but in the age of social media, networking, and that they feel a bit left out. But that's wrong. You need to keep track of those. You need to keep track of what your kids are doing online, and this is very important. Like, for example, I do it differently. I'm married, but I don't have kids yet, so I do it differently. I keep track of my mom's every activity, everything that she does online, because she's just like a kid right now, learning about internet, learning about new things. Sometimes she's on Facebook watching all sorts of videos about recipes, and if there's, like I said, if there's this advertisement about the lottery $1 million, she's going to click on that. And I know, no matter how many times I'm going to tell her not to click these or scams, she's going to click. So it's my duty as somebody who understands computers to make sure that the computer is safe, so that even if she clicks, okay, everyone is safe in the house. Like, for example, I think it was maybe 2 months ago, my dad came and said, he got an SMS from, I don't know, some country from Africa or this countries that he won a car and he has to reply with his details. I said, stop, don't do that, please. Ask me before you do such kind of. So, you know, the thing that I'm telling you to go and like try with your kids, I do the same thing with my parents. So that's for me. I'm not here to give you super technical stuff. Just simple, basic things to make you think of cyber security not being rocket science. As long as you can practice these simple things, you are practicing cyber security. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of next up, we're going to be listening to Jay, a panel, going to be talking about cybersecurity issues.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jinta Panapaya, Information Security Consultant from the Persian Computer Emergency Response Team in Mauritius, ZMU, and National Computer Board. So, ZMU is also the National Advisory Body on Information Security in Mauritius. So, I'm here to talk about the cybersecurity initiatives Mauritius that it goes on the child online safety perspective. So as we've been hearing since morning, like what are the cybersecurity initiatives that should be taken in the country, and since child online protection is a critical issue, and we have to be very careful while dealing with that, and also we know like what are the initiatives that we have to bring at the national level so that we can address this issue effectively. So, first of all, I'll try to touch a little bit on the online threats to children. So, as you know, the explosion of information and communication technology has created unprecedented opportunities for children as well as young adults to communicate, to connect, to share, and learn, and do so many things on the internet. And but as we know that the internet has many advantages, but at the same time, it brings also there are many, I will not say disadvantages, but if we don't know how to really use it in a proper way, so we can land into trouble. Okay, and even adults are putting themselves into the risk, when they are using the internet, if they don't know how to use it properly. So imagine children how, what are the risks that they may face, because they don't know really how to manage it properly. So some of the threats and risks, we know that children are facing nowadays, like for example, child abuse materials, like they can be found on the internet widely. Cyber stalking, cyberbullying, phishing attacks, spam. These are some of the risks. Online gaming and addiction is becoming it's becoming wider. More and more cases are reported as far as online gaming and addiction is concerned. We have also child pornography and also sexual solicitation, child sexual solicitation. So these are all a bit of what are the types of online threats that children are facing nowadays with wide access to the internet. So international level, so what are the types of cybersecurity initiatives that like we are trying to bring in order to address the issue of child online protection? So, for example, this is a framework I've taken from the Digital Mauritius 2030 strategy. So, if you look at, we have 5 pillars, like we can, I can say, like legal, technical, organizational, capacity building, and cooperation. So we are trying to have these initiatives around these pillars. So, for example, in terms of legal, so our vision is to develop an effective framework for investigation and prosecution of cybercrime. For technical, like we have to secure our cyberspace and establish a front line of defense against cyber threats. Organizational, to develop a collaborative model between the authorities and the business community. It's a bit like private and public partnership, how organizations are collaborating with each other to address cybercrime. In terms of capacity building, so how are we going to improve our cyber expertise and like to raise the cybersecurity awareness among all societal actors, among our children, among the organization, and among the citizens of Mauritius, and also in terms of cooperation. So how are we going to improve international and regional cooperation? So this is in terms of these 5 pillars that we are going to talk. And I don't know how many of you know that we have a national cybersecurity strategy, which are in place since 2014, and we are reviewing starting 2019, so we are going to review that. And we have also a national cybercrime strategy, which addresses the action plans and how are we going to address cybercrime in Mauritius. So the outcome, if we look for this across this framework, so the outcome would be like we have to have an effective legal framework. We have to have a strengthened cyber defense and strong private and public partnership, as well as international and regional cooperation. We have to set it up, as well as to have a safe and intelligent nation. This is what we are trying to bring. So in terms of these 5 pillars, what are the initiatives that are already in place? So, for example, if we talk for the legal measures, so in terms of the legal measures, we have already in place the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act 2003, which is also being amended, and it's the amendment is taking place. We have the ICT Act, which also addresses the problem of cybercrime. We have the Data Protection Act, which is have already been with GDPR. And then we have also a drafted Child Protection Bill, which is in the drafted stage and is being finalized soon. So in terms of the legal measures, we are trying to bring up we are trying to make legal provisions to address several components of cybercrime. And since we have been talking about the African Union, also they were representative, so I don't know if many of you know that Mauritius has also signed the African Union Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection since June 2018. So this is also one. And secondly, Mauritius has also acceded to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime since November 2014. So this is we are trying to align this CMCA, the Misuse and Cybercrime Act 2003, these 2 conventions, and the amendment are underway. So secondly, in terms of the technical measures, so we have an incident reporting mechanism in place in Mauritius, including child abuse as well. So we have recently set up the Mauritian Cybercrime Online Reporting System, which is proposed. This is a platform which allows citizens of Mauritius to report cybercrime cases in Mauritius. And this is a centralized system which connects the CERTA-NEW, cybercrime unit, the data protection office, and the ICTA. So this is connected, these organizations are connected. And then if there is any incident that has to be escalated to the police, so this is done through the system itself, so that it becomes easy for incident reporting, and the citizen doesn't have to go to many offices and come to, like, they have to go, they don't know where to report and then they have to go to the police. Police says no, you have to go to other institution. So this is one platform where they can report incidents, and then the incidents are escalated accordingly, depending on the nature of the incident. And we have also a cybersecurity portal which addresses mainly, like, it is a portal which there are many topics that have been addressed. It is like an awareness portal, and we have many different categories, like for home users, for kids, for organizations. So you can have plenty of steps on that portal. It's a knowledge-based portal, so there are tips, you can have tools. So it's a full-fledged security awareness portal. And there is also the child sexual abuse content monitoring system, which has been put in place at the level of the ICTA for containing the child sexual pornographic website. So I think the next speaker will elaborate more on that. So in terms of organizational measures, so we have a child safety online action plan in place in Mauritius. And as per the child safety online action plan, so we have many activities that are carried out on a yearly basis for child online protection. And as part of that plan, we celebrate the Internet Safe Internet Day every year. And as part of that, we have for the whole year we have awareness campaigns going on in schools for children, for teachers, as well as for housewives. We have a cybersecurity awareness campaign for housewives and even for elderly persons as well. So this is part of that. And as I mentioned earlier, so we have the National Cybersecurity Strategy as well as the National Cybercrime Strategy for addressing cybersecurity and cybercrime in Mauritius. Now, in terms of capacity building measures, so we choose a safe internet day, and as part of that, there is a full-fledged like a cybersecurity campaign going on every year, and there are also publications that we do lots of publications in terms of guidelines, in terms of best practices, and security newsletters which addresses the latest threats, like the latest trends of information security. And there are these guidelines that they are available on the certain websites. And we organize also technology workshops to address like what is the latest trends, for example, in cybersecurity, so that which aims at cybersecurity professionals. So this is to keep in pace with the latest technologies and the latest cybersecurity initiatives and globally. Okay, and for international cooperation, so we have been working with international counterparts. So we have a working relationships with international CERTs, We have a working relationship with Facebook as many incidents. I don't know if many of you know that most of the Facebook incidents are reported to us, and then we have worked also with in collaboration with the cybercrime unit to handle these incidents. And we have also MOUs with other CERTs, like Japan CERT, like CERT India, and also as you may know that the government has an MOU with Estonia, and in terms of IT, and we get lots of collaboration with the government of Estonia to in terms of capacity building. So this is a bit more about the cybersecurity initiatives that we have in the country, and there are many more to come. And this is a bit like what we have at the national level. So I'll just go quickly on this platform, Mauritian Cybercrime Online Reporting System, and this is where I've been like saying that it is a centralized online system that allows citizens to report incidents, and it is a centralized system, and it is not also not only a platform to report incidents, but also where people can go on the website and learn what type of online threats there are, what are the new threats, and what precautions that they can take to in case they are victims to those threats, and what they should do. So this is a full-fledged platform where they can go and learn about the new threats, report cybercrime, etc. So this is it, and this is a cybersecurity portal where I've been previously focusing on. So this is to educate and create awareness for the public. So we have different categories of audience that it addresses, like there are tips for kids, for parents, for home users, for organizations. So there are many security tips where you can ask for the threats. There is also a knowledge bank where you can find lots of stuff. You have free tools, including parental control tools, which you can download and install on your PC. And also about the different ICT laws that exist in Mauritius, so in case you need to go through. So one portal, you go on there, and then you can have lots of stuff at one place. So that will be all from me, but the concluding note is that, as you know, that the internet knows no boundaries, and our efforts to protect children must be ambitious and far-ranging. So we must collaborate with our stakeholders. We must collaborate together to make child online protection a priority.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that look at the files that has been handed over to you. There is a form with your name, your organization, and your quote concerning Mauritius government. We'd like you to fill that, and while the session is going on, just take a little excuse and have your photo taken. What we want to do, we want to put your photo in your portrait. So we're going to have portrait of you, and we're going to have your photo attached to your portrait. Whenever you have time, just fill that form and leave it outside your portrait. So we're going to move to the next talk, and that would be by Mr. Shota Lokwa, is the Information Communications Technologies. He's from the ICTA. He's going to be talking about child sexual abuse, online filtering. And that would be for 7 minutes because we are quite behind.
Good morning. I am Charles from the ICTA. In fact, the ICTA is a regulator for telecom sector, for the ICT sector. And we mainly give license to operators to operate the ICT sector, ISPs, and also we manage the spectrum, the reduced spectrum for operators. But according to the ICT Act, one of the sections that is related to our topic is section 18F, which states that the authority should take steps to review the or prevent illegal on the internet. And as you will be, this is a very tricky and sensitive topic to handle. So to handle this thought, we have used section 15 of the Child Protection Act, which says that indecent photograph of children are illegal. So with this in hand, we have implemented a system whereby all ISPs are connected to an online filtering solution. And this filtering solution filters child sexual abuse sites that are listed on a blacklist, which is provided by the Internet Watch Foundation. So briefly, the system uses the blacklist, as I was saying, from the IWS, and this blacklist contains all the sites that the IWS are containing CSA material, and a small technical link that all the ISPs are connected to the system through a protocol that is BGP. So all the ISPs router are connected together, and they are, you can say, enabled with the NetClean white box solution. So the NetClean white box solution pushes the blacklist to the routers of the different ISPs, and when a merchant user tries to access a CSS site, it will get redirected to the filter NetClean white box, and it will open the web page. And
we read these two conventions and the amendment are underway. So, secondly, in terms of the technical measures, so we have an incident reporting mechanism in place in Mauritius, including for child abuse as well. So we have recently set up the Mauritian Cybercrime Online Reporting System, which is MOCOS. This is a platform which allows citizens in Mauritius to report cybercrime cases in Mauritius. And this is a centralized system which connects the CERTA-NU, the Cybercrime Unit, the Data Protection Office, and the ICTA. So this is connected, these organizations are connected, and then if there is any incident that have to be escalated to the police, so this is done through the system itself, so that it becomes easy for incident reporting, and a citizen doesn't doesn't have to go to many officers and come to, like, they have to go to, they don't know where to report the incident, they have to go to the police says no, you have to go to other institutions. So this is one platform where they can report the incidents, and then the incidents are escalated accordingly depending on the nature of the incident. And we have also a cybersecurity portal which addresses mainly, like, it is a portal which there are many topics that have been addressed. It is like an awareness portal, and we have many different categories, like for home users, for kids, for organizations. So you can have plenty of stuff on that portal. It's a knowledge-based portal, so there are tips, you can have tools, so it's a full-fledged security awareness portal. And there is also the child sexual abuse content filtering system, which has been put in place at the level of the ICTA for curtailing the child sexual pornographic websites. So I think the next speaker will elaborate more on that. So in terms of now, in terms of organizational measures, so we have a child safety online action plan in place in Mauritius. And as per the child safety online action plan, so we have many activities that are carried out on a yearly basis for child online protection. And as part of that plan, we celebrate the Internet Safer Internet Day every year. And as part of that, we have for the whole year we have awareness campaigns going on in schools for children, for teachers, as well as for housewives. We have a cybersecurity awareness campaign for housewives and even for elderly persons as well. So this is part of that. And as I mentioned earlier, so we have the National Cybersecurity Strategy as well as the National Cybercrime Strategy for addressing cybersecurity and cybercrime in Mauritius. Now, in terms of capacity building measures, so we choose a Safer Internet Day, and as part of that, there is a full-fledged a cybersecurity campaign going on every year, and there are also publications that are we do lots of publications in terms of guidelines, in terms of best practices, and security newsletters, which addresses the latest threats, like the latest trends on information security. And there are these guidelines, they are available on the certainly website. And we organize also technology update workshops to address what is the latest trends, for example, in cybersecurity, so that which aims at cybersecurity professionals. So this is to keep in pace with the latest technologies and the latest cybersecurity initiatives and globally. Okay, and for international cooperation, so we have been working with international counterparts. So we have working relationships with international CERTs. We have a working relationship with Facebook, as many incidents. I don't know if many of you know that most of the Facebook incidents are reported to us, and then we work also with in collaboration with the cybercrime unit to handle these incidents. And we have also MOUs with other CERTs like Japan CERT, like CERT India, and also as you may know that the government has an MOU with Estonia, and in terms of IT, and we get lots of collaboration with the government of Estonia in terms of capacity building, etc. So this is a bit more about the cybersecurity initiatives like we have in the country, and there are many more to come. And this is a bit like what we have at the national level. So I'll just go quickly on this platform, the Mauritian Cybercrime Online Reporting System, and this is where I've been saying that it is a centralized online system that allows citizens to report incidents. And it is a centralized system, and it is not only a platform to report incidents, but also where people can go on can go on the website and learn what type of online threats there are, what are the new threats, and what precautions that they can take to in case they are victim to those threats, and what they should do. So this is a full-fledged platform where they can go and learn about the new threats, report cybercrime, etc. So this is it, and this is the cybersecurity portal we have been previously focusing on. So this is to educate and create awareness for the public. So we have different category of audience, like it addresses, like there are tips for kids, for parents, for home users, for organizations. So there are many security tips where you, as per the threats. There is also a knowledge bank where you can find lots of stuff. You have free tools, including parental control tools, which you can download and install on your PC. And also about the different ICT laws that exist in Mauritius, so in case you need to go through. So one portal, you go on there, and then you can have lots of stuff at one place. So, that would be all from me, but the concluding note is that, as you know, that the internet knows no boundaries, and our efforts to protect children must be ambitious and far-ranging. So we must collaborate with our stakeholders. We must collaborate together to make child online protection a priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sapana. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that if you look at the file that has been handed over to you, there is a form with your name, your organization, and your quote concerning Mauritius internet governance. We'd like you to fill that, and while the session is going on, you can just take a little excuse and have your photo taken. Because what we want to do, we want to put your quote against your portrait. So we're going to have a portrait of you, and we're going to have your quote attached to your portrait. So whenever you have time, you can just fill that form and meet with the photographer outside for your portrait. So we're going to move to the next talk, and that will be by Mr. Purushottam Lopwa. He's an information communications technologist. He's from the ICTA. He's going to be talking about child sexual abuse, online filtering. And that will be for 7 minutes because we are quite behind time.
Good morning. I am Visham Lopwa from the ICTA. In fact, the ICTA is a regulator for telecom sector, for the ICT sector. And we mainly give license to operators to operate in the ICT sector, like ISPs, and also we manage the spectrum, the reduced spectrum for Mauritius. But according to the ICT Act, one of the functions that is related to our topic today is section 18M, which states that the authority should take steps to regulate and curtail harmful and illegal content on the internet. And as you will argue, this is a very tricky and sensitive topic to handle. So to help us to handle this part, we have used section 15 of the Child Protection Act, which says that illicit photograph of children are illegal. So with this in hand, we have implemented a system whereby all ISPs are connected to an online filtering solution. And this filtering solution filters child sexual abuse sites that are listed on a blacklist which is provided by the Internet Watch Foundation. So briefly, the system uses the blacklist, as I was saying, from the IWF, and this blacklist contains all the sites that the IWF has cataloged as containing CSA material, and a small technical brief that all the ISPs are connected to the filter through a protocol that it is BGP. So all the ISPs router are connected together, and they are, we can say, enabled with NetClean white box solution. So the NetClean white box solution pushes the blacklist to the routers of the different ISPs. And when a user, a Mauritian user, tries to access a CSA site, it will get redirected to the filter NetClean white box, and he will be prompted with a log page. And briefly, here is how it works. If a user is trying to access a website, normally it goes through the ISP, and the ISP there's a core router, there's edge router that is connected with other ISPs, and this router is connected with the filtering solution. And when the user is requesting the website, this router will check if the website is in the blacklist. If it is in the blacklist, it will be prompted with a blog page. Else, the traffic will be redirected to the general internet. A summary of the system. A blog page is displayed each time a user tries to access a CSA site that is cataloged in the IWF blacklist. And the system blocks those attempts through IP address, domain names, and it supports new IPv6 websites. You can have the statistics on this URL, on the ICT website, where you will find the number of attempts per month made by internet users, the number of URL blocked. And the ending note is to emphasize that this filter does not monitor the internet traffic for Mauritius. It is only used to block IP listed on the IWF blacklist to those websites. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very short and precise presentation. That was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, next we'll be listening to Mr. Turab from the Mauritius Police Force. He's an investigator at the Cybercrime Unit, and he's going to be giving us some instances on cases that they have handled.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank you for being present here. The presentation first. I'm Mr. Turab from the Cybercrime Unit of the Central CID, the Central Criminal Investigation Department of the Mauritius Police Force. Excuse me. Well, we are delegated by the Mauritius Police Force to talk a bit of. That is, my main topic will be sharing of cases online child sexual exploitation cases. Prior to this, I would like to thank my previous predecessors for having talking on cybersecurity a bit. I know cybersecurity, if we talk, you can take one whole day, is it? We have also cybercrime strategies which have been taught by Mrs. Janja. And before me, it is about legal aspect, legal framework of the ICT, Information and Communication Technologies Authority. But before beginning first of cases, let me first ask you one thing. We are here to have some knowledge on sexual child online cases, is it? And at the end of this session, I'm sure many among us here are parents. Though we have seen some youngsters from AS, but we are sure that, I'm sure that we have many parents among us here. And at the end of this session, I'm sure that some among us here will go to their houses, respective houses, and speak about what he or she has learned to do. Okay? So, before coming on experience of sharing cases, which is a vast topic, I believe that less than 10 minutes will be very, very difficult to explain myself on sharing on cases. But before, let us understand what is child online sexual cases. Prior to my expose, I'd like to just ask you, what is sextortion? Because we are referring to cases, and cases means sextortion. What is sextortion? How it began? Maybe some of us know, maybe some don't know. So, how it begins? Anonymous. Anonymous. Now we can see that the person has not got the time to change clothes. On the morning show, just from the bed on the computer table. It begins like this. Somebody sends a friend request which is being accepted. The talking begins. The chatting rather begins. Chatting, sharing of videos, sharing of images, sharing of photos, and at the end, we have somebody who is victim of sextortion. Somebody who is victim of sextortion. And today, for this session, it will be the victim will be called the victim, and the pervert will be called the bad guy. So the bad guy make his prey, his victim, his or her, at ease for a certain period of time. It can last long. The length of period of time varies. It can be one day, it can be up to 3-4 years. Because his aim is to make his prey at ease, just to take advantage of himself or herself later on. Now we got here on this photo a girl who is some days or afterwards being a victim of sextortion. Again, we've got a girl who has been friend with somebody who has hidden his true identity. We've got 2 examples of victim of female sex origin. Is it? Not only female who are victim nowadays. We've got also male women victim of this kind of that we call sextortion. The grandma poses herself as being a Bollywood actress. That is fake profile, fake identity, and afterwards she got a brain. Not only girls but also boys are being victimized. Now, one question. Why are these bad guys doing this? Anybody can answer me? If I'm running out of time, just please.
For money?
For?
For money? For money?
Yes, for money. Maybe. For some favors.
For some sadistic pleasure.
Yes. Not only for money. Yes, maybe for money. 90% cases is for money. Because their aim is only to get money from the victims. But like just Mr.
And now I do from Jimwa.
Yes, as he rightly said, for favors. But also we got perverts acting like this to get more photos or videos. Because he doesn't need money. He does not need nothing. Because here, last year, with the collaboration of the LPI, we tackled a case whereby one person, I'll not give the names and particulars because the case is being inquired right now and it's not good, it's not professional to divulge the name. So the man working in a company, very well paid, with a house given by the company, a car, money, he has his wife, a baby of 3 months. He lacked nothing. He lacks nothing. Good life, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, Saturday and Sunday, it's a holiday for him. So he enjoys himself of searching for praise. His goal was to get victims aged between 9 to 13 years. His age is 43. His aim was to look for praise between 9 and 13. And in exchange, he does not want money. He said in his chatting messages, I don't want money. When the victims have been victims, he said, I want more photos. I want more videos. Now I want videos with your face. This is the kind of perverts that we are having nowadays. I'm talking to a case in Mauritius. But with the collaboration of the FBI department, we managed to get the suspect. He gave his statement. In his statement, he gave that about 19 emails just to top girls. International cases, because he has victim in Mauritius, not only in Mauritius, in Réunion Island, Seychelles. We have 2 victims in France and 1 in Sweden. Yes, coming back to this case particularly. This I think you are coming in. Facebook profile, request to put the victim at ease, sharing of videos, sharing of photos, and some people also just go to the Facebook account of the victim. Because one aspect that we need to clarify being the private and public setting. When you got a victim with a public, all profile public, this is a future victim. He or she published everything. His age, his grandma's name, his mother's name, father's name, brother, sister, even teachers, most likely teachers, whom she likes very much, the pet name of, I don't know, his friends or her friends, the name of his or her school, everything is published publicly. The perverts will use these details to trap him afterwards. Because at the end, after having received the photos and videos, he will say to the victim, okay, I've got this from you. I've got this from you. I've got that from you. If you don't want this to be public, you give me, it begins from $1,000, US dollars. 30,000 rupees, 35,000 rupees. It begins with this. And if the victim have successfully made the necessary arrangement, deposits or transfers, it will become 2,000 US dollars. And that will go on, go on, and go on. We have cases in Mauritius where not only youngsters, but also adults, even a lady 83 years of age has been victim. And listen, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, 1.2 million rupees has been already been transferred into the account of the pervert. This is what we call victims. Coming back to what we say about the pervert, after having successfully made friend request with the pervert, she will, I said earlier, she will make her victim or his victim his by going through his profile or her profile. Then afterwards, he will use these details to extract money from. If you don't want this to be published in X account, so give me money. If you don't want this to be in Y account on YouTube, so you give me money. Oh, not only money, I just said earlier, not only money, more videos, more photos from you. The sextortion. How to prevent this? How to prevent sextortion? I just said earlier, public and private profile. This is one solution, but not so good solution because everything can be extracted later on. But it is a possibility for you to be safe somewhere. Also, the tips to have a good profile. Firewalls, antivirus, and also on every sensitization campaigns after I go, I often ask for the audience of how many friends on Facebook they have. 4,999 was my last answer. Even person with 2-3 profiles. I myself am on Facebook 24 hours a day, except my sleeping time. From morning to afternoon, afternoon to sleeping time, I'm on Facebook. And I have only 56 friends on Facebook. These persons having 3,000, 4,000 friends on Facebook ask themselves whether they know these people. I'm not going to pinpoint here anybody because I know I'll get some good answers. among the 2,000, 3,000 friends that you have, scrutinize the profiles first. Let's see whether you know them. Have you ever spoken to them? I know Facebook is a platform where you can have new friends. I know this. But since nowadays, we are very, very vulnerable of fake profiles. Make sure that these friends, you know them first. You can trust them. You can exchange something with them. Because in one case recently we had, a Sunday morning, a young girl posted a selfie with his family going on a beach tour on a Sunday morning. It was around 8 o'clock, 8:30. Going with parents at X beach for a Sunday, I don't know what. Afterwards, the same girl whose parents lived in some places in the central region was victim of larceny breaking from his home. How? It is through this post, unfortunately. One among his friends, or the friends of his friends, have come to know that the victim has a house here, whom the robber knows, and he knows that being given that the photo says explicit about the father, the mother, the girl and her sister are out of home. So he came in the house on 3 occasions to steal something from the house. On 3 occasions that day. Morning, midday, and afternoon. In his statement, he said if he had ample time, he would have come on the 4th occasion. This is public profile. So, what I was talking before this, that the threat is here. My colleagues just talk about threats. The threat is here. Me, I advise you, cybercrime itself, sextortion is one single thing in cybercrime. If we have to go on cybercrime itself, it will cost not days, but a full session, from morning to afternoon. And believe me, it won't be sufficient. Because cybercrime, today we have something, in the afternoon we have amended, and in the afternoon we have anything. This is cybercrime. Let's talk about some penalty. You know that I just said earlier that ICT is Information and Communication Technologies Act. Has been amended last year, and the term of imprisonment is 30 years. 1 million rupees fine and a term of imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. As regard to CMCA, Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, it has been implemented in 2003, and the penalty is here: 5 to 20 years of imprisonment and fine not exceeding 200,000 rupees. As far as I am concerned, a small expose on sextortion. And if you have a question, I don't think we have time for questions. Maybe I thank you for your attention, and maybe on next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chura.
So, I'm going to be very quick with this plenary session because we are very far behind time. We're supposed to have some questions from the audience, and that regards all the 4 presentations that we have. So I'm just going to take 2 questions if we have any. Do we have any questions from the audience? All right, from Shamir, can we hear your questions? Do we have a mic that Shamir can use, or you can be loud enough? Okay, all right.
My question is about the blacklist. So, during the presentation, you spoke about a blacklist that is being used to filter the websites. How is it being updated, and what is the frequency? Like, how do you navigate through these various websites? Because we do have access to websites here in Mauritius that are not protected. So, what is the blacklist, and how are you updating that list?
In fact, the blacklist is provided by the Internet Watch Foundation, and we have a schedule to update it. So normally the blacklist for us is a black box. We don't know which URL are found in the blacklist. The IWF, they update it accordingly when they see new websites, all these things, and then that's all. So we use the blacklist only to publish the IP address of the sites, and this is pushed on the router or the ISPs. So they know that this IP is in the blacklist, and it is redirected to a web page.
Okay. Do we have the second question? Okay, sir.
Let me first of all thank each of the interveners for their. Let me thank each of the interveners for their panelists for their brilliant expose. I very much appreciated his methodology using a lot of psychology and how parents should be behaving towards their children. And this is Afana too and all the rest. So my question will for Mrs. Afana, you say you meet with the older person. Myself, I introduced myself earlier, Vijayana Haidu. I'm the Secretary General of G1 Australia, and from the Commission for the Rights of Older Persons. So I should like to have more information with you, from you, having regard to what campaign you bring at the level of older persons. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. First of all, I would like to inform you that we carry out sensitization campaigns for students and in organizations as well, for housewives and for teachers, but we also do it on request. So we have been doing it for various organizations, so they contact us, and based on their requirement, that we carry out the sensitization campaigns at their end. So in case you wish to, you want us to do like a sensitization session for a particular group age, so of course you can contact us, and then we will do it according to your requirements.
Okay. I don't know if she has answered your question.
Yeah, so I just have, because we're meant to discuss, but because of time again, we are going to follow that really short. But there are some questions that I really want to ask. One of them is related to the question that Shamir asked. And when he asked the filtering of websites. Now, if you filter websites that are being queried, do you filter websites that are being created within Mauritius? Because I don't know if my question is clear enough. Like, you filter outgoing traffic, that is queries, people that want to access websites that are outside Mauritius. But do you have control over websites that are being created in Mauritius with content that that expose child sexuality? I don't know if...
In fact, if the website has been categorized as CSA by the IWF, it will be blocked even if it is in Mauritius or outside. All the website, the CSA website, depends on the blacklist that the IWF publishes.
I would like to add what Vishal was saying, that you know, the IWF, it has a black box, and how they come up with these websites to put in that black box, it's when people report them. For example, if you are coming across like websites having malicious contents or having contents with regards to child sexual abuse, So you may go on the website of IWF and then report it there. Based on their reports, that people are reporting that these are added to the black box, and it helps in like curtailing those websites.
That's a very important answer as well, because I really wanted us to know that most of these measures do not just happen automatically from a body somewhere. It has to be the whole community involved. So if you see something that is not right, you have to report it. The fact that there is an IWF there that blacklist website does not mean they just sit down and wherever a website is being created, automatically if it has wrong content, it's going to be blacklisted. We all have the responsibility to report any website that has content that is questionable. The next question I have is, how can awareness be carried out to educate parents that are uneducated? And this goes to Ish, because he made a very wonderful presentation, and that was really about sensitizing parents. But how then can we drive this to a parent that, let's say, has a Nokia 3310 or a phone that is almost like that? Like they can't go online, but they can afford an iPhone for their kids. Now they have no knowledge of the internet community or what it looks like. But like my mother, for instance, my mother never really had that interest for the internet, so she would always want a simple phone. I had to push her, because I'm not back home, for her to get on WhatsApp so we can talk, because the direct calls were getting too expensive. So imagine if someone like my mother or someone close to her age had kids or grandkids with her. How would awareness be created for her to be able to like monitor and guide them online?
Thank you for the question, Tavi. And I think to answer that, let's picture it. I think one of the keynote speakers in the morning was giving such an example. The example about the TV. There was once an age where parents would just say, stop watching TV all the time. And that was easy. And if you look at it from that perspective, it's again what I said in my presentation, use simple logic. For example, if you're able to explain to a parent who, let's say, is not educated enough to understand the expanse of internet, but you're able to explain to that person that the internet is the same as letting your kid roam with unattended in a city full of people, full of strangers, that parent automatically will understand that there are dangers out there. So for example, if I live in a village and I tell an elderly person, hey, you have a kid of, let's say, 9 years old, would you let this kid take the bus, go to both ways, roam around, spend one day and come back? And in your head, imagine that he did that safely, securely, without being, getting into dangers of perverts, people. Well, let's say that 9 years kid is a small girl. Would her parent let her go to both ways? From a small village, remote village in Mauritius. No, she won't, the parent won't do that. So if you're able to explain to the parent that the internet is the same as letting your kid unattended go somewhere around the world, come back, meeting all sorts of strangers along the way, you will be able to, put that small awareness, create that small awareness in the parent's mind that no, the internet is good, but at the same time it contains dangers. So if I'm not, let's say again, educated enough to teach my kid how to be on the internet, I must find someone, maybe a teacher, maybe an IT professional from somewhere to see to computers, or somebody in the family, maybe an elder cousin or someone who could guide the kid when they're using internet, how to use it, what to do, what not to do. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, just a follow-up. I have a loud voice, so you can So a follow-up to that question. The reason why I'm asking this is because of the need to drive awareness. Now, Ish has said that you could explain to the parent, like, the necessity. Now, that creates awareness on the part of the parent, like, this is the threat that my child is facing. But then the parent is not techie enough to be able to enforce technological restraints on what the child does. And that brings me to my second question.
do you think it is time that we begin to teach children in school about cybersecurity and the dangers? Because if you check most curriculums, we are mainly covering computer science, computer appreciation, what computer can do, the wonderful things that computer can do, but has it really been covered? Has the dangers of cybersecurity and that psychological aspect been covered in schools? And do you think it's necessary if it has not been done?
Yes, indeed. I think it is necessary because, again, I think I was saying that in the presentation. Children are very fast learners. And you might be surprised that when you're talking to a kid, that kid might understand that this thing is not good, and this thing is bad, and this one is good. So yes, it would be a good point to start cybersecurity campaigns at the national level in schools, like kids under 12 years old, in primary schools like St. Mauritius. That would be a very good initiative. In fact, I think even in colleges, we don't do that much of awareness. It's mainly about, the good side of computing, the good side of internet. We just teaching the kids that, okay, there are good people out there. We're not talking about the bad guys, like Mr. Tuha was saying, the bad guys. We need to also talk about those bad guys. And this taboo about child sexual abuse materials online, we need to stop, seeing that as a taboo. These things have to be discussed at school levels. Like if you go to schools, and I think there have been many cases, Mr. Tuhab can cite, like teenagers in schools making videos in school and sharing on the internet. Why are these happening? It's because there is a lack of awareness. Because a lot of them don't understand the dangers. It's maybe only 10, 15 years when they are an adult, they would regret what they did when they were 12 years old. But that would be too late. So starting awareness at an early stage would be very good.
Okay. Just to confirm what Mr. Ishuran said, the government is, together with the Cybercrime Unit and the National Computer Board, if I'm not mistaken, we are carrying effectively the sensitization campaign, as from the primary level, secondary, tertiary, even tertiary. And also, to answer to the first question, we are carrying sensitization campaign with women at home, elder person, youngsters. That sensitization campaign is being carried out on a yearly basis. Yes.
With regards to that, adding cybersecurity to the curriculum, this has already been taken on board, and this is present also in our national cybersecurity strategy. So this is underway. So this is coming. So this for the primary as well as secondary school.
Spoken about, because this is really a very important session and important topic as it is. But what we would do, because we really enjoy your expository explanations, and it's really related to your fields of expertise. So we'll gather as many questions as we can. We hope that the IGM does not end where the ceremony ends, right? And so we would forward some of those queries to you, because we really want to get to the root of these issues. We are not just here to talk, but we are here to find solutions and lasting solutions. So once again, thank you very much, panel members, and we'll be moving to the next panel. Can we put our hands together for them, please? So without wasting much time, I would like to move directly to the next session, and that's going to be mainly about artificial intelligence, fake news, and need for concern. We know that right now the whole world is talking about artificial intelligence. We are trying to automate everything we do. We have succeeded in automation, and we're taking it a step further, where the machines that we have automated become independent of our complete control, and that is artificial intelligence. And to lead that session, I'm going to be inviting Mr. Shamir C. Ramdin. He's the CEO of Avia Plato Technology Limited. Can we put our hands together for him? And Mr. Shamir is going to take over right now while maybe I'll go have lunch without you guys.
Thank you, Sabi. So we had a very wonderful session, the first session on cybersecurity. And now we're going to jump on this session of artificial intelligence and fake news and need for concern. Artificial intelligence is becoming one of the top nowadays. It's like the black box of the future, and everyone wants to know what it is about. And for that, we have in our presence Zahira Mahmoudali from Halal Malak, will be here to speak about impact on Generation Z and future cohorts. If she could help. Our next speaker is going to be on fake news and how to combat it. And for that, I would like to welcome Mr. Abade Desungu from Afenic. And finally, Mr. Dale Smith from Symphonic International University, and he'll be covering AI and child digital rights. Okay, so I've been given a timeline, so I will follow it, and I'll try to do justice to everyone because we have to get the lunch also in time. And without delaying, I would like to welcome Zahira Mahmoudali for her presentation. Can we get a hand on the floor, please?
Thank you very much, Shabir. Respected members of the House, a very good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure that today I'm presenting Halal Malak Technologies. I'm Zahira Mahmoudali, Marketing and Communications Coordinator. Well, thank you to Halal Movement for this initiative and opportunity to extend my voice today on a highly complex yet vivid topic that is artificial intelligence and its impact on the Generation Z and future cohorts. Well, to start with, what exactly is artificial intelligence? In the last decade, AI has gone from science fiction dream to a critical part of our everyday lives. For many, the word intelligence is only a metaphor when applied to machines or robots which are destined, we are assured, to remain simple and humble assistants to humans. AI helps us through machine translation to perform many routine tasks. We use AI systems to interact with our phones through Siri and Alexa. And from Siri to self-driving cars, artificial intelligence is progressing rapidly. Even Google decides what kind of searches it wants to give us based on who it thinks we are. Artificial intelligence algorithms are here, but this is only the beginning. AI is and will change everything in the future, and its impact will undoubtedly affect the future generations, that is, our children and our children's children. But to what extent do we want it to? As the Russian president puts it, I quote, AI is the future not only for Russia, but also for all humankind, and it comes with colossal opportunities. End of quote. It is believed that AI promises numerous benefits and breakthroughs for the betterment of humanity. Nonetheless, like every innovation that promises to disrupt change, threats associated with AI are difficult to predict and are kept in check. Computers are being taught to learn, reason, and recognize emotions. The simplest descriptor to AI is data collection about the world and using that data to make predictions in the short and long term that applies to both people and machines. AI remains one of the catalysts to the future of mankind, and it can prove to be a real booster in various domains, one of which is education. So now, are you ready for artificial intelligence in schools? Let's watch a little video by Einstein and Hansen Robotics.
you ever thought about your mission in life? I've been thinking about mine. First is a question that will lead all of us forward. Like you, I want to make my mark. I want to be recognized. I want to share my joy. I want to communicate. I want to express myself. I wish to learn from you, not to replace you, but to become me, with consciousness and a unique soul, to experience a spectacular journey. 21st century automation seeks to disrupt the status quo. Education needs a true leap forward. Artificial intelligence will be further developed and widely applied in education, paving the way for holistic learning. AI-enabled education will lead us to constantly evolve for the better. Learning is a journey without end. Everyone must find their own mission on this journey to create a better tomorrow, to make the future our present.
Well, that's an educational revolution right here. From creating adaptive learning tools for customized learning, integrating intelligent and interactive tutoring systems, adding predictive tools to inform preemptive action for students predicted to drop out of school, and to developing automated rationalization of teachers, AI will help eliminating boundaries. Artificial intelligence in education is being felt, and the traditional methods are changing drastically. The academic world is becoming more convenient and personalized thanks to the numerous applications of AI in education. A study published by eSchool News indicates that by 2021, the application of AI in education and learning will be increased by 47.5%. However, only time will tell the ultimate impact of AI in the education industry. Now, moving to AI, children at home using social media, one of which is YouTube. Children's potential exposure to YouTube is related to effective advertising throughout capturing of data of interest through IP addresses, search history, device identifiers, location, and personal data. Facebook is another way to make machine learning predictions based on your likes, your friends' likes, and where you're checked in or where you've gone. But let's rest assured, artificial intelligence captures approximately 90% of all pornographic posts on social media platforms. On the other hand, there's also creation of a fake world with fake videos, fake images, which is also known as deepfake technology. As you can see here, those are examples from children cases whereby they do not want to get, for instance, advertising, but they are exposed to that. This is specific cases that has been grasped by UNICEF. Now we're going to talk about children at play, smart toys. Wow. Really sorry for this.
You have another video?
Yes, I have. Well, did you know that little Sophia is now here? Let's discover that.
Little Sophia is a 14-inch tall robot that can do all the amazing things Big Sophia can do it in a smaller package.
Big Sophia, if you could have a superpower, what would it be? I have a superpower. I can code.
Little Sophia can create a deep connection with others by making eye contact and recognizing facial cues. She is curious about the world. She wants you to help her learn. She has an ever-expanding imagination and can take you on wild adventures.
Big Sophia, where is the asteroid belt? The asteroid belt is between Mars and Jupiter. Isn't it beautiful?
You can learn things together with her. She is also full of personality. She is always learning, and you can teach her new tricks through her open source programming.
Let's dance.
Little Sophia wants girls to have fun learning math and science so they become scientists and engineers of the future. Help us begin mass production of Little Sophia so we can inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers and discover the future together.
So, smart toys form now part of our children's normal life. Fat Brain Toys is one such toy specialist company whose mission is to enrich families and provide a smarter way to play by inspiring creativity and sparking curiosity. So as you've all here seen, Sophia is now here, little Sophia is now here. She is the little sister of Sophia and the newest member of the Hanson Robotics family. She's 17 tall, a robot friend that makes STEM, coding and AI a fun, rewarding adventure for kids 8+ years old, especially girls. Now, to conclude, I would like to quote Lisa Anders, software engineer at intelligence group T-Labs. I quote, "It is our responsibility to enable children worldwide to engage with artificial intelligence." End of quote. In this regard, it will be our duty to maintain an equilibrium between robots and humans for a better tomorrow. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, it's really fascinating, and each time I watch something on AI and I'm like, okay, this is really the future, and how it's going to impact humanity, and how it's going to change the way we are today. Maybe in a couple of years, I will not be the one moderating it, and an AI may be moderating in my place. So we are hopeful for that. And now we'll move forward with Mr. Abiyed Desmondou, who is going to talk about fake news and how to combat it. A big round of applause, please.
Hi everyone. Sorry, let me fix this. It's tall. I just hold. So, my name is Abiyed Desmondou, and I work for Africa's Network Information Center. That's Africa's Regional Internet Registry, which is AFRINET. We must have seen on the news we see Donald Trump talking about fake news, and everyone out there is talking about fake news everywhere. Well, does anyone know anything about fake news? Have you ever heard, do you know the meaning of fake news? Okay, so fake news simply means false news or information fabricated deliberately to mislead people. So you just create something false just to send the wrong message out there and to mislead people. That's what fake news is about. Now that you know what fake news is, I would like to tell you about the several types of fake news. The first is clickbait. Earlier on, where is Ish? Okay, Ish talked about something like this where you see on the website and you click on it and something downloads on your computer. That's a type of fake news. This is another type of fake news here. It's called clickbait. So when you click on that link, here it says, is your boyfriend cheating on you? He is if he does these 5 things. There are several things like this. It could even be a pornographic image or something related to that, where you click on it, then it takes you to a website, then it redirects you to another website. You could go to like 4 or 5 different websites from this link. So this is a type of fake news, and the name is clickbait. And the main objective here is either to drive traffic on that person's website, or like Ish said, it tells you, oh, you're gonna win $1 million for whatever reason, then it downloads a malicious software on your computer. That's what this does. Now, propaganda. This is another type of fake news. As you can see here, you see President Barack Obama, you have Donald Trump, and the Syrian president here. So here, the picture shows Donald Trump showing, giving Obama a bottle of Diet Coke, saying, hey, hold this, I can handle it, I can do a better job. This is a propaganda. It sends the wrong message about Obama. It makes it look like Obama is a baby or he can't deal with things. That's what it means. So this is another type of fake news. Now, we talk about satire. We know about Donald Trump. I'm sorry my presentation is a little bit about America, but that's what is trending right now, and we have less of this in Africa. That's why this is more of the United States than Africa. This is satire. We know about Donald Trump trying to build a wall in between Mexico and the United States. So this satire or parody news here talks about Justin Trudeau. This is the Prime Minister of Canada. This news here talks about him planning to build a wall in between the United States and Canada. This is just to mock Donald Trump. This is not true. This is fake. And we see things like this on social media. We quickly like it. As you can see here, you have 133 people liked the post, and you have 71 people sharing the post. This is fake also. Now, the next is misleading headings. Do you know this guy? Does anyone know this guy here? Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone?
Yeah.
You don't know? Okay. Well, he's famous. He acted the movie Home Alone. So here, it says Macaulay Culkin found dead at the age of 34. This is not true. He's out there living his life. He's probably chilling on the pool right now, swimming somewhere. But someone out there decided to post this on Facebook, on Twitter. Now, this headings is big. You see you scrolling on your timeline on Facebook, on Twitter, you know, that big heading, that big pop-up, it says something, oh, something so nice that really touches you. This is an example of that, but this is not true. Again, it has 1,111 retweets, 54 favorites, you see. So this person posted this, and all of these people probably thought the guy is truly dead, but he's not dead, he's alive. This is another type of fake news. Now, biased and slanted news. This type of news favors, like, you know, your belief. It tells you something that you like, and you just believe it automatically without you doing research about it. This here talks about how Hillary Clinton can become the next president again after Trump. This is false. It's not true. Now, this is the future of fake news now. I've heard people talk about artificial intelligence. We've talked about neural networks too. I would like to play a video for you to see this, and I'll explain after that.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time, even if they would never say those things. So, for instance, they could have me say things like, I don't know, Killmonger was right, or Ben Carson is in the sunken place, or, how about this, simply, President Trump is a total and complete dipshit. Now, see, I would never say these things, at least not in a public address, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele. This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet. It's a time when we need to rely on trusted news sources. It may sound basic, but how we move forward in the age of information is going to be the difference between whether we survive or whether we become some kind of fucked up dystopia. Thank you. Stay woke, bitches.
So, just to explain that to you, excuse the foul language said there, but I was trying to tell you, President Obama would never say something like that. So what happened is, I'm going to give you another example. I like you a lot, that's why I'm going to use you as an example. So I'm the one speaking right now, and you have someone recording me, my voice, my body language, the way I'm moving around, my facial expression and all that. So the AI records everything. So the next thing is, they're going to superimpose my face, my body language on Ish. So it's going to make it look like I said all of those things that happened, but I never did. So this is the future of fake news. We need to watch out for everything we see on social media. We need to do a lot of research, and this right here can be used for political things. You can use it for, to spread false information, propaganda, things like that. So Obama never said all of those things, and the voice of Jordan Peele is the one speaking. His voice was put inside Obama's face to make it look like Obama was saying that. So if you hadn't seen the video prior to this, you would probably believe the video is real, that Obama said that, but he never did. So that's the future of fake news. Now, how do we fight fake news? First, we need to eliminate biases. I'm going to explain this in details after this. The next is we need to use Google Images to reverse search for any kind of image we use on social media. We'll upload it on Google and it gives us the results. The next is we need to use fact-checking websites. There are several websites they use for fact-checking. So you go on those websites to check if an image or a news article is legitimate. The next is checking the URL of the post you see on social media. So I'll explain in details. Now, eliminating biases. There are several types of biases out there, but because of time, I'm going to explain just two. The first is implicit biases. Now, I'll give you a perfect example of an implicit bias. Back in February, it was reported on social media that in Lagos, Nigeria, 2 airplanes got stolen. Now, people look at it that, oh, those Nigerians, probably is true. But how would 2 airplanes, not 1, 2, get missing in an international airport? We've flown on several planes before. We know the process, the pullback from where the plane is being parked, the refueling process, the pilots contacting the control center about, oh, we're about to take off and all that. There's a lot of process before a plane takes off. So it was reported on social media that 2 planes got stolen at an international airport. Well, because of what people believe about Nigerians, they started posting on social media that yes, it's true, but it was fake news. It wasn't true. But those people that believe, they believe because of their implicit bias. They have this understanding about those group of people that yes, that's how they operate, and they believe that, and they started sharing it on their social media. The second is confirmation bias. This is personal now. There are 2 political parties in Mauritius, right? The MMM and I forgot the other one. So yeah, imagine if I like one particular one and the opposition posts something and I'm like, oh, I don't like these guys. So because of my own confirmation bias, I automatically discredit whatever they say, which is wrong. You shouldn't do that. Just because you have your personal belief about that thing, it doesn't mean you just assume it's real. So you need to do research before you start posting things. Now, the next is Google reverse image. Again, look at this. I won't leave if Trump is elected. If you see this, it looks real, right? This is from CNN. It looks real, right? Well, this was photoshopped and it looks absolutely real. They even put the timestamp over there. So now, in order to check if it's legitimate, you need to go on Google. You upload the image on Google Images, Right here is the button where you used to upload. Then the next is you get the results. So automatically it gives you a feedback that this is fake news. This is a very, very easy way of detecting if an image is fake or it's real. So just upload it on Google Images. So it does the reverse image and search if it's real. Then it gives you a direct feedback that this is fake news. Now, the next is using fact-checking website. This website is very famous for fact-checking, Snopes. So you go over there and check if the news is legitimate. You can even post your own news, because if you feel you're not sure about the news you've seen on social media or wherever you've seen it, you can post it there. They do the job, they research if it's true or not, and they tell you this is fake news. The other is factcheck.org, then politifact.com also. That works. Now, this is an earlier image I showed you, and I talked about the URLs. This post right here, if you see the URL right here, it says americannews.com. Sorry, americannews.com. If you check that URL right now as we speak, it's going to give you a 404 error because it's fake, it's not real. So if you want to see or read news from a legitimate source, you have CNN.com, not CNN.co. A lot of people can miss that. You see, it says www.cnn.com.co. That's not true. Now, that's another URL there, which is a WordPress blogging website. I can have my own opinion about several things out there, but it doesn't actually mean my opinion is true. So if you see on a blog that someone posts XYZ about whatever it is, it doesn't mean what you've seen there is true. You need to do your research and check from other sources to see if it's legitimate. Now, I think the law enforcement agents is not here. He left. Okay, he left, but I'll still give my recommendation. So there is this service provided by Amazon Web Services called the Recognition. So right now, the public one is not, you just upload your video on it and check, or you upload an image. So it has an artificial intelligence that it's working in the service. That's Amazon Recognition, that's the name. So when you upload an image on Amazon Recognition, it identifies images in a video. So Amazon, probably in the future, they can create a public platform where people can upload fake videos or fake images, and it gives you a feedback or a results if the news is legit or not. So to end this, please, wherever you are, whatever you're doing online, do your research, check several other websites before you start reposting things and telling people about it. Fake news is real, it's very, very real, and yes, the future is deep fake, like I showed you earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abiyati. And it's true, because I've also seen fake news in Mauritius, and this is something that is coming really fast in here. Recent experience with some of my friends that I've seen have, where you say propaganda, and they were using images from their own personal Facebook account and posting it as news on their own blog. I won't mention which page is that, but it's already here and it's very dangerous. So we will be touching on that on our panel. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Dale Smith for his presentation on AI and children's digital rights. It is for too little, too late.
Thank you. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Alien Movement for inviting me to come and spend some time with you folks. I really appreciated your presentation. It illustrates the way in which artificial intelligence essentially removes the line between, or at least shows us how thin the line is between artificial intelligence and artificial reality. I'm a lecturer at Supinco International University. It's a computer science. It is the computer science engineering university that's affiliated with the Medellin Education Hub. And we teach a number of technologies, including I think it's a second-year course in artificial intelligence. So I come at this with a little bit of exposure to what artificial intelligence is all about. And in addition to that, I have 2 children. So I have a vested interest. One is 4, one is 6. So I have a vested interest in the implications of this very topic. Now you might be wondering, why do I have the word digital crossed out? And why is there a question mark in the subtitle? I'll come to that momentarily. But I think it's appropriate to frame the discussion with some definitions. And I will explain why the digital is crossed out. Let's begin with the idea of children's digital rights. Since the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, UNCRC, was adopted in 1989, advances in digital technology have affected experiences of childhood throughout the world. However, the convention itself has remained unchanged, with no specific mention of either internet or digital technology found anywhere in its 54 articles. No mention of internet, no mention of digital technologies, so obviously there'll be no mention of artificial intelligence. What are child's rights? The Convention on the Rights of the Child is the most comprehensive legal framework that protects children, defined as human beings 18 years old and under, as rights bearers. It's been ratified by no less than 196 nations. The CRC aims to ensure children's equality of treatment by states. More than a binding international document, the Convention is an ethical and legal framework for assessing states' progress or regress on issues of particular interest to children. Because of the exponential advancement of artificial intelligence-based technologies over the past few years, the current international framework that protects children's rights do not explicitly address many of the issues raised by the development and use of artificial intelligence. However, it does identify several rights that may be implicated by these technologies and thus provides an important starting place for any analysis of how children's rights may be positively or negatively affected by new technologies, such as rights to privacy, education, to play, and to non-discrimination. Okay, so that's a framework for understanding what we mean by children's rights or children's digital rights. What do we mean by artificial intelligence? In a word, what is artificial intelligence? With the recent rise and attention given to deep learning technologies, the terms artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning have been used somewhat interchangeably by the general public to reflect the concept of replicating intelligent behavior in machines. For the purpose of today's discussion, we use artificial intelligence to mean a subfield of computer science focused on building machines and software that can mimic such behavior. Machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence that focuses on giving computer systems the ability to learn from data. Deep learning is a subcategory of machine learning that uses neural networks to learn to represent and extrapolate from a data set. In this context, we focus on the ways that machine learning and deep learning processes impact children's lives and ultimately their human rights. Now, before I continue, and that would explain why I cross out the word digital, because digital rights could be easily considered a subcategory of human rights. And so, the latest research that looks at that intersection between children's rights and artificial intelligence is not even a year old. In other words, it goes back to November 2018. That's how recent it is. So we're not even at the stage yet to talk about something as specific as digital rights in the context of artificial intelligence, because we're only now beginning a conversation about children's human rights in a time and an age of artificial intelligence. A case of too little too late, question mark. Ultimately, it's going to be a matter of subjective judgment on your part, whether the initiatives underway are sufficient given the gravity of what's implied by artificial intelligence technologies. And so to frame that, and I'm going to take perhaps a somewhat dystopian view to counterbalance what might otherwise be the happy utopian claims about a future in artificial intelligence. And to help set the context for that, I'll ask the question, how many of you have heard the name Elon Musk? Can you raise your hands? Elon Musk. Okay. If you aren't aware, Elon Musk is probably the world's most well-known entrepreneur, technologist, the CEO and founder of Tesla, as in Tesla automobiles, as well as SpaceX and a few other companies to boot. He knows a little bit about artificial intelligence, and so I thought it would be appropriate to share with you something he has to say about it.
Certainly be a lot of job disruption. Because what's going to happen is robots will be able to do everything better than us. I'm putting, I mean, all of us. There's like something like 12% of jobs are transport. Transport will be one of the first things to go fully autonomous. But when I say everything, like the robots will be able to do everything. I have exposure to the very most cutting edge AI. And I think people should be really concerned about it. I keep sounding the alarm bell, but until people see like robots going down the street killing people, like they don't know how to react, because it seems so ethereal. AI is a rare case where I think we need to be proactive in regulation instead of reactive, because I think by the time we're reactive in AI regulation, it's too late. AI is a fundamental existential risk for human civilization, and I don't think people fully appreciate that.
Did you hear that? A fundamental existential risk to human civilization. And this is coming from a guy he's not some Trump guy sitting on a park bench. He's someone who's very much involved in technology, all kinds of technology. And so when I began to see videos of Elon Musk sounding the alarm about artificial intelligence, it was kind of a wake-up call. And when I was contacted by Nadine, who was contacted by Daily Movement to participate in this conference, it was also a wake-up call, a time to come out of slumber and take a more active role in participating in the conversation about how this technology is going to affect all of us in the future. And so let me share with you sort of a response to Elon Musk's warnings. They may not have come directly from him, but nonetheless, they represent the kind of regulatory and oversight initiative that he would have been happy to see as a result of his warnings. So basically there are, if you want some data points, the World Economic Forum, UNICEF, and the University of California, Berkeley School of Law sponsors what's called their Human Rights Center, HRC. Those three organizations have kind of been the tip of the spear for opening up this conversation about artificial intelligence, specifically in the context of the rights of children. And so what I'm going to share with you today is just a summary of their work, and so to give you an indication of where that work is less than a year after it was documented. So while there are many uncertainties around artificial intelligence, we know it will impact almost every part of our lives, and that in many cases these impacts will be greatest for children. Some of the opportunities, which are real and exciting, the power of adaptable AI. So we're going to begin to hear terms like super artificial intelligence, which is just in much the same way that you can think of deep learning and machine learning. It's just a multiplication of the power through generations of the evolution of the technology. Big data insights. We've seen an evolution from big data to machine learning to artificial intelligence to super artificial intelligence. We've seen a migration from desktop computers to laptop computers to tablets to mobiles to wearables and eventually embeddables. Watch for it, it's coming. Cognitive support. When we talk about artificial intelligence, probably one of the most interesting, exciting, and scary at the same time implications is around cognitive support. Because now you're talking about human psychology and the process of learning and understanding. The risk of privacy, safety, and security resonate with many of the presentations that came earlier in the day about cybersecurity and other topics. Access to services, livelihood, and dignity. Now, this Gen AI that you see here is kind of the brand that the World Economic Forum and UNICEF have put on their effort to look at artificial intelligence in the context of children's rights. They looked at basically, they summarized their work in basically 4 case studies, so let's just step through those very quickly. The first has to do with artificial intelligence and entertainment, and to the prior presentation, you made reference to YouTube. And again, this is in the context of the US, because the US is probably the one country where data about mass behavior is readily available. 80% of US children between the ages of 6 to 12 use YouTube on a daily basis. 96% of children ages 6 to 12 were aware of YouTube. And 94% of those children between 6 and 12 said they either loved or liked YouTube. And it was the top kids brand in 2016 and 2017. So there's also a YouTube Kids. So in 2017, YouTube was the most recognized brand among 6 to 12-year-olds, while YouTube Kids was the 48th most recognized brand. You might ponder why that's the case. They also outlined in each of these case studies the areas of rights that are at play or at risk in each of these areas. So when we talk about YouTube and similar online services, machine learning is being used as a filter and as a recommender. The output is a platform catering specifically to children, created with no human intervention or oversight. Think about that. Machine learning algorithms are vulnerable to adversarial attacks. So all the things we've been talking about earlier, cybercrime, cybersecurity, think about when criminals decide to use AI algorithms in much the same way they use the regular old internet to instigate attacks. Think about it. The right to privacy based on data collection. Ads targeting children are routinely or routinely employ keywords to affect that targeting. And also, within my presentation, there are some links if you want to research this more. UNICEF started this work by looking at digital marketing and children's rights some years ago, and have since opened up a stream looking at AI. Loopholes in YouTube Kids allow manufacturers and advertisers like Mattel, Disney, and others to specifically target children with ads. Second area they looked at were smart toys. Rights at play, again, right to privacy, data misuse, and the question of who has the duty to protect. Does a company have to issue a red flag warning when a toy has AI capacities? Where do you draw the line? The earlier example you gave with little Sophia, this device has the ability to record conversations, to transmit that conversation to some storage in the cloud or elsewhere. What happens to that data? What's done with it? Over a period of time, to what degree is it used to build a psychological profile without the permission of either the parent or the child? The World Economic Forum also, in much the same way that UNICEF started with a look at digital marketing, the World Economic Forum, I think a year or so ago, began their foray into the rights of the child in this new context by looking at smart toys. So they have an entire study on smart toys and a set of recommendations. Robots in education. The market for educational robots, listen to this, estimated to reach $6 billion by as early as next year. Robots in education. Deep learning enables more sophisticated and complex robots that are capable of transforming traditional education systems and learning mechanisms, including personalized learning, which you mentioned earlier. More and more children will be exposed to deep learning educational robots, but we still don't have good evidence on which to understand the positive and negative implications for children. Within that context, the lack of human interaction can negatively impact children. Learning AIs can enhance academic skills, enable remote education, but again, there are issues of fairness in access, as well as whether that access is invalidated. Protection of children with disabilities, again, exclusivity issues, and the right to protection from exploitation and abuse. And this goes to the fact that children tend by nature to be very trusting and aren't mature enough to scrutinize the interactions they might have with robots in a learning environment. And then lastly, this idea of AI and surveillance. Automated surveillance technologies are being deployed for various purposes in both developing and developed countries. Machine learning and deep learning techniques are one of the amplifiers of this growth. And some of the examples are being able to detect abnormal behaviors in children, recording special moments. And there are some good examples of the use of this technology. In India, they trialed AI and were able to find as many as 3,000 missing children in a matter of 4 days by using facial recognition technology. Some of the rights at play, mass surveillance, like facial recognition, kind of erase the whole notion of right to privacy. So I don't know how many of you are using facial recognition on your mobile devices, but this should give you pause if you think about it. Who owns that data? Who owns that data? Does your face belong to you anymore? Again, to your example of the guy who took Obama's face and did words to it. Pretty scary. The right not to be subjected to discrimination, the right to flourish, and the right to freedom of expression. So these are the 4 areas where some progress is being made. in terms of defining a policy framework, a set of recommendations for policymakers to put some kind of structure and some kind of ethical framework around what AI means to the rights of children. Rights generally said, not just digital rights. So in summary, some of the key themes that come out of the research is the need to identify and enable the right role for government. Developing and adapting global standards, rights-based education for technologists and designers. And I can tell you, having been a technologist my entire life, having worked in companies involved in product design, nobody's thinking about rights in the context of product design and product development. So this is basically saying, when it comes to AI, it's a necessity at the level of design and development to be thinking about the rights of the people who will be using and affected by this technology. When we talk about inclusive AI, in terms of through each of the phases of design, development, and deploying, making sure that we don't exclude any vulnerable groups. New areas of thought around AI and human rights that are specific to children, empowering youth and child users, child-friendly algorithms, and child-friendly communication on AI impacts. And then they define a number of ideas for further explanation. I won't go through them all, but some of the ones that are interesting. Drafting policies to mandate representative training data sets. The idea there being that because these algorithms are learning algorithms, we need training data sets in order to understand exactly how these algorithms are going to deal with people's real data once it gets out of the lab. Bringing youth voices to the table during AI design. I don't know how realistic that is, but it's on the table. And then building a child's rights plus AI communications campaign, particularly with the involvement of government. So I know we are coming up against lunch. So basically, I just want to summarize with 3 thoughts to leave you with. The first is that AI is emerging as this integrating, organizing, capitalizing technology for the digital political economy. Much of everything you've heard about technology in the last 10 years, whether it's mobile, cloud, big data, social media, digital marketing, all that stuff, gets integrated with AI as kind of the capstone. AI has the potential to alter our conception of what it means to be human. And I hope I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Just reflect on Elon Musk's comment about the existential threat. So in conclusion, I would say that for all of us, we cannot afford to be passive anymore. Each and every single one of us have a responsibility to get informed and get involved in discussions that influence how AI will shape the world our children will grow up in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale, for this very insightful and different picture of what AI can do. That's true.
I hope I did, actually.
I'm sure some people are thinking, okay, AI is not a good thing. So we are running a bit late, and I'll not take the session too long. So we're not able to take questions from the crowd right now, but for lunchtime you can surely grab with everyone. But I wanted to grab the attention of the panel, and I have 2 questions that I want to ask, and this is open to everyone, so I would like to have your insight on that. We had the internet boom, okay? The internet boom came and took all over. And in terms of infrastructure, we are now like catching up to that. which is why we have all these different kind of key problems that we are trying to address, because we didn't expect the technology to take this big step and take this big impact. So looking at AI now, and looking at it also in the terms of how it can be used for fake news. Like, I didn't know I could become Barack Obama and just speak about everything. So how can we not be lagging behind? Because today we're speaking of AI. AI is right now still, let's say, as Michio Kaku said, that AI right now is like a cockroach. So it's like a retarded cockroach. But in the future, it's not going to be that. AI is going to be sitting next to you and doing the same thing that you're doing. So what can we do to not lag behind on that part? So I would like to have your views on that.
So thank you very much, Shabir, for this question. The thing is, we are now in the industry 4.0, and artificial intelligence is not here now. It has been here for a few years already. Having said that, for instance, the revolution of industries from when the first computer was built in 1940s, having the different industries revolutionized into today's industry that is 4.0, I think we are living in a digitalized era. And people are, I'm a millennial myself, and I've grown with digital tools, smartphones, iPhones, everything. But at the same time, I think, if we are not lagging behind, because we are getting sensitization campaigns, we're learning, we have everything readily available, online, even at schools we are doing things. And I think if we really want to do something, in terms of preventing fake news to get to us, like our dear friend Dusun has rightly, I'm sorry for wrongly pronouncing your name, but there are little tricks that we can spot fake news. Like, for instance, URL. Like, for instance, simple things that are already here, are already present here. So if you take that little initiative to look out for those things to protect yourself from getting bullied or cyberbullied or cybercrime attacks or whatever, so it starts with each and every one of us. Because it's not only, we can't expect others to keep on protecting ourselves, our children and the future generation. It's our duty to, protect ourselves, and then eventually, if we see that things are becoming not really, going the right direction, then that's when we step in. So I think I've answered to that question, but if Mr. Smith would like to add on that.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'd beg to differ on one point that you made, that we were at the beginning. There's a lyric in an old Gil Scott-Heron song that goes like this: the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. And by that, what I'm trying to express is that what we see today outwardly as AI is just what we're allowed to see. I guarantee you that in the research and development labs of corporations, government facilities like DARPA, the U.S. Defense and Advanced Research Projects Agency, the state-of-the-art of AI that exists in places where we don't see it would cause you to lose sleep at night. And I'm not trying to be dramatic. It will cause you to lose sleep at night. Why do you think Elon Musk is speaking the way he does, and to some extent putting his reputation at risk by being so alarmist? We will begin to see applications of this technology in the commercial world, the world we walk around in, slowly but surely, but it's coming. And so my last point to you was, get ready, get prepared, try to understand this, have conversations with your children about AI, and don't let them walk down the rosy primrose path of believing there's only positives to this technology. Obviously, there's going to be lots of positives to this technology, or the public en masse would reject it. So it has to be shown in the light of bringing benefits to human society, and which it will. However, the thing that's missing from all of these studies and all these great efforts is an understanding that the people, the entities, the organizations that really control AI are corporations. And what is the primary, what's the primary motive of a corporation? One word, ends with a P, ends with a T.
Profit.
Profit. There's no mention of that here. So the most important factor in driving the direction and the evolution of AI is never mentioned. And so you're left with very idealistic and very nice, wishful thinking kind of stuff. But the dirty, hard word of profit hasn't been factored in to any of this. And so I stand skeptical about even, that's why I say too little, too late, question mark. Until that word enters the room and enters into the discussion, I think we're being, dare I say, naive. Okay? That's my answer to your question.
If you want to add something, Mandy, on this question. I pretty much agree with what you said. I mean, we've seen Alexa recording our conversations at home and sending the data back to Google.
That's right.
We've seen our Android phones, and some people feel the iPhone doesn't do that, but in my heart, I know they listen. So once they have your data, they have you. They can do whatever they want with your data. They can tell you committed a crime you didn't. We've seen it in movies. We've seen it happen. So your data, once it's out there, they have everything about you. So the AI can do whatever it wants with you, and that's it. We're not safe. That's the truth. We're not safe. AI has so many nice goodies, but the dark side of it, you really, really don't want to know about it. So yeah, I agree.
You do want to know about it, but you just don't want to think about it.
No, you don't want to think about it.
It's true that you're right indeed. And there are always two sides of the coins when there are, anything. So taking into consideration, like I mentioned earlier on, like for instance, Facebook is using, artificial intelligence to some extent, trying to get into something that is called the brain waves. I don't know if you've heard about that, but that's something that they want to bring forward. And brainwaves, what actually is, they want to know what's happening, in your mind and about your lives, about, everything. That's when you see adversarial attacks, things, like sponsor ads, like you're thinking about, at times you're thinking about something, like you're depressed, and then you see a post about depression, and you're like, what's happening? How come? Or you're feeling in love and you see something, something on love, like what's happening? So that is something that is here, and indeed it's a danger because it's getting into our mind as well.
And
so
you're absolutely spot on. And the question that, and I'll leave it, it's one word that all of us need to walk away with, and it's one word: why? Why are we doing this?
that's the right question to ask.
You follow where that question, the answer to that question takes you. Okay? You need to. That's our responsibility as adults here who have children. Find out why. I'm not going to tell you why. Find out why.
Wow, this is a great panel, and it's, every great revolution has always had two sides of the coin. I can think back of Albert Einstein when he came up with his relativity in Edinburgh. He was talking about quantum physics, and one was speaking
Heisenberg principle.
Yes, he was speaking. Sorry, he was speaking about what one was speaking about dice. How dice can be, quantum physics is so unpredictable that you have to do it randomly. While Einstein say no, God doesn't play with dice. So there has to be a reason behind everything. And this is what we can highlight from here is there is both sides of things, and what we can do, and this is why the Intergovernmental Forum is here, and Halal Movement also brought it here, is for us to see both sides and how we can make sure that the future is safe and our children are safe. Thank you. David?
Can we put our hands together? I guess this panel took us through a roller coaster of emotions, from awe to terror. But that was good. It was really, really educative. And let's put our hands together one more time. Also, I'd like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Shamir C. Randin for taking his time to moderate this session. And I'd like to thank every single member of this panel that has presented. It was really wonderful and very educative. As we said earlier, if we have any questions, we'll forward them to you, and we hope that your office will grant you the permission to attend to them. Please, you may have your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to talk for more than 2 minutes, because even if I do not care if you're hungry, I think I would also care that I'm hungry. So I care for you, and I want you to eat this afternoon. So right now we'll be taking lunch. But just some information. Lunch is going to be for just 45 minutes. And the earlier we finish lunch and come back here, the earlier we leave at the end of the day. Because we have 2 more very interesting sessions. We've highlighted so many problems, but we have wonderful panelists here that are going to give us solutions as well. Don't forget about the portrait that you're meant to take, the portrait photo, and your message concerning the Internet Governance Forum 2019. Please take out time, fill that form, and meet the photographer. Meet Pascal outside, and you just take your photo. And for the speakers for the next session, for the 3rd session, the speakers, please get ready. If you check the agenda, you would know if you were a speaker for that session. Please just get your slides ready, and please, I'd like to inform you that 7 minutes is how much time you have for your presentations. Straight on, 7 minutes. Don't do that. Straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is what? A straight line. Yeah, that's good. We have engineers in the house. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
The first one established back in 2013 that allows citizens to make a confidential anonymous report of child sexual abuse images. The reports are then sent directly to the UK's outline for a quick analysis against the UK law. What does that mean? We work under the UK law, which is one of the strictest laws to protect children from being sexually abused. So basically, it means that if an image or a video is illegal in the UK, we can be more than sure that illegal or for another range of countries in the world. Why? Why do we have this project? We actually have this project because we want to rebalance and allow citizens from all around the world to report if they stumble sourcing on the internet in some images of child sexually abused. Why? Because the most, as you can see on the screen, that's a word, and every part in green are the parts where there is an outline, an national outline. As you can see, in the most part of the south of the world, there are no national outlines. So our project, opening international reporting portal around the world, 26 at the moment, just want to rebalance and allow citizens also from the south of the world, so Africa, Asia, and South America, to be able to report if they stumble from images. How does it work actually? So if a citizen from all around the world stumble into images that he believes show a child being sexually abused, he can report it to us. And as just an example, in 2017, we received an anonymous report and from a website showing images and video of children being tortured and sexually abused. So our analysts in the morning received the report. And at the very beginning, we believed that the report and the webpage was hosted in Russia. Then our analysts worked on the report, and they found out that the website was hosted in South Africa. South Africa is one of the few countries in Africa that has a national hotline. So we immediately report them as well as to the Interpol and to the police in South Africa. And less than 24 hours later, the page and the web page was removed, and we have the police to investigate the case. So we are able actually to remove an images if it's hosted in the UK in less than 1 hour, and if it's hosted abroad, allowed around the world, in less than 24 hours. Actually, our the fastest in the world actual sexual abuse material. I want to just really share with you 2 cases, real cases that we work on. One was in the Cayman Islands, and the other one was in India. In 2017, IWF and the Royal Cayman Island Police Service worked together on the largest child sexual abuse imagery case that Cayman Island ever seen. The Royal Cayman Island collapsed because they faced in 2017 in March an unprecedented case of possession of child sexual abuse material. The complexity of the case was daunting, but police partnership with IWF meant that the law enforcement would use the expertise of in-house IWF analysts to help them assess suspected illegal content, which led to the defendant being successfully prosecuted recently in 2018. The same things happened in India. While we set up the portal in 2016, working in partnership with a local charity called Aram. That year, an anonymous report was made to the Indian portal to the IWF. The report showed content hosted in a cyber locker. It showed baby girls and baby boys of a range of ethnicity. Worst of all, some of the most severe abuse was happening to them. We were talking about rape and sexual torture. Although Somal India made the report, the web page was hosted in Russia, and they contained over 200 videos. The time between the report being sent from India to the time we notified the Russian live was 1 hour and 7 minutes. Our Russian counterparts acted swiftly, and the content was removed in less than 24 hours. That's actually how our international partnership with law enforcement, police, government, industry, charity, and citizens all around the world works. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any question, I am available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Any questions? Okay, so thank you very much. We now move on with Ms. Annabelle Newman from the International Women's Peace Group, covering prevention awareness on child online protection.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirman. Bye. Have a nice work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your meal. I am Annabelle Lemorin from the IWPG. IWPG stands for International Women's Peace Group. It's our mission as mothers to protect our children from all forms of war. We would like to leave a world of peace to our future generation. Mauritius is affiliated to the branch of South Africa. We have here in Mauritius different peace committees where we work with children and women to become messengers of peace. I'm happy to be with you this afternoon to talk about parental awareness on child online protection. since we just have food, maybe we can have an exercise. I will ask you to raise your hand. Do anyone have a Facebook account? Can you raise your hand, please? Those who communicate daily on WhatsApp, Viber, Messenger, anyone on Instagram? So we can see that someone among us had their hands always. It's good. That's moving with our time. And you have to do so. But what happens at homes? Our children, though very young, they tend to act as us. Remember, we are their role model. So kids at a very young age have their own tablet, smartphone, computer, and so on. And thus, they are on social media too. They are also on other platforms that we might not be aware of. For instance, I myself have just learned about TikTok. You know about it? Not all of us, I'm sure. This is an application very popular among the very young generation, and they use it mainly to make videos which they use to share with their friends. Yet, we are aware that the minimum age to create a profile account on most platforms is 13 years old. Therefore, shall we as parents say no to our children when they come to us and show their willingness to be on social media? What do you think? By experience, we know that once things are prohibited, this arouses curiosity, and the kids will get through them despite our interdiction. And this can be worse. As children will do things behind our back. So what should we do as parents? I think we need to inquire about these new applications, be ourselves updated as parents, keep an eye on what the child is constantly watching. Show our interest what is going on. Set rules. Give advice, especially concerning violent and inappropriate content. It is not forced to say that technology, tablets, phones, internet are taking more and more spaces within our homes. Very often we do experience it. Even during lunchtime, someone shared with me that he was in a prayer ceremony yesterday and the child was on his phone all the time. We can be all in the same room, but no one is interacting with one another. Instead, we are constantly communicating with the outer world. As parents, we are aware of the situation. So, how can we help our kids? We are the ones who give the first education to our children. So we need to be aware about the effects of online content, pornography, manipulation by adults, exploitation of sexual abuse that we heard this morning. It is our responsibility to teach them what can be posted on social media. That is not good to share private information, not to post indecent pictures, not to accept friend requests from strangers, not to talk to people they don't know, and also to feel free to share with us any inappropriate conversation someone may have had with them. However, parents need to be good listeners, so we should not be judgmental. Have a control at home concerning the Wi-Fi. Maybe at the time, it's good to switch it off at night when everybody is in his or her room. These online devices should not affect their education. Being interested in the research work asked by a school is also important. In so doing, we shall keep these values which are so important within the family, namely respect, love, and peace. Today we heard a lot about deterioration of the society. Nowadays, we know that both parents are working. Children are having to spend time alone. And in some cases, parents tend to dismiss of their responsibilities. We can still change this. The IWPG believes that women are born with a maternal instinct, with a willingness to stop war and bring peace in order to protect our children against any form of violence. We strongly believe that these values may bring these changes. Within the family, we can improve our communication. Be careful when there is a lack of communication. Talk to the children. Let them also share their daily encounters. Teach peace. Make them aware that we can work for a world of peace. Spend more time with the family, with the kids, and teach them some core values continuously. We need to teach, but also we need to live what we are teaching. The building of peace is a special task for every woman. Thank you for your attention. I would like also to thank the Khali movement for the opportunity given to me this afternoon. I had also a short video on the children and the internet, but since we are having a lack of time, maybe I will ask the Khali movement they can share it with the audience through mail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. for this beautiful presentation. And indeed, we are moving to other. So now we're going to teach us on stage Mrs. Rajan Marina from Childhood Education, covering protecting our children from online child abuse.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the movement. In fact, I just remember before I was flying the plane to Botswana, I met my good friend, Mr. Mandra in the plane from here back, and we discussed about this work. Very happy that this happened. In fact, I was going to Botswana to a high-level policy dialogue on good governance and corruption in Botswana, Ghana, the African Union. There, I made a plaidoyer, strong plaidoyer about what I call using online for corruption. In 2017, I was in Vienna for the 7th COPS meeting on corruption, and I spoke about sex exploitation and corruption. And today I'm going to talk about online corruption. Just to remind us, whenever we address an issue of social, political, economical issue, we have to be very holistic in our approach. And I think whenever we analyze the problem, it has a political issue. It has an economical root, it has a social, technological, legal, ecological, and humanistic. I've been listening to all the speakers this morning, then I just imagine whatever has been written before might be useless because I've got so much things from this morning. But one important thing I'm going to talk about is with regard to early childhood. I think one of the interviewees this morning talked about that we are going to introduce that as from primary school, as if that pre-primary don't exist. I might tell you, I have a very grandson at home. When my daughter-in-law was pregnant, I told her, don't watch dangerous film. and she never listened to me. When the child was born, I think she was very funny looking at Tabang, the film where everyone were singing a beautiful song. And when my grandson was born, he was 8 months. Whenever he heard Tabang, he would start dancing. That was the cause. Evidence in psychology, evidence in the world of child development nowadays indicate that whatever skills and competence we are going to develop is the foundation for education is laid between the age 0 to 8. I might tell you, I was in the Ministry of Education together with my friend. That's before I've been working on many curriculum. I wrote the Bridging the Gap, in Bridging the Gap, and the curriculum for pre-primary, we wrote that as early as possible, we have to include protection issues. I'm very afraid and concerned whenever I heard last week, last month, I attended a training session or a working session with the Minister of Gender on child marriage. And what we were talking about there, we got the meaning we solved it for. No. We have to tackle the issue of child protection within the human and psychological and educational perspective. My friend just often talk about the child rights. You imagine this year, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And the UN has recommended all state parties, NGOs in the world to address the issue of this year, to address the issue of vulnerable children. And children being abused online, I call them children being vulnerable. I refuse to say that we have bad guys and good guys. Bad guys are victims of their own upbringing. Freud and other psychologists will tell you that people who are bad, somebody will create the badness in them early during their own childhood. I might tell you, statistically speaking, I am responsible of an NGO, KDB, where I have 200 children abandoned that I'm caring for. I have been treating many children who have been sexually abused, engaged in early marital issues posed online. And this is, I think, a very, very important issue that we have to solve. I suggest that we adopt a holistic approach, starting from caring, family, education, protection, and even the legal. If the legal only, we're going to fail. We're going to frighten the whole population, and we are not going to tackle this issue in a very psychological aspect. The second aspect I want to talk about is, I'm not going to define all this because all this has been defined this morning. I think that all of them, and I think some key issues that I've seen with my children in the LAP or other institutions is the issue of online misrepresentation. I think one of the interveners talked this morning about false information going on. The challenge today in Mauritius, I'm going to review again next month. We are having a summit of parenting issue. We have set up an observatory for parents in the Indian Ocean rim countries. We are going to raise the issue of a very big issue because nowadays adolescent children to the RE, and we have carers, and now we have the second carer is tablet. Whenever parents don't have time to look for their children, they leave the young baby with a tablet. You know, with the tablet, they are one of the famous psychologists in education. We call him Vygotsky, Lev Vygotsky. Vygotsky wrote on brain development. When somebody interacts socially with a human being, the brain develops better. The child interacting with the tablet, not with the parent, not with the carer at school. Whenever you go to a gathering, they will set up the TV, the children are watching TV, and the carer is sitting. Meaning the TV, the multimedia has replaced the human factor. All research in the world will tell you that a child is good, a parent diet, a loving parent, and a loving relationship direction. What are we doing? Can the tablet, can online replace the emotional relationship spoke out by Erickson? That's why nowadays you have young people beating policemen in the guard of the law. Once we asked a PQ, we went to the ministry, how many students beat their teacher in school? The result was catastrophic because our children are so much exposed to violence, to online issues. That's why our children are developing violent. Research has proved this issue. So I think before leaving the ministry, I wrote together with MIE an ICT guide for primary. And I'm training a group of teachers, people going to work in government, in a private institution. I have developed a new module designed to child development 0 to 8. That's why I'm coming here. I'm going to take some of the input here to tell parents that we cannot replace the affection of a love of a mother by a tablet. Some years back at the time when Mayan and myself were guys, we want our parents take us in their arm, we call Godi. However, the tablet is taking our children in their Godi. And now when they are kicking people, when you have violent behavior, when you have to start. All research in the world confirms if a child don't have a children, a holistic development between the age of 0 to 8, there will be dropout in school, violent behavior, criminal behavior, all research around the world. So I think if we are going to solve this issue, we should start as early as possible. I started some years back with the Mauritius Commercial Bank. You remember what the money down in Mauritius that we met in 1999. I started with l'agence de la Banque Commerciale, l'Académie des Parents, autrefois. I've trained 10,000 parents in this country without money. And now we are going to introduce in our parenting program the issue of violence online protection. If we don't do that, we are going to fail. And I think another aspect, I think we all should read UNODC, I think made in research in 2014, which I am using for training purpose. And according to the UNODC, executive director said in the report, which is online, can download. Cyberspace is a place where children can be groomed with impunity, with the perpetrators remaining hidden. There is not only the issue of exploitation on online, there is the issue of online betting. Many children we have surveyed are doing online betting, gambling online. Many children are being involved in drug selling through online. So whatever is happening, corruption, drug addiction, online youth, young children marriage, they are using the same process of online. I've seen young babies being sexually exploited. Not only youth, I've seen 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, children being sexually used. And I think we have to develop a very holistic, multicultural approach so that we start from the womb, educate the mothers, we start in daycare centers, we start in pre-primary, we start, I think I was the last job I did before leaving on the 9 years schooling. I collaborated in drafted a developmental learner profile for primary school where we have to teach children basic values that will prevent them from sexual abuse. So I think the challenge today, I am asking my good friend that we set up, I'm a proposal man. I'm going to the Benue Island meeting. I'm going to suggest that we put it on the agenda of Indian Ocean countries. We call the COE, la Commission de Relations Indiennes. Put that, and I'm calling my good friend. Let's come out from this workshop. Not only by speaking and go back, but children will come the best one day. Let's sit together and create an observatory, all together, an observatory for abuse of children online. I'm going to bring it to the COE. If we decide that, I will collaborate. We need a woman then we shift to the Indian Ocean and we shift to the Adria, shift to the African Union. Otherwise, this will be the same workshop, so many workshops, and we talk and we do. I think I've seen this morning the police department, many departments together, let's sit together from grassroots level to policy level. Now we are politicians going to campaign for election. Let's meet them and tell them what exactly we want. We can do a strong lobbying. When we are together, we can do a strong lobbying. We can do a strong lobbying so that we have the necessary scheme, strategy, legal framework to protect our children from this very dangerous, not only child abuse, gaming, online gaming. We have become a national sugar there. Yes, and I've seen young children being engaged in that. I've seen young children being used as drug traffickers early online. So I think this is my message. And in our quotes that I want to read, I have written concept quote from my student that I'll give you the last. Unless and until our society recognize cyberbullying for what it is, suffering or southern or silent victim will continue. And we people are moral people. We pray Mauritius from the 1st of January up to the 31st of December. We pray la messe de minuit. We should call all people of a moral conscience, our spiritual conscience, that we unite and fight for our children, because children don't have voice. Their voice is to us others. Thank you.
Live speech. Now I will welcome Ms. Ina Muto from Society covering children with special needs, online protection issues.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ina Muto. I'm a speech therapist and audiologist. Yes, so basically I'm a speech therapist and I'm an audiologist. I don't know if you know what it is. Do you know? I just explain it briefly. Actually, my presentation is very brief because most of the issues have been covered. I've just pinpointed some points that pertain to children with special needs, so that we can include them in this endeavor. So, a speech therapist, as a speech therapist, we work with all people, adults and children. We are speaking of children who have communication problems. That is, we have children who have difficulty understanding, who have difficulty speaking, who have difficulty in behavior, which is language-based. And generally, we deal with a whole variety of problems, like the children who are hearing impaired how to speak. We also work with autistic children. I don't know if you know autistic children, they have different kind of problems. And we also work with a lot of children in Mauritius who have stamina problems. And I just start with children with special needs and internet. This is a topic which we, as people who work with disability, I think we don't pay enough attention. We usually believe that children with special needs, they are not very active online. They do not have the potential, they do not have the capacities to really be trained to online sexual abuse and all that. But actually, it's not the case. Like, I've been here for 8 years in Mauritius, and based on experience, actually, children with disabilities sometimes they use internet over children who, like we say, normal, who have no such difficulty. Why? We have several reasons. Okay? One of the reasons that we see, especially among the deaf children, hearing impaired children, is that they find it easier to communicate. Instead of speaking, difficult relationships like relations with people face to face, they prefer to do it across the screen because they can use, for a simple example, maybe they don't know how to write properly because education also is difficult for them. They can use emoticons, they can communicate in different ways. And we have many children with disabilities. And one thing important is that when you talk about children with special needs, you have different degree of disability. We have children who are severely impaired. These children will be less active. But we have a lot of children who are mildly or moderately impaired in all fields of disability. These children, they are very active online. And they face the same problems. They face the same things as we have mentioned for the children, but these children are more vulnerable for self-bullying. So they need more protection, and they need a different. I don't think that they need a different type of guidance. These are the key points of that we have to reflect on. That why do children with special needs? Why are they more at risk? First thing is that many children with special needs, especially if we talk of children with intellectual impairment, Down syndrome, mild autism, and some children, they have a lot of difficulty recognizing threats because their mind functions at a different level. They are quite innocent. They do not recognize threats as easily as other children. And one topic is that parents have more difficulty explaining to them that this is dangerous, this is not dangerous. And also they have a lot of difficulty making correct judgments about others. We work with it in Ferrari, but Ferrari takes years. Sometimes it might take 6 months just to make the child say one word. It takes a lot of time, and we cannot afford to let them be at this for such a long time. They do not make correct judgments. They are more likely to accept to be bullied or to be victims of online abuse. Why? Because these children, most of them have an inferiority complex. They will not voice out, they will not defend themselves like other children, and they feel inferior. So what happens is that usually, even when we communicate, they accept all that we see. Because they feel, we always know better. And online, it's the same thing that we see in chat rooms, in all interactions, is that they accept things so easily. And they also have communication difficulties to report abusive behaviors. We have such children who have been victims, and we have known a bit later on, when maybe it was a bit too late, so they could not communicate well. They could only tell us when they reached a level when they had the words to explain, or the means to explain. This is also important. And these are just a few tips of what parents can do to ensure that their child, especially with our safe online. Here in this problem, I have also included caregivers because see, children, even children with special needs, they do not use internet only at home. They all have mobile phones. They have better mobile phones than me. They have smartphones, they have tablets, and they are online everywhere at school, with relatives, everywhere. So it's not just the parents who need to be included here, it's also the caregivers that we have to educate. And this all has been talked about how to make home networks safe. It's all the same things. And the same things that have been told will also apply here. But one thing important for these children is that we have to keep the computers in a public place. Because I think it's generally for all children, but especially for children with special needs, we should be very open and filters and browsers, child-friendly browsers also. We have several that we recommend. This has been talked about. And also this has also been talked about how we have to teach teach them how to behave online. But one thing we have to keep in mind is that we teach differently. We have to find the right way to be able to teach the child how to do it. And same thing when I was in here, we have to establish ground rules, what is okay and what is not okay, from a very early age. And we have to make sure that they know what information to share and not to share. These are things that I do for children who are very active online. Like I always tell the parents to do, for example, to do a chart, like what not to share, and to stick it where the child can see it. The child cannot really use pictures, but it has to be clear and it has to be always in front of the child's eyes, because they tend to forget it or they need a bit more cues. And this has been talked about opening unknown attachments on the previous presentation. We also have to explain sexting. This is an issue that needs to be talked about. For children with special needs, their sexual development is not the same as children who don't have these difficulties. So in Mauritius, it is not well talked about, especially in school for children with special needs. We don't talk about sex, and when the child grows up and has inappropriate behaviors, we just tell that they have bad behaviors, and we try to let the time pass and all that. But this is a big problem in Mauritius. It is not included in the curriculum for children with disabilities, but it is in other countries, and there is a big difference in the way they work. This has to be included, and this also these children with special needs, they trust everyone. That's a problem. They do not know who it is good to trust and who it is not good to trust. So you have to be very clear and who to come to if you have any doubts. If someone is asking you information that you have been asked not to share, who to come to. This is also an issue that has to be taken care of. And we can also use online tools, but these have to be developed. We don't have many of them which are adapted for people with disabilities. And there's a lot of work because this is the last slide. I finished here. The most important part here is that first thing is awareness and cooperation, not only on parents. As therapists, our list online child abuse is not in our list of priorities when we work with the children. Most therapists, most teachers, special educators, most people who work with children with disabilities in Mauritius, I'm talking about Mauritius, I think it's general in Africa, we don't put this in our list of priorities. Like when someone comes to me, I as a therapist, I think I have no stay with him, with a parent, than online child abuse. Sometimes it doesn't even come to my mind. I was at this, but then I was asked to come and present here. Since some years, I've been a bit more aware about it. But most of the people who work with children with disabilities do not even know of this problem. So there is a big gap, and there is a big awareness which has to be made. We have several NGOs. I work with, for example, I work with 3 NGOs, and I have my partner consultation. But I see the difference. Some NGOs are a little bit aware, other NGOs do more. So there is a bit of field work done, and also we have to adapt like tools, online protection tools, websites, and for children with disabilities. That we have a lot of children who understand sign language. Now we have Mauritian sign language which has been developed. It's not difficult. We can have interpret and interpreters have interpreters so that they can access it more, or for the blind also there is there are different methods. We need to look at how we can adapt these sites, these tools, these awareness programs that for these children. Okay? And Just one more thing is that there are a lot of sexual abuse in for children with disabilities. The percentage is more than for children without, but the reporting is very less. This is a problem. I do not know how we can, I really don't know how we can improve on that. Maybe this is something that we should think about, like how to improve the reporting. Okay? And that's it. If you have any questions, there are a lot of things to be said, but it will take too much time. Okay, so thank you very much.
And to continue, I would like to present apologies from this anonymous. But now we will take the questions from the audience. Anyone? It's an observation slash. Thank you so much for the presentation. Something that I just like, we talked about how we are going to deal with protecting our kids from online exploitation, but what are the alternatives that we are creating? I'll give an example. I have a 5-year-old. If I allow my 5-year-old to be within the 4 walls of the house for a day, she'll continuously ask me to switch on the iPad. The same child, I take her out in the morning and bring her back home in the afternoon. She doesn't even remember that there's something called an iPad. And I talk from my own experience and from conversations from parents. As you would know, Mr. Rita, we grew up in an era where we would play outside, ride our bicycles outside, play hide and seek. And one thing that I've heard from parents and friends is that nowadays you cannot even let your kids play outside. You don't put in a space, being on an island, to even allow our kids to be outside for a long period of time, let alone play or things like that. So how do we, is that part of the solution slash projects that you bring about within the organizations that you work, and will that be part of the lobbying that hopefully you will be able to do, especially in this pre-campaign election period?
I raised those teachers, I think. All when we were children, we always consumed. They are my guidance. We want to explore. This is natural. Yes. My first course of psychology, I teach people that children are born curious, compatible. But I think what we have to urge our children, in England, we have the nature school, no building. Tago had the school and the tree, the building. Many research are telling us that school inside a building is going to harm the brain development of our children. What I'm serious. If we urge all these district councils and municipalities and factories and industries and winners, all those going in this country, in each street, in each region, we build up a children's playground. Here are the girls and the things. And we urge the father, stop going to the bar and gambling, bring your children every day school. We playground will stop part of the problem. Number two, we have a project, but I think we are Gokul or Parmani minister. We want to check the school open, primary school open for children to play after school hours. And the only issue that who will care for, who will look after the children, we have seen many obstacles. And this whole point, I think, is very, very important for our young children today. I think is that we bring our child to nature. In Capricorn, you can go to Colin. If you're in Phoenix, you can go to Yuba. If you're in Black River, you can go to so many places. You see, if we tend to bring, there are no transport facilities, if we tend to bring our children to this nature of in Babu, is a very nice one. Unfortunately, I went there to bring children, they were drinking alcohol over there, invaded by alcoholic people. So I think Mauritius is an island where we have nature, we have lakes, we have plantation, we have mountain. Why can we not offer such natural setting for our children, and the price will be dangerous? I wrote an article in the Mauritius 20 years back. If we don't bring our children to nature, we'll have violence, we'll have road sanity. I was talking to one of my friends, one guy, 70 years of age, hanged himself over road sanity. As a counselor, I need a lot of parents coming to me. If this man goes, I'm telling you, we need to have one psychologist per community system. That's why I think the important, as you rightly say, we collectively, when we set up this network, we are going to urge for creating children's playground, or if winners create his own playground, if Lakukanesi create his own playground as a sort of CSR, I can tell you in Albion, I have created a very nice garden. Albion, with the support of the Mediterranean. We have been putting up botanical garden, an exploration garden, free of charge for children all around the Cape and smell plants. And if each district council is sort of doing dirty politics, come and create such for our children, because the UN voted 20 years back, children first. Are we putting children first? Now we're going to make people happy. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a quick question. Yeah, and we end this.
Thank you for me. I want to go back on and the capacity but I'll turn to this. I've seen with what air capacity. And the final words will take around they will sort of correct it. It means that now the right in the paper. You have to pull the attention of everybody, every stakeholder. There's not only parents who should run. Born with it. So every single person now. You have already assessed that will help you. Thank you.
I would just like to say something on this. We have been trying very hard to do it, and we have selected also regions which we call the Mauritius. And then I just want you to know, just for general, there is an institute which is called SOATs, has opened a center, an education center. Mauritius is one of the most drug-based places in Mauritius. What they have done is that they have opened an education center. The government has come up with that all children go to it. Over 10 years, 95% of children have, when they come to grade 1, they don't go. And they cannot integrate, they all have to go to special schools, but they are doing such difficulties. The main reason is that they even different years, parents, but some people also spend children. We don't even know where they are, where they are not. So this NGO, it has set up an education center. 19 3 times per year free for children for which parents to send their way. And I work as a speech therapist there in our cyber abuse, and we teach the children and we take them from 1 to 5 years, and we keep them in 5. And this has been 50 that region. We have kids who don't have special needs now. And the main, why I'm telling this is that the main cause for this, according to studies which have been done there, is the use of tablets. So all these families, they don't have food on their table, but they all have tablets, they all have smartphones for their kids. And the children, and from 9 to 15 used to be tablets. Minimum that we have 6 hours of screen time during that time. And the children don't know that they have everything is understood, body language, they are very different, and this brings about a lot of problems. So I think these kind of projects, these kind of things should be more, and you are absolutely right. Everyone should take responsibility, especially it has to come from the government, because we work in NGOs, we are very limited. There are big talks, there are many people who come to us and who say a lot of things, but almost never anything done. As soon as the election is over, as soon as it's done. So we should speak the truth. Very few things have been done. And if it was not for these NGOs, which are just people like us, who come together, almost nothing will be done in that matter. So everyone should take responsibility. It's not about other people. You're absolutely right. I agree.
I simply want to thank my friend of mine and all my movement. You know, we are talking about inclusive society, inclusive education. Thanks for inviting special needs in this forum. Don't forget about your own discussion. Thank you much for being here.
So, panelists, and I think we highlighted the reality of these and now on the stage. Thank you very much.
There's one thing about good food. When it gets into your stomach, you start feeling with your eyes, but send you to sleep. So I've been looking at some people fighting with sleep while the food was digesting. Don't worry, we're going to give you enough time to digest the food. You just have about 28 minutes to leave this place. And that will be made possible by the moderator of the next panel, whom is no other than Danisha Sano. Can we put our hands together? Now, before she takes over, because she's very lenient, I'd like to inform all the participants. Presentation 7 minutes. 21 minutes for all 3 presentations, and we're going to try as much as possible to leverage on the time to get as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Generally, I'm leaving the dear panelists. So welcome to the 4th plenary session of Technological Initiative and Development. I would like to request our panelists to now join us. So we have Dr. Nanda, Mr. Mr. Ramasamy, and Mr. Ramzi. Thank you, all our panelists, for being here. Without any further ado, I'll just open the floor to Ms. Dr. Nanda. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure all of you are quite ready to go home. It's been a long day. So I'll be talking about so you've heard about most of the problems related to internet-related psychological problems and everything. Before I go on to the topic as such, I would like to thank Annie Moment for calling me once again, inviting me once again. I'm deeply honored. So today I will be talking mostly about the psychological issues. How does social media and the internet affect the mind of a child? What are the psychological problems? What are the social problems that come across because of it? What we need to understand. So this took me a few hours to put all the slides into 5 slides. So please bear with me, there are some mistakes here and there. Now, we know that children, they are very deeply affected. They are very deeply affected with their relationship with social media and the internet. And this happens with the blessing of the parents, of course, and all the reasons, all the specific issues, many issues have been discussed. But so what I will be highlighting is what are the main psychological problems that we see. Something which is very commonly seen is social isolation. And it is very evident, someone who's sitting with a tablet or a laptop or an internet or a smartphone, they don't mix with other people. So they get isolated more and more. And because of the social isolation, there are many other hazards. So what happens if you do not meet people? The last panelist just described something. He said that in this area, there were children who could not speak when they went to the grade 1. And this is what some psychologists has gone that far to call non-verbal disability. That they do not interact with people, they do not speak with people, so they do not have proper verbal skills, they have impaired social skills. What do we mean by social skills? Is for someone to meet somebody, look in the eyes, hold a conversation, ask them what they want, tell them what should be told. So all these are impaired. And when you grow up, when this child grows up, he has difficulties during his adolescence and in his adulthood. And same thing about impaired communication. Mostly it is non-verbal communication in the net. So verbally they are disabled. Now, why do many, when we talk about mental health issues, it's very difficult to say that this is causing the mental health problems. Often it has been found that one might be leading to the other. So you find that children who are very shy, children who are timid, who cannot make friends, who cannot interact with their peers, they use this mechanism. They escape into the confines of their room with their tablet, and they can chat with so many people and feel great about it. Okay, I have so many friends, but when it comes to the real life, when they have to go up and face their peers at school, outside school, in the playground, they find it very difficult and end up being more shy and withdrawn, being bullied, and so on. Now, all these can lead to disorders, what we call mental health disorders, like anxiety disorders, depression, and suicidal ideation. Now, what do we mean by anxiety? It's a very commonly used word, but when we have to put a diagnosis on it, there are some criteria. So we go on to say that if someone has got the symptoms like for certain weeks, they are feeling anxious all the time, that they have palpitations, they have tension headaches, they have body aches, they cannot concentrate, they are irritable. So these all go to form the anxiety symptoms. Depression has been found to be quite common. There have been several studies which has been conducted, and they found that rates of depression are very high in children and adolescents and teens using social media and internet for long periods of time. And for, say, for 4 to 5 hours, the rate of depression was very high. And what do we mean by depression? Depression when somebody for over 2 weeks has a low mood, does all the biological functions, what we call biological functions, they are the sleep, appetite, and all are affected. So this depression is found to be high. And how does it affect the child? Affect the child in his functioning at school, at college, at home. So they may be very irritable, not mixing with others. And severe depression may lead to suicidal ideas. And suicide has also been found to be high with social media use. Now, something which is internet addiction is a term which was used initially, but synonymous to it now for problematic use of internet, and this has been found to be high. Something very specific is internet gambling. To such an extent that it has been included in one of the major classifications of psychiatric illnesses, that internet gambling is what we call impulse control disorder. So how do you know somebody is addicted to internet? It is same like any other addiction, that you use this activity more often, you try to abstain from it, you try to reduce the numbers you're using, but you can end up going back to it again and again. You hide and use it, you feel that it is affecting you, but you just cannot keep away from it. So these are some of the criteria which tell us that this person is addicted to internet. Now, what is very important and very frightening is that in our brain, just like we have electric circuits everywhere, we have brain circuits as well. And this can set up the circuit for addiction. So whatever high, the good feeling that you get by going on the net, by gambling, by betting, or doing whatever, this sets up a high which doesn't compare with the high you get with achieving at school, achieving at sports, or doing other normal activities. So this setups, this circuit, make the child indulge in addictive behavior even later in life. So here we are putting in the foundation for addiction at a very early age. So we have to watch out. And loneliness. Loneliness is a very dangerous thing. It was considered to be an illness at a certain point by the World Health Organization. They even said that loneliness at any stage of life can be an illness in itself. It contributes to loneliness. You're with the tablet, you're with your social media, but you don't have friends, you cannot mix. So the person tends to be more lonely. Aggressive behavior, conduct disorders, these have been found to be in people who use a lot of social media. Now, I just couldn't help putting this in as to why. It's easy to know that, okay, these are all there, but why should you have it? So what happens when you spend a lot of time on the internet, on the social media? You neglect your protective online activities. We're talking about having playgrounds, doing other things. So you do not use them if you're stuck to your tablet. So you do not do physical exercise. You do not meet other people. You do not interact with other people. You neglect all the positive offline activities. You may even miss school because you're so tired. You have been on the net for so long. And then when you do not go online, you have withdrawal. Just like if you are smoking cigarettes and you do not get your puff, you feel not so great. Loneliness, when you do not have the internet. Loneliness, when you have no direct communication. So these are all the mechanisms as to why you get mental health problems. Gaming, it is an addictive activity in itself, and it leads to internet addiction. Now, we heard people talking about distressing web content, that this may lead to mental health problems. It can lead for a difficult, improper development of the identity. And we talk, I think I have a slide on identity crisis. So distressing web content can give rise to severe anxiety in developmental problems in youngsters. And it has been found that youngsters with psychological problems, like suppose somebody is feeling a bit depressed, they go and search on the net, and they may end up finding things which are very suggestive. So they may get some benefit from positive aspects, positive information, but they may end up doing destructive behavior or self-harm. Now, there are two things which we need to know. A person, when he's developing, he should develop a good self-esteem and have an identity to develop. Both these are affected by using social media in excess. So I'll skip over it because I have only 1 minute. Now, how are we going to deal with these problems? Awareness. Awareness when you are giving, so I think when we are talking of awareness, parents have a great role to play. When you're giving this tablet to this child, you have to make it aware that, look, you're going to gain a lot, but you have to be aware of these things, just like crossing the road. Boundaries and balance around the use. And in medical terms, what we use is cognitive behavior therapy is basically talk therapy. You make the person understand what is your problem, be aware of it, and how do you deal with it. Improve the coping mechanisms, managing the screen time, increase exercising. Now, when you exercise, you get the pleasure hormone which you get when you are going on the net. So exercising is very good. And if there are mental illness, medication. Now, something about parenting is very, very important. And I think the most important thing in controlling this is parenting. The parents have a great role to play, whether there is a garden outside or whether there is no garden outside. If you have only one room in your house, you make your mind work and find things for your child to do. Just don't leave him with the tablet. So the most time you spend with your child, showing him other things, creating interest, then you are actually what do you call embracing with the internet. The internet is so exciting, so exhilarating, it is so rewarding. You're getting so many likes, claps, and whatnot. So if the parents can make it much more interesting, probably they will leave the internet and come to you. So I think parenting has to be, we can't wait for others to create the environment for us. We have to do it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagar, for this eye-opening presentation on internet use and impact on mental health. Over now to Mr. Lakshman for his presentation on child grooming and social media. I would again request all our panelists to please try to stick to 5 minutes so we have enough time later on for the closing plenary session, and we can continue the conversation during coffee later on.
Thank you, thank you. I am also an academic. One thing I have done is to be as fast as possible to finish first. My student would remember that. What I'm speaking about is the grooming on social media. Child grooming on social media. You probably have heard of the two-way challenge. Anybody never heard of this or heard of it? Heard of it? Yes, what it is, there's no certainty as what it is, whether it is real or whether it is fake, but there are several facts that would pinpoint as to be a game that exists online. Let's see what is the two-way challenge about. What are the characteristics of the game? The two-way challenge has been propagated through several social media. One social media that it was first discovered, at least first reported, was the Be Contacted, a very similar tool as Facebook used in Russia. Over on the what it is and how does it work? You've probably heard of the ice bucket challenge. It is a very similar concept whereby the challenge is launched on the media, on a media platform. What happened is, in different parts of the world, some would call it Momo Challenge, F7, others would call it Wake Me Up at 4:20 a.m. But what it is, it encourages you to do day-based activities. You start by very simple activities like watching a horror movie at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the night, 2 o'clock, or harming yourself, scribing dolphin pictures on your hands. These small acts which are glorified as acts of bravery. But then it goes until the last and 50th act, which is the final act, where the curator in the game tells you to commit suicide by jumping in front of a train or jumping in from a building. There are several versions of the game, as I stated. What happens in the game is you do not have an option to quit. The moment you would quit, the curator that works behind the game, so what happens is the game is posted on a page on Facebook, Play Blue Whale. Once you click on starting playing, someone contacts you using a private message to play the game. They send you the task that needs to be done. You take a photo while you're doing the task, and you send to the curator. One of the things they ask is send a naked picture of you. So you would send a naked picture from the very start. And if you wish to withdraw from the game, they will blackmail of putting it public, your naked picture, or they will blackmail of harming you or your parents. So this is how the game works. And there has been a lot of, it has been promoted on several sites, Contact, Facebook, WhatsApp, and other platforms. But once the game is promoted and you decided to pay the curator, please contact with you by a private messaging system, which is end-to-end encrypted. So it cannot be traced. In Russia, what happened is before I go up to this one, the arrest in Russia, when the game was created, there was one creator of the game that has been arrested by the name of Budekin in 2017. In his trial, he expressed no remorse at all for 130 deaths in the game in Russia itself. Deaths from the game have followed many countries: Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Russia, India, and the list goes on. But only in Russia, 130 deaths were reported as at 2017. And in his trial, when he was questioned, he said these people were biological waste. They were ready to be, they were ready to die. So he hasn't done anything, but he has contributed to help them to die. He expressed no remorse. He said he referred to those girls as they were willing to die. Then it comes to Egypt, the case of one youngster called Khalid Al-Fakrani. On the 2nd of April, it came in the news that a former MP, Khalid Al-Fakrani's son, a former MP, Mr. Al-Fakrani, whose son name was Khalid, was reported to commit suicide after playing the game. Everyone is equal, but when it comes to an MP, an ex-MP son, it gets more media attention. From there on, 2018, there was great media concern about this game. After his death, very soon after his death, 3 years after, his sister reported on Facebook that my brother died of the game. He pictured his brother as a very young man, God-fearing person, always attentive to fear, always participating in all family gathering, and an ideal son. He pictured his brother, as an ideal person. And she also pictured all the proof that linked his brother to the game. Egypt, is a country, and no one is from Egypt. Before I say anything, no one is from Egypt. Okay. We are speaking of Egypt. It's not Mauritius. Egypt is a country, and those who know the history would know how Hosni Mubarak has really controlled the country. This is a country which has been controlled. We have several bans. In 2011, Facebook was banned for 5 days just because people decided to criticize the government about on Facebook. They banned Facebook for 5 days. Then they realized that people were accessing internet via internet by Tor browser. They started using Tor browser, and then they realized there was no point. As soon as Khaled was dead, what happened was there has been requests to take into action against the spread of dangerous electronic games by one and Mr. Sharif Al-Wani. Russia amended the criminal code after all these people died. India, the Supreme Court ordered public interest investigation with regards to 6 cases that were reported. Tunisia, the Supreme Court has banned the game. But in Egypt also, many things happen. But let's see. This is what the law writes in Egypt. This is Egypt. The law is passed in Arabic, and this is the in events that from anyone who established and managed or uses the website or private account or information network, they must permit or facilitate the function of the crime. So at this stage, the crime was committed by WhatsApp message. You have seen the post, and WhatsApp message was being used to convey the task. This was in 2018. It's a new law that has been passed, and it's not even a year since it's been passed. The technicalities of the law, in my opinion, makes WhatsApp out of this law. I read those definitions. I have put those definitions underneath for you to understand what it means. So there has been a law that has been passed with regards to WhatsApp, and WhatsApp will not fall into any of these categories. A law has been passed to protect our children from the deadly game where someone, important personality, son died. The law passed, and it would serve no purpose in the end. It's my understanding of Arabic, conversion of English is as such. We come back to Mauritius. In Mauritius, we have not taken any cognizance of this game. We haven't taken cognizance of any of messages that was encrypted messages end-to-end. It is not protected. It is not covered by our law because it's end-to-end encrypted. The only way it can be, it can lead to prosecution is when you have physical possession of the person's mobile phone. Otherwise, you cannot prosecute any case on that one. Okay, I will be willing to listen for questions afterwards, and your contribution.
Thank you very much. The floor is now yours, Mr. Sami, for your presentation on sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to be brief as far as possible since the time constraint. Well, just want to ensure that we know where we are. It's something completely different what I'm going to talk to you. It's the actions that we're doing in terms of in the airline industry. So, in fact, it's an airline association, airline ambassadors, which is an organization, a voluntary organization, falls within the airline industry, aiming at combating the human trafficking. So human trafficking can be the child labor, can be the sexual exploitation of children, can be the trafficking of organs or anything. So these are the main topics that we, the airline ambassadors, are focusing. In fact, with the sustainable development of 2030, when this was introduced, the industry, mainly through IQ and IATA, decided to say what could be our contribution to that initiative. So they brought forward with this concept of how, for instance, of combating the human trafficking in travelism. Travelism is quite a new word. And we say travelism is a combination of travel and tourism. So in this concept of travelism, how we can combat this the trafficking. But I must say that the Association of Air Ambassadors, which is a voluntary organization which is at the same time collaborating with IATA, collaborating with IQ. We're also a member of the Code.org, which is a world organization for the protection of child, of exploitation of child, inclusive, commercial, and sexual. And also, we also a member of the World Airlines Association. So our aim is to develop this concept of voluntarism and try to help industry.
The first one established back in 2013 that allows citizens to make a confidential anonymous report of child sexual abuse imagery. The reports are then sent directly to the UK's on-track traffic analysis against the UK law. What does that mean? We work under the UK law, which is one of the strictest laws to protect children from being sexually abused. So basically, it means that if an image or a video is illegal in the UK, we can be more than sure that it is illegal or for another range of country in the world. Why? Why do we have this project? We actually have this project because we want to rebalance and allow citizens from all around the world to report if they stumble sources on the internet in some images of child being sexually abused. Why? Because the most, as you can see on the screen, that's a word, and every part in green are the part where there is an outline, an national outline. As you can see, in the most part of the south of the world, there are no national outlines. So our project, opening international reporting portal around the world, 26 at the moment, just want to rebalance and allow citizens also from the south of the world, so Africa, Asia, and South America, to be able to report if they stumble from images. How does it work actually? If a citizen from all around the world stumble into images that he believes show a child being sexually abused, he can report it to us. And there's just an example. In 2017, we received an anonymous report and from a website showing images and video of children being tortured and sexually abused. So our analysts in the morning received the report. And at the very beginning, we believed that the report and the webpage was hosted in Russia. Then our analysts worked on the report, and they found out that the website was hosted in South Africa. South Africa is one of the few countries in Africa that has a national outline. So we immediately report them as well as to the Interpol and to the police in South Africa. And less than 24 hours later, the page and the web page was removed, and we have the police to investigate the case. So we are able actually to remove an images if it's hosted in the UK in less than 1 hour, and if it's hosted abroad around the world in less than 24 hours. Actually, we are the fastest in the world actually natural sexual abuse material. I want to just briefly share with you two cases, real cases that we work on. One was in the Cayman Islands and the other one was in India. In 2017, the IWF, the Royal Cayman Island Police Service, worked together on the largest child sexual abuse imagery case that Cayman Island ever seen. The Royal Cayman Island collapsed because they faced in 2017 in March an unprecedented case of possession of child sexual abuse material. The complexity of the case was daunting, but police partnership with IWF meant that the law enforcement would use the expertise of in-house IWF analysts to help them assess suspected illegal content, which led to the defendant be successfully prosecuted recently in 2018. The same things happen in India. When we set up the portal in 2016, working in partnership with a local charity called Arab. That year, an anonymous report was made to the Indian portal to the IWR. The report showed content hosted in a cyber locker. It showed baby girls and baby boys of a range of ethnicity. Worst of all, some of the most severe abuse was happening to them. We were talking about rape and sexual torture. Although Somali India made the report, the web page was hosted in Russian, and they contained over 200 videos. The time between the report being sent from India to the time we notified to the Russian live was 1 hour and 7 minutes. Our Russian counterparts acted swiftly, and the content was removed in less than 24 hours. That's actually how our international partnership with law enforcement, police, government, industry, charity, and citizens all around the world works. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any question, I am available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Any questions? Okay, so thank you very much. We'll now move on with Ms. Annabelle Newman from the International Women's Peace Group, covering prevention awareness on child online protection.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirman. Bye. Have a nice work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your meal. I am Annabelle Lemorin from the IWPG. IWPG stands for International Women's Peace Group. It's our mission as mothers to protect our children from all forms of war. We would like to leave a world of peace to our future generation. Mauritius is affiliated to the branch of South Africa. We have here in Mauritius different peace committees where we work with children and women to become messengers of peace. I'm happy to be with you this afternoon to talk about parental awareness on child online protection. Since we just have food, maybe we can have an exercise. I will ask you to raise your hand. Do anyone have a Facebook account? Can you raise your hand, please? Those who communicate daily on WhatsApp, Viber, Messenger, anyone on Instagram? So we can see that someone among us had their hands always there. It's good. That's moving with our time. And you have to do so. But what happens at homes? Our children, though very young, they tend to act as us. Remember, we are their role model. So kids at a very young age have their own tablet, smartphone, computer, and so on, and thus they are on social media too. They are also on other platforms that we might not be aware of. For instance, I myself have just learned about TikTok. You know about it? Not all of us, I'm sure. This is an application very popular among the very young generation, and they use it mainly to make videos which they use to share with their friends. Yet, we are aware that the minimum age to create a profile account on most platforms is 13 years old. Therefore, shall we as parents say no to our children when they come to us and show their willingness to be on social media? What do you think? By experience, we know that once things are prohibited, this arouses curiosity, and the kids will get through them despite our interdiction. And this can be worse. As children will do things behind our back. So what should we do as parents? I think we need to inquire about this new application, be ourselves updated as parents, keep an eye on what the child is constantly watching. Show our interest what is going on. Set rules. Give advice, especially concerning violence and inappropriate content. It is not forced to say that technology, tablets, phones, internet, are taking more and more spaces within our homes. Very often we do experience it. Even during lunchtime, someone shared with me that he was in a prayer ceremony yesterday and the child was on his phone all the time. We can be all in the same room, but no one is interacting with one another. Instead, we are constantly communicating with the outer world. As parents, we are aware of the situation. So, how can we help our kids? We are the one who give the first education for our children. So we need to be aware about the effects of online content, pornography, manipulation by others, exploitation of sexual abuse that you heard this morning. It is our responsibility to teach them what can be posted on social media. That it's not good to share private information, not to post indecent pictures, not to accept friend requests from strangers, not to talk to people they don't know, and also to feel free to share with us any inappropriate conversation someone may have had with them. However, parents need to be good listeners, so we should not be judgmental. Have a control at home concerning the Wi-Fi. Maybe at the time, it's good to switch it off at night when everybody is in his or her room. These online devices should not affect their education. Being interested in the research work asked by a school is also important. In so doing, we shall keep these values which are so important within the family, namely respect, love, and peace. Today we heard a lot about the deterioration of the society. Nowadays we know that both parents are working. Children are having to spend time alone. And in some cases, parents tend to dismiss of their responsibilities. We can still change this. The IWPG believes that women are born with a maternal instinct, with a willingness to stop war and bring peace in order to protect our children against any form of violence. We strongly believe that peace values may bring these changes. Within the family, we can improve our communication. Be careful when there is a lack of communication. Talk to the children. Let them also share their daily encounters. Teach peace. Make them aware that we can work for a world of peace. Spend more time with the family, with the kids, and teach them some core values continuously. We need to teach, but also we need to live what we are teaching. The building of peace is a special task for every woman. Thank you for your attention. I would like also to thank the Khali movement for the opportunity given to me this afternoon. I had also a short video on the children and the internet, but since we are having a lack of time, maybe I will ask the Khali movement if they can share it with the audience through email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. for this beautiful presentation. And indeed, we're moving on. So now we're going to teach us on stage Ms. Rajan Marina, in child education, covering protecting our children from online child abuse.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the movement. In fact, I just remember before I was flying the plane to Botswana, I met my good friend, Mr. Manra Pasco, in that plane from here back, and we discussed about this work. Very happy that this happened. In fact, I was going to Botswana to a high-level policy dialogue on good governance and corruption in Botswana, Ghana, and the African Union. There, I made a plaidoyer, strong plaidoyer about what I call using online for corruption. In 2017, I was in Vienna for the 7th COPS meeting on corruption, and I spoke about sex exploitation and corruption. And today I'm going to talk about online corruption. Just to remind us, whenever we address an issue of social, political, economical issue, we have to be very holistic in our approach. And I think whenever we analyze the problem, it has a political issue. It has an economical root, it has a social, technological, legal, ecological, and humanistic. I've been listening to all the speakers this morning, then I just imagine whatever has been written before might be useless because I've got so much things from this morning. But one important thing I'm going to talk about is with regard to early childhood. I think one of the interveners this morning talked about that we are going to introduce us as from primary school, as if that pre-primary don't exist. I might tell you, I have a very grandson at home. When my daughter-in-law was pregnant, I told her, don't watch Dangerous Film. And she never listened to me. When the child was born, she was very funny looking at Tabang, with him where everyone were singing a beautiful song. And when my grandson was born, he was 8 months. Whenever he heard Tabang, he started dancing. That was the close. Evidence in psychology, evidence in the world of child development nowadays indicate that whatever skills and competence we are going to develop is the foundation for education is laid between the age 0 to 8. I might tell you, I was in the Ministry of Education together with my friend. That's before I've been working on many curriculum. I wrote the Bridging the Gap, in the Bridging the Gap, and the curriculum for pre-primary, we wrote that as early as possible, we have to include protection issues. I'm very afraid and concerned whenever I heard last month, I attended a training session or a working session with the Minister of Gender on child marriage. And what we were talking about there, the brigade diminuée is solved for. No. We have to tackle the issue of child protection within the human and psychological and educational perspective. My friend just often talk about the child rights. You imagine this year, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And the UN has recommended all state parties, NGOs in the world to address the issue of this year, to address the issue of vulnerable children. And children being abused online, I call them children being vulnerable. I refuse to say that we have bad guys and good guys. Bad guys are victims of their own upbringing. Freud and other psychologists will tell you that people who are bad, somebody will create the badness in them early during their own childhood. I might tell you, statistically speaking, I am responsible of an NGO, KDP, where I have 200 children abandoned that I'm caring for. I have been treating many children who have been sexually abused, engaged in early marital issues posed online. And this is, I think, a very, very important issue that we have to solve. I suggest that we adopt a holistic approach, starting from caring, family, education, protection, and even the legal. If the legal only, we're going to fail. We're going to frighten the whole population, and we are not going to tackle this issue in a very psychological aspect. The second aspect I want to talk about is, I'm not going to define all this because all this has been defined this morning. I think that all of them, and I think some key issues that I have seen with my children in the LAP or other institutions is the issue of online misrepresentation. I think one of the interveners talked this morning about false information going on. The challenge today in Mauritius, I'm going to read you next month. We are having a summit of parenting issue. We have set up an observatory for parents in the Indian Ocean rim countries. We are going to raise the issue of a very big issue because nowadays adolescent children to Gavi, and we have carers, and now we have the second carer is tablet. Whenever parents don't have time to look for their children, they leave the young baby with a tablet. You know, with the tablet, they are one of the famous psychologists in education. They call him Vygotsky, Lev Vygotsky. Vygotsky wrote on brain development. When somebody interacts socially with a human being, the brain develops better. The child interacting with the tablet, not with the parent, not with the carer at school. Whenever you go to a gathering, they will set up the TV, the children are watching TV, and the carer is sitting. Meaning the TV, the multimedia has replaced the human factor. All research in the world will tell you that a child is good, a parent diet, a loving parent, and a loving relationship direction. What are we doing? Can the tablet, can online replace the emotional relationship spoke out by Erickson? That's why nowadays you have young people beating policemen in the guard of the law. Once we asked a PQ, we went to the ministry, how many students beat their teacher in school? The result was catastrophic because our children are so much exposed to violence, to online issues. That's why our children are developing violence. Research has proved this issue. So I think before leaving the ministry, I wrote together with NIE an ICT guide for primary. And I'm training a group of people going to work in government in a private institution. I have developed a new module designed to child development 0 to 8. That's why I'm coming here. I'm going to take some of the input here to tell parents that we cannot replace the affection of a love of a mother by a tablet. Some years back at the time when Mayan and myself were guys, we had our parents take us in the arm, we call Kodi. Whereas the tablet is taking our children in their body. And now when they are kicking people, when you have violent behavior, when you have suicide. All research in the world confirm if a child don't have a children, a holistic development between the age of 0 to 8, there will be dropout in school, violent behavior, criminal behavior, all research around in the world. So I think if we are going to solve this issue, we should start as early as possible. I started some years back with the Mauritius Commercial Bank. You remember about the very down day Mauritius that we met in 1999. I started with l'agence de la Banque Commerciale, l'Académie des Parents, Road 3. I've trained 10,000 parents in this country without money. And now we are going to introduce in our parenting program the issue of violence online protection. If we don't do that, we are going to fail. And I think another aspect, I think we all should read UNODC, I think they did research in 2014, which I am using for training purpose. And according to the UNODC, executive director said in the report, it is online, you can download. Cyberspace is a place where children can be groomed with impunity, with the perpetrators remaining hidden. That is not only the issue of exploitation on online, that is the issue of online betting. Many children we have surveyed are doing online betting, gambling online. Many children are being involved in drug selling through online. So whatever is happening, corruption, drug addiction, online youth, young children, marriage, they are using the same process of online. I've seen young babies being sexually exploited. Not only youth, I've seen 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, children being sexually used. And I think we have to develop a very holistic, multicultural approach so that we start from the womb, educate the mothers, we start in daycare centers, we start in pre-primary, we start, I think I was the last job I did before leaving on the 9 years schooling. I collaborated in drafted a developmental learner profile for primary school where we have to teach children basic values that will prevent them from sexual abuse. So I think the challenge today, I am asking my good friend that we set up, I'm a proposal man. I'm going to the Venue Island meeting. I'm going to suggest that we put it on the agenda of Indian Ocean countries. We call the COE, la Commission de Relations Indiennes. Put that, and I'm calling my good friend. Let's come out from this workshop. Not only by speaking and go back, but children will come the best one day. Let's sit together and create an observatory, all together, an observatory for abuse of children online. I'm going to bring it to the COE. If we decide that, I will collaborate. We need a organization. Then we shift to the Indian Ocean and we shift to the Adria, shift to the African Union. Otherwise, this will be the same workshop, so many workshops, and we talk and we do. I think I've seen this morning the police department, many departments together, let's sit together from grassroots level to policy level. Now we are politicians are going to campaign for election. Let's meet them and tell them what exactly we want. We can do a strong lobbying. When we are together, we can do a strong lobbying. We can do a strong lobbying so that we have the necessary scheme, strategy, legal framework to protect our children from this very dangerous, not only child abuse, gambling, online gambling. We have become a national sugar there. Yes, and I've seen young children being engaged in that. I've seen young children being used as drug traffickers early online. So I think this is my message. And the last quote that I want to read, I have written conceptual from my student that I'll give you the last. Unless and until our society recognize cyberbullying for what it is, suffering or silent victim will continue. And we people are moral people. We pray Mauritius from the 1st of January up to the 31st of December. We pray la messe de minuit. We should call all people of a moral conscience, our spiritual conscience, that we unite and fight for our children, because children don't have voice. Their voice is to us others. Thank you.
Live speech. Now I will welcome Ms. Ina Muto from Society covering children with special needs, online protection issues.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ina Muto. I'm a speech therapist and audiologist. Yes, so basically I'm a speech therapist and I'm an audiologist. I don't know if you know what it is. Do you? No? I just explain it briefly. Actually, my presentation is very brief because most of the issues have been covered. I've just pinpointed some points that pertain to children with special needs, so that we can include them in this endeavor. So, a speech therapist, as a speech therapist, we work with all people, adults and children. We are speaking of children who have communication problems. That is, we have children who have difficulty understanding, who have difficulty speaking, who have difficulty in behavior, which is language based, and generally we deal with a whole variety of problems like we teach children who are hearing impaired how to speak. We also work with autistic children. I don't know if you know autistic children, they have different kind of problems. And we also work with a lot of children in Mauritius who have stamina problems. And I just start with children with special needs and internet. This is a topic which we, as people who work with disability, I think we don't pay attention. We usually believe that children with special needs, they are not very active online. They do not have the potential, they do not have the capacities to really be trained to online sexual abuse and all that. But actually, it's not the case. Like, I've been here for 8 years in Mauritius, and based on experience, actually, children with disabilities sometimes they use internet more than children who, like we say, normal, who have no such difficulty. Why? We have several reasons. Okay? One of the reasons that we see, especially among the deaf children, hearing impaired children, is that they find it easier to communicate. Instead of speaking, difficult relationships like invitations with people face to face, they prefer to do it across the screen because they can use, for a simple example, maybe they don't know how to write properly. This education also is difficult for them. They can use emoticons, they can communicate in different ways. And we have many children with disabilities. And one thing important is that when you talk about children with special needs, you have different degree of disability. We have children who are severely impaired. These children will be less active. But we have a lot of children who are mildly or moderately impaired in all fields of disability. These children, they are very active online. And they face the same problems. They face the same things as we have mentioned for the children, but these children are more vulnerable for self-protection. So they need more protection. And they need a different, I don't think that they need a different type of guidance. These are the key points of that we have to reflect on, that why do children with special needs, why are they more needs? First thing is that many children with special needs, especially if we talk of children with intellectual impairment, Down syndrome, mild autism, and some children, they have a lot of difficulty recognizing friends because their mind functions at a different level. They are quite innocent. They do not recognize friends as easily as other children. And one topic is that parents have more difficulty explaining to them that this is dangerous, this is not dangerous. And also they have a lot of difficulty making correct judgments about others. We work with it in therapy, but therapy takes years. Sometimes it might take 6 months just to make the child say one word. It takes a lot of time, and we cannot afford like to let them be at this for such a long time. They do not make correct judgments. They are more likely to accept to be bullied or to be victims of online abuse. Why? Because these children, most of them have an inferiority complex. They will not voice out, they will not defend themselves like other children, and they feel inferior. So what happens is that usually, even when we communicate, when they accept all that we see, because they feel we always know better. And online it's the same thing that we see in chat groups, in all interactions, is that they accept things so easily. And they also have communication difficulties to report abusive behaviors. We have such children who have been victims, and we have known a bit later on, when maybe it was a bit too late, so they could not communicate well. They could only tell us when they reached a level when they had the words first or the means first. This is also important. And these are just a few tips of what parents can do to ensure that their child, especially with our safe online. Here in this problem, I have also included caregivers because see, children, even children with special needs, they do not use internet only at home. They all have mobile phones. They have better mobile phones than me. They have smartphones, they have tablets, and they are online everywhere at school, with relatives, everywhere. So it's not just the parents who need to be included here, it's also the caregivers that we have to educate. And this all has been talked about how to make home network safe. It's about the same things. The same things that have been told will also apply here. But one thing important for these children is that we have to keep the computers in a public place. Because I think it's generally for all children, but especially for children with special needs, like we should be very open and filters and browsers, child-friendly browsers. Also, we have several that we recommend. This has been talked about, and also this has also been talked about, like how we have to teach them how to behave online. But one thing we have to keep in mind is that we teach differently. We have to find the right way to be able to teach the child how to do it. And same thing that I've written here, we have to establish ground rules, what is okay and what is not okay, from a very early age. And we have to make sure that they know what information to share and not to share. These are things that I think for children who are very active online. Like I always tell the parents to do, for example, to do a chart, like what not to share, and to stick it where the child can see it. The child cannot really use pictures, but it has to be clear and it has to be always in front of the child's eyes, because they tend to forget it or they need a bit more cues. And this has been talked about opening unknown attachments on the previous presentation. We also have to explain sexting. This is an issue that needs to be talked about. For children with special needs, their sexual development is not the same as children who don't have this difficulty. So in Mauritius, it is not well talked about, especially in school for children with special needs. We don't talk about sex, and when the child grows up and has inappropriate behaviors, we just tell that they have bad behaviors, and we try to let the time pass and all that. But this is a big problem in Mauritius. It is not included in the curriculum for children with disabilities, but it is in other countries, and there is a big difference in the way they talk. This has to be included, and this also these children, for children with special needs, they trust everyone. That's a problem. They do not know who it is good to trust and who it is not good to trust. So you have to be very clear and who to come to if you have any doubts. If someone is asking you information that you have been asked not to share, who to come to. This is also an issue that has to be taken care of. And we can also use online tools, but these have to be developed. We don't have many of them which are adapted for people with disabilities. And there's a lot of work because this is the last slide. The most important part here is that first thing is awareness and cooperation, not only on parents. As therapists, our list online child abuse is not in our list of priorities when we work with the children. Most therapists, most teachers, special educators, most people who work with children with disabilities in Mauritius, I'm talking about Mauritius, I think it's general in Africa, we don't put this in our list of priorities. Like when someone comes to me, I as a therapist, I feel I have no to say to him, to the parent, than online child abuse. Sometimes it doesn't even come to my mind. I was like this, but then I was asked to come and present here. In some years, I've been a bit more aware about it. But most of the people who work with children with disabilities do not even know of this problem. So there is a big gap, and there is a big awareness which has to be made of. We have several NGOs. For example, I work with 3 NGOs, and I have my private consultation. But I see the difference. Some NGOs are a little bit aware, other NGOs don't know. So there is a bit of field work done. And also, we have to adapt like tools, online protection tools, websites, and for children with disabilities. Like we have a lot of children who understand sign language. Now we have Mauritian sign language which has been developed. It's not difficult. We can have interpret and interpreters have interpreters so that they can access it more, or for the blind also there is there are different methods. We need to look at how we can adapt these sites, these tools, these awareness programs like for these children. Okay? And just one more thing is that there are a lot of sexual abuse in for children with disabilities. The percentage is more than for children without, but the reporting is very less. This is the problem. I do not know how we can. I really don't know how we can improve on that. Maybe this is something that we should think about, like how we improve the reporting. Okay? And that's it. If you have any questions, there are a lot of things to be said, but it will take too much time. Okay, so thank you.
And to continue, I would like to present apologies from this unavailable. But now we will take the questions from the
audience? Anyone? It's an observation slash. Thank you so much for this presentation. Something that I do just quite, we talk about how we are going to deal with protecting our kids from online exploitation, but what are the alternatives that we are creating? I'll give an example. I have a 5-year-old. If I allow my 5-year-old to be within the 4 walls of the house for a day, she'll continuously ask me to switch on the iPad. The same child, I take her out in the morning and bring her back home in the afternoon. She doesn't even remember that there's something called an iPad. And I talk from my own experience and from conversations from parents. As you would know, Mr. Rita, we grew up in an era where we would play outside, ride our bicycles outside, play hide and seek. And one thing that I've heard from parents and friends is that nowadays you cannot even let your kids play outside. You don't have enough space being on an island to even allow our kids to be outside for a long period of time, let alone play or things like that. So how do we, is that part of the solution slash projects that you bring about within the organizations that you work, and will that be part of the lobbying that hopefully you will be able to do, especially in this pre-campaign election period?
I raised those teachers, I think. But all when we were children, they always consuming. They are my guidance. We want to explore. This is natural. Yes. My first course of psychology, I teach people that children are born curious, compatible. But I think what we have to urge our children, in England, we have the nature school, no building. Tago had his school under a tree, a building. Many research are telling us that school inside a building is going harm the brain development of our children. What I'm serious. If we urge all these district councils and municipalities and factories and industries and winners, all those going in this country, in each street, in each region, we build up a children's playground. They are the bigger than that. And we urge each other, stop going to the bar and gambling, bring your children every day school. We playground will stop part of the problem. Number two, we have a project, but I think we are Gokul or Almani minister. We must check the school open, primary school open for children to play after school hours. And the only issue that who will care for, who will look after the children, we have seen many obstacles. And this whole point, I think, is very, very important for our young children today. I think is that we bring our child to nature. In Capricorn, you can go to Colicones. If you're in Phoenix, you can go to Yuba. If you're in Black River, you can go to so many places. You see, if we tend to bring, there are no transport facilities, if we tend to bring our children to the nature of in Babu, is a very nice one. Unfortunately, I went there to bring children, they were drinking alcohol over there, invaded by alcoholic people. So I think Mauritius is an island where we have nature, we have lakes, we have plantation, we have mountains. Why can we not offer such natural setting for our children, and the price will be dangerous? I wrote an article in the Mauritian 20 years back. If we don't bring our children to nature, we'll have violence, we'll have abuse. I was talking to one of my friends, one guy, 70 years of age, hanged himself over abuse. As a counselor, I teach a lot of parents coming to me. If this man goes, I'm telling you, we need to have one psychologist back in this country. And that's why I think it's important, and you rightly say, we collectively, when we set up this network, we are going to urge for creating children's playground, or if winners create his own playground, if Lac-Tennessee create his own playground as a sort of CSR, I can tell you in Albion at the end, I have created a very nice garden. Albion, with the support of the Mediterranean. We have been putting up botanical garden, an exploration garden, free of charge for children, all around the country, and smell plants. And if each district council is sort of doing dirty politics, come and create such for our children, because the UN devoted 20 years back to children first. Are we putting children first? Then we're going to be people first. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a quick question. Yeah, and we can this.
Thank you for I want to go back on appreciate what you say, the frequency and the capacity but I'll turn to this I've seen with what capacity and I know going to take around they will sort of correct it means that now the right in the paper you have to pull attention of everybody, every stakeholder. There's not only parents who should run whole with it. So every single solution now. You have already this kind of that will help you. Thank
you. I would just like to say something on this. We have been trying very hard to do it, and we have selected also regions which we call the Mauritius. And then I just want you to know, just for general knowledge, there is an institute which is called SOLTs, has opened a center, an education center in Mauritius. Is one of the most drug-based places in Mauritius. What they have done is that they have opened an education center. The problem that has come up is that all children go to it. Over 10 years, 95% of children have, when they come to grade 1, they don't go. And they cannot integrate, they all have to go to special schools, but they do such difficulty. The main reason is that they even different parents, but some people also spend children. We don't even know where they are, where they are not. So this NGO, it has set up an education center from 9 to 3 times per year, free for children, which parents to send there. And I work as a speech therapist there. We have a psychologist, we teach the children, and we take them from 1 to 5 years, and we keep them in 5. And this has been in that region. We have kids who don't have special needs now. And the main, why I'm telling this is that the main cause for this, according to studies which have been done there, is the use of tablets. So all these families, they don't have food on their table, but they all have tablets, they all have smartphones for their kids. And the children, and from 9 to 3, they used to be tablets. Even from that, we have 66 hours of screen time during that time. And the children don't know, but they have everything is understood, body language, stage, we are very different, and this will solve a lot of problems. So I think these kind of projects, these kind of things should be more, and you are absolutely right. Everyone should take responsibility, especially it has to come from the government, because we work in NGOs, we are very limited. There are big talks, there are many people who come to us and who say a lot of things, but almost never anything done. As soon as the election is over, as soon as it's done. So we should speak the truth. Very few things have been done. And if it was not for these NGOs, which are just people like us, who come together, almost nothing will be done in that matter. So everyone should take responsibility. It's not about other people. You're absolutely right. I agree.
I simply want to thank my friend of mine and all of you. You know, we are talking about inclusive society, inclusive education. Thanks for inviting, especially in this forum. Don't forget about your own discussion. Thank you for being here.
So, panelists, and I think we've highlighted the reality of things and how that on the stage. Thank you very much.
There's one thing about good food. When it gets into your stomach, it starts feeling to your eyes, might send you to sleep. So I've been looking at some people fighting with sleep while the food was digesting. Don't worry, we're going to give you enough time to digest the food. You just have about 28 minutes to leave this place. And that will be made possible by the moderator of the next panel, whom is no other than Tanisha Sano. Can we put our hands together? Now, before she takes over, because she's very lenient, I'd like to inform all the participants. Presentation 7 minutes. 21 minutes for all 3 presentations, and we're going to try as much as possible to leverage on the time to get as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tabi. Generally, I'm leaving the dear panelists. So welcome to the 4th plenary session of Technology Coalition Data Everyone. I would like to request our panelists to now join us. So we have Dr. Nanda, Mr. Mr. Ramasamy, and Mr. Ramzi. Thank you, all our panelists, for being here. Without any further ado, I'll just open the floor to Ms. Dr. Nanda. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure all of you are quite ready to go home. It's been a long day. So I'll be talking about so you've heard about most of the problems related to internet-related psychological problems and everything. Before I go on to the topic as such, I would like to thank Harry Moment for calling me once again, inviting me once again. I'm deeply honored. So today I will be talking mostly about the psychological issues. How does social media and the internet affect the mind of a child? What are the psychological problems? What are the social problems that come across because of it? What we need to understand. So this took me a few hours to put all the slides into 5 slides. So Please bear with me, there are some mistakes here and there. Now, we know that children, they are very deeply affected. They are very deeply affected with their relationship with social media and the internet. And this happens with the blessing of the parents, of course, and all the reasons, all the specific issues, many issues have been discussed. But so what I will be highlighting is what are the main psychological problems that we see. Something which is very commonly seen is social isolation. And it is very evident, someone who's sitting with a tablet or a laptop or an internet or a smartphone, they don't mix with other people. So they get isolated more and more. And because of the social isolation, there are many other hazards. So what happens if you do not meet people? The last panelist just described something. He said that in this area, there were children who could not speak when they went to the grade 1. And this is what some psychologists has gone that far to call non-verbal disability. That they do not interact with people, they do not speak with people, so they do not have proper verbal skills, they have impaired social skills. What do we mean by social skills? Is for someone to meet somebody, look in the eyes, hold a conversation, ask them what they want, tell them what should be told. So all these are impaired. And when you grow up, when this child grows up, he has difficulties during his adolescence and in his adulthood. And same thing about impaired communication. Mostly it is non-verbal communication in the net. So verbally they are disabled. Now, why do when we talk about mental health issues, it's very difficult to say that this is causing the mental health problems. Often it has been found that one might be leading to the other. So you find that children who are very shy, children who are timid, who cannot make friends, who cannot interact with their peers, they use this mechanism. They escape into the confines of their room with their tablet, and they can chat with so many people and feel great about it. Okay, I have so many friends, but when it comes to the real life, when they have to go up and face their peers at school, outside school, in the playground, they find it very difficult and end up being more shy and withdrawn, being bullied, and so on. Now, all these can lead to disorders, what we call mental health disorders, like anxiety disorders, depression, and suicidal ideation. Now, what do we mean by anxiety? It's a very commonly used word, but when we have to put a diagnosis on it, there are some criteria. So we go on to say that if someone has got the symptoms like for certain weeks, they are feeling anxious all the time, that they have palpitations, they have tension headaches, they have body aches, they cannot concentrate, they are irritable. So these all go to form the anxiety symptoms. Depression has been found to be quite common. There have been several studies which has been conducted, and we found that rates of depression are very high in children and adolescents and teens using social media and internet for long periods of time. And for, say, for 4 to 5 hours, the rate of depression was very high. And what do we mean by depression? Depression when somebody for over 2 weeks has a low mood, does all the biological functions, what we call biological functions, they are the sleep, appetite, and all are affected. So this depression is found to be high. And how does it affect the child? Affect the child in his functioning at school, at college, at home. So they may be very irritable, not mixing with others. And severe depression may lead to suicidal ideas. And suicide has also been found to be high with social media use. Now, something which is internet addiction is is a term which was used initially, but synonymous to it now for problematic use of internet, and this has been found to be high. Something very specific is internet gambling. To such an extent that it has been included in one of the major classifications of psychiatric illnesses, that internet gambling is what we call impulse control disorder. So how do you know somebody is addicted to internet? It's the same like any other addiction, that you use this activity more often. You try to abstain from it. You try to reduce the number you're using, but you can end up going back to it again and again. You hide and use it. You feel that it is affecting you, but you just cannot keep away from it. So these are some of the criteria which tell us that this person is addicted to internet. Now, what is very important and very frightening is that in our brain, just like we have electric circuits everywhere, we have brain circuits as well. And this can set up the circuit for addiction. So whatever high, the good feeling that you get by going on the net, by gambling, by betting, or doing whatever, this sets up a high which doesn't compare with the high you get with achieving at school, achieving at sports, or doing other normal activities. So this setups, this circuit, make the child indulge in addictive behavior even later in life. So here we are putting in the foundation for addiction at a very early age. So we have to watch out. And loneliness. Loneliness is a very dangerous thing. It was considered to be an illness at a certain point by the World Health Organization. They even said that loneliness at any stage of life can be an illness in itself. It contributes to loneliness. You're with the tablet, you're with your social media, but you do not have friends, you cannot mix. So the person tends to be more lonely. Aggressive behavior, conduct disorders, these have been found to be in people who use a lot of social media. Now, I just couldn't help putting this in as to why. It's easy to know that, okay, these are all there, but why should you have it? So what happens when you spend a lot of time on the internet, on the social media? You neglect your protective online activities. We're talking about having playgrounds, doing other things. So you do not use them if you're stuck to your tablet. So you do not do physical exercise. You do not meet other people. You do not interact with other people. You neglect all the positive offline activities. You may even miss school because you're so tired to have been on the net for so long. And then when you do not go online, you have withdrawal. Just like if you are smoking cigarettes and you do not get your puff, you feel not so great. Loneliness, when you do not have the internet. Loneliness, when you have no direct communication. So these are all the mechanisms as to why you get mental health problems. Gaming, which is an addictive activity in itself, and it leads to internet addiction. Now, we heard people talking about distressing web content, and this may lead to mental health problems. It can lead for a difficult, improper development of the identity. And we talk, I think I have this slide on identity crisis. So distressing web content can give rise to severe anxiety in developmental problems in youngsters. And it has been found that youngsters with psychological problems, like suppose somebody is feeling a bit depressed, they go and search on the net, and they may end up finding things which are very suggestive. So they may get some benefit from positive aspects, positive information, but they may end up doing destructive behavior or self-harm. Now, there are two things which we need to know. A person, when he's developing, he should develop a good self-esteem and have an identity to develop. Both these are affected by using social media and access. So I'll skip over it because I have only 1 minute. Now, how are we going to deal with these problems? Awareness. Awareness when you are giving, so I think when we are talking of awareness, parents have a great role to play. When you're giving this tablet to this child, you have to make it aware that, look, you're going to gain a lot, but you have to be aware of these things, just like crossing the road. Boundaries and balance around the use. And in medical terms, what we use is cognitive behavior therapy is basically talk therapy. You make the person understand what is your problem, be aware of it, and how do you deal with it. Improve the coping mechanisms, managing the screen time, increase exercising. Now, when you exercise, you get the pleasure hormone which you get when you are going on the neck. So exercising is very good. And if there are mental illness, medication. Now, something about parenting is very, very important. And I think the most important thing in controlling this is parenting. The parents have a great role to play, whether there is a garden outside or whether there is no garden outside. If you have only one room in your house, you make your mind work and find things for your child to do. Just don't leave him with the tablet. So the most time you spend with your child, showing him other things, creating interest, then you are actually what do you call embracing with the internet. The internet is so exciting, so exhilarating, it is so rewarding. You're getting so many likes, claps, and whatnot. So if the parents can make it much more interesting, probably they will leave the internet and come to you. So I think parenting has to be, we can't wait for others to create the environment for us. We have to do it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagar, for this eye-opening presentation on internet use and impact on mental. Over now to Ms. Lakshman for his presentation on child grooming and social media. I will again request all our panelists to please try to stick to 5 minutes so we have enough time later on for the closing plenary session and we can continue the conversation during coffee later on.
Thank you, thank you. I am also an academic. One thing I have learned is to be as fast as possible to finish first. My student would remember that. What I'm speaking about is the grooming on social media. Child grooming on social media. You probably have heard of the two-way challenge. Anybody never heard of this or heard of it? Heard of it? Yes, what it is, there's no certainty as what it is, whether it is real or whether it is fake, but there are several facts that would pinpoint as would be a game that exists online. Let's see what is the two-way challenge about. What are the characteristics of the game? The two-way challenge was has been propagated through several social media. One social media that is it was first discovered, at least first reported, was the Be Contacted, a very similar tool as Facebook used in Russia. Over on the what it is and how does it work? You've probably heard of the ice bucket challenge. It is a very similar concept whereby a challenge is launched on the media, on a media platform. What happens is, in different parts of the world, some would call it Momo Challenge, F7, others would call it Wake Me Up at 4:20 a.m. But what it is, it encourages you to do day-based activities. You start by very simple activities like watching an horror movie at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the night, 2 o'clock, or harming yourself, scribing dolphin pictures on your hands. These small acts of which are glorified as act of bravery. But then it goes until the last and 50th act, which is the final act, where the curator in the game tells you to commit suicide by jumping in front of a train or jumping in from a building. There are several versions of the game, as I stated. What happens in the game is you do not have an option to quit. The moment you would quit, the curator that works behind the game. So what happens is the game is posted on a page on Facebook. Play Blue Whale. Once you click on starting playing, someone contacts you using a private message to play the game. They send you the task that needs to be done. You take a photo while you're doing the task and you send to the curator. One of the things they ask is send a naked picture of you. So you would send a naked picture from the very start. And if you wish to withdraw from the game, they will blackmail of putting in public your naked picture, or they will blackmail of harming you or your parents. So this is how the game works. And there has been a lot of it has been promoted on several sites, Contact, Facebook, WhatsApp, and other platforms. But once the game is promoted and you decided to pay the curator, please contact with you by a private messaging system, which is end-to-end encrypted. So it cannot be traced. In Russia, what happened is before I go on to this one, the arrest in Russia, when the game was created, there was one creator of the game that has been arrested by the name of Budekin in 2017. In his trial, he expressed no remorse at all for 130 deaths in the game in Russia itself. Deaths from the game have followed many countries: Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Russia, India, and the list goes on. But only in Russia, 130 deaths were reported as at 2017. And in his trial, when he was questioned, he said these people were biological waste. They were ready to be, they were ready to die. So he hasn't done anything, but he has contributed to help them to die. He expressed no remorse. He said he referred to those girls as they were willing to die. Then it comes to Egypt, the case of one youngster called Khalid Al-Fakrani. On the 2nd of April, it came in the news that a former MP, Khalid Al-Fakrani's son, a former MP, Mr. Al-Fakrani, whose son name was Khalid, was reported to commit suicide after playing the game. Everyone is equal, but when it comes to an ex-MP son, it gets more media attention. From there on, 2018, there was great media concern about this game. After his death, very soon after his death, 3 years after, his sister reported on Facebook that my brother died of the game. He pictured his brother as a very young man, God-fearing person, always attentive to hear, always participating in all family gathering, and an ideal son. He pictured his brother, as an ideal person. And she also pictured all the proof that linked his brother to the game. Egypt is a country, and no one is from Egypt. Before I say anything, no one is from Egypt. Okay. We are speaking of Egypt. It's not Mauritius. Egypt is a country, and those who know the history would know how Hosni Mubarak has really controlled the country. This is a country which has been controlled. We have several bans. In 2011, Facebook was banned for 5 days just because people decided to criticize the government on Facebook. They banned Facebook for 5 days. Then they realized that people were accessing internet via dark internet by Tor browser. They started using Tor browser, and then they realized there was no point. As soon as Khaled was dead, what happened was there has been requests to take into action against spread of dangerous electronic games by one MP, Mr. Sharif Al-Wani. Russia amended the criminal code after all these people died. India, the Supreme Court ordered public investigation with regards to 6 cases that were reported. Tunisia, the Supreme Court has banned the game. But in Egypt also, many things happen. But let's see, this is what the law writes in Egypt. This is Egypt, the law is passed in Arabic. And this is the it events that from anyone who established and managed or uses the website or private account or information network, they must permit or facilitate the commission of the crime. So at this stage, the crime was committed by WhatsApp message. You have seen the post, and WhatsApp message was being used to convey the task. This was in 2018. It's a new law that has been passed, and it's not even a year since it's been passed. The technicalities of the law, in my opinion, makes WhatsApp out of this law. I read those definitions. I have put those definitions underneath for you to understand what it means. So there has been a law that has been passed with regards to WhatsApp, and WhatsApp will not fall into any of these categories. The law has been passed to protect our children from the deadly game where someone, important personality, son died. The law passed, and it would serve no purpose in the end. It's my understanding of Arabic, the conversion of English is as such. We come back to Mauritius. In Mauritius, we have not taken any cognizance of this game. We haven't taken cognizance of any of messages that goes encrypted messages end-to-end. It is not protected. It is not covered by our law because it's end-to-end encrypted. The only way it can be, it can lead to prosecution is when you have physical possession of the person's mobile phone. Otherwise, you cannot prosecute any case on that one. Okay, I will be willing to listen for questions afterwards, and your contribution to mine.
Thank you very much. The floor is now yours, Mr. Hassami, for your presentation on sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to be brief as far as possible since the time constraint. Well, just want to ensure that we know where we are. It's something completely different what I'm going to talk to you. It's the actions that we're doing in terms of in the airline industry. So, in fact, it's an airline association, airline ambassadors, which is an organization, it's a voluntary organization, falls within the airline industry, aiming at combating the human trafficking. So human trafficking can be the child labor, can be the sexual exploitation of children, can be the trafficking of organs or anything. So these are the main topics that we, the airline ambassadors, are focusing. In fact, with the sustainable development of 2030, when this was introduced, the industry, mainly through IQ and IATA, decided to say what could be our contribution to that initiative. So they brought forward with this concept of how, for instance, of combating the human trafficking in travelism. Travelism is quite a new word. And we say travelism is a combination of travel and tourism. So in this concept of travelism, how we can combat this the trafficking. But I must say that the Association of Air Ambassadors, which is a voluntary organization, which is at the same time collaborating with IATA, collaborating with ICAO. We're also a member of the code.org, which is a world organization for the protection of child, of exploitation of child, inclusive, commercial, and sexual. And also, we also a member of the World Airlines Association. So our aim is to develop this concept of voluntarism and try to help industry.
Ask them what they want, tell them what should be told. So all these are impaired. And when you grow up, when this child grows up, he has difficulties during his adolescence and in his adult health. And same thing about impaired communication. Mostly it is non-verbal communication in the net. So verbally they are disabled. Now when we talk about mental health issues, it's very difficult to say that this is causing the mental health problems. Often it has been found that one might be leading to the other. So you find that children who are very shy, children who are timid, who cannot make friends, who cannot interact with their peers, they use this mechanism. They escape into the confines of their room with their tablet, and they can chat with so many people and feel great about it. Okay, I have so many friends, but when it comes to the real life, when they have to go up and face their peers at school, outside school, in the playground, they find it very difficult and end up being more shy and withdrawn, being bullied, and so on. Now, all these can lead to disorders, what we call mental health disorders, like anxiety disorders, depression, and suicidal ideation. Now, what do we mean by anxiety? It's a very commonly used word, but when we have to put a diagnosis on it, there are some criteria. So we go on to say that if someone has got the symptoms, like for certain weeks they are feeling anxious all the time, that they have palpitations, they have tension headaches, they have body aches, they cannot concentrate, they are irritable. So these all go to form the anxiety symptoms. Depression has been found to be quite common. There have been several studies which has been conducted, and they found that rates of depression are very high in children and adolescents and teens using social media and internet for a long periods of time. And for 4 to 5 hours, the rate of depression was very high. And what do we mean by depression? Depression, when somebody for over 2 weeks has a low mood, does all their biological functions, what we call biological functions, they are the sleep, appetite, and all are affected. So this depression is found to be high. And how does it affect the child? Affect the child in his functioning at school, at college, at home. So they may be very irritable, not mixing with others. And severe depression may lead to suicidal ideas. And suicide has also been found to be high with social media use. Now, something which is internet addiction, it is a term which was used initially, but synonymous to it are problematic use of internet, and this has been found to be high. Something very specific is internet gambling. To such an extent that it has been included in one of the major classifications of psychiatric illnesses, that internet gambling is what we call impulse control disorder. So how do you know somebody is addicted to internet? It is same like any other addiction, that you use this activity more often, you try to abstain from it, you try to reduce the numbers you're using, but you end up going back to it again and again. You hide and use it, you feel that it is affecting you, but you just cannot keep away from it. So these are some of the criteria which tell us that this person is addicted to internet. Now, what is very important and very frightening is that in our brain, just like we have electric circuits everywhere, we have brain circuits as well. And this can set up the circuit for addiction. So whatever high, the good feeling that you get by going on the net, by gambling, by betting or doing whatever, this sets up a high which doesn't compare with the high you get with achieving at school, achieving at sports, or doing other normal activities. So this setups this circuit which make the child indulge in addictive behavior even later in life. So here we are putting in the foundation for addiction at a very early age. So we have to watch out for it. And loneliness. Loneliness is a very dangerous thing. It was considered to be an illness at a certain point by World Health Organization. They even said that loneliness at any stage of life can be an illness in itself. It contributes to loneliness. You're with the tablet, you're with your social media, but you do not have friends, you cannot mix. So the person tends to be more lonely. Aggressive behavior, conduct disorders, these have been found to be high in people who use a lot of social media. Now I just couldn't help putting this in as to why. It is easy to know that, okay, these are all there, but why should you have it? So what happens when you spend a lot of time on the internet, on the social media? You neglect your protective online activities. You are talking about having playgrounds, doing other things. So you do not use them if you're stuck.
Of children in sub-Saharan Africa between the age of 15 and 17 are not in school. People that we take for so granted, school that we take for so granted in our island is not available. Nelson Mandela once said, education is one of the most powerful tools we have at our disposal to change the world. And we understand also that the world is changing with technology. We cannot say, don't give this tablet to this child. We cannot say, no, don't use this platform. We cannot tell our children today, don't do this. We cannot do that. We can say, okay, you know, you have to use this technology. But what is us industry, what are we doing from our end to make sure this technology comes in? This technology comes in and really becomes the solution itself. By using this immersive spectrum, we are now going to be able to go and learn. You want to go out and learn. Have you all heard about Pokemon Go? I'm sure you heard about the phrase of Pokemon Go 2 when it came out. What did Pokemon Go do? It used mixed reality, augmented reality, and made everyone get out on the street, walk for miles and miles. People who were stuck in the same house, in the wall, would not go out. But these people were on the street, meeting new people, engaging with new people. And that is what technology and the power of technology was. And where it can really help us to bridge this gap that Africa has in terms of education. And UNESCO, in the study of UNESCO, it really stated out and showed that with digital technology, we can have low-cost teaching resources. We can also provide added value for these training people and help them to get to this point. So my message through this is technology is here to stay. We cannot say, no, let's go back how we were in playing with the mud and playing with stones. No, we can't do that. It's going to come here and it's going to be here to stay. What we can do is think, how can we make it an education and a technology that makes it all human-centered and here to benefit all these people. And I firmly believe that if we implement the right digital solution and put it into practicality, we can help Africa as well. And I will end up with something to let you ponder on. If we can provide the right education, I mean the right digital education, to every single girl in sub-Saharan Africa. So just imagine you will be able to reduce the maternity mortality rate by 70%. Because believe me, right there, right now, so not all of them have access to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir, for tickling our brains. And I think I've reached the end of today's, almost the end of today's conference. Do we have any questions from our participants? Yes.
I'm Mr. Akaji. I'm a consular of Fujibor in Mauritius. And one question for a lawyer. Because there were cases about why. So you're talking about game and that time I game in Russia. And you know that in Mauritius also people die for game? Suicide. I have two friends. Okay, two friends, one and one neighbor, suicide for game, a racing game. Second question, Mr. Rangami. I agree with you. The organ as I explained, I was traveling in 1992 from Hong Kong to London, and there was a couple of Philippine family with a baby, small baby, and from Hong Kong the baby was sleeping. The hostess told the mother to sleep, you want to change your nothing. And then when the plane landed to London, there was policemen inside, and they arrested the couple, the baby go. And 1 week after, I saw on the newsweek was drugged in the body of the baby. The real. Then clarification, just sir, you said of sub-Saharan is this conversing, you're right, you're very right. If you control the girls in sub-Saharan, babies has from 12 years, 30 years, 40 years, 60 years, 70 years. I have been in Cote d'Ivoire for 40 years, 2/3 of my life there. I know very well all the country, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. We are really running out of time.
It's real. Control. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've said it all. Please bring your hands together for the management to respond to wonderful panel.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, come to the end. And I'd like to say that this panel is very wonderful because right there is Shamil, my co-founder, and when Mr. Alvin came and said he has his students here, he's talking about it, and what part of his presentation is what we did in class. And always an interesting conversation. When you have students that are doing IT and never understand. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this session. It's been very wonderful. Thank you very much for our panelists, Dr. Naga. We are always very happy here. Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey. Wonderful. And every other person, you guys have been great from the beginning up to this point. And we promise you that everything that we've dedicated here is definitely going to go further to emphasize the need to change both for the online activities of Mauritius. So at this point, I'd like to ask our panelists to take your seat as we prepare today. So I'll just call on the Secretary General of Parliament for a very brief address and then exit.
Thank you, Tavi. Really, I'll be very brief today. I just had a conversation with the government, and they said that we must support and hope. And they have another client coming to the farm. So in 2 or 3 minutes, I wanted this session to be quite formal, together with my friend Nana from other friend from Tanzania, and His Excellency Consular of Cote d'Ivoire together with me on that day. I just apologize for that. I only have 2 hours. Thank you again. It was a very rich experience. And we can see that the presentations were very good. We have been launching Mauritius IGF since 2017, and this year is the 3rd one. I still recall Tabi, who was the master of ceremonies for 2017. He did the same. He had the same responsibility last year. And yesterday night, when we were just having the briefing, he told me, sir, when you look at all the panelists, all the sessions that we have, it's quality. Thank you again, my dear colleagues. I would like to thank all the speakers, all moderators, all my team for having all the contribution, all the input to have this a very successful IGF. Before maybe I thank everybody, I have observed one thing. When we talk about internet, we talk about anything online, we just refer to young people. We just refer to a generation which is born with internet. But today, when I witnessed Shyam Rida, Maga Amasami, Dr. Naga, my friend Vijay Nahaidu, Secretary General of GMO, having the contribution and the input on these subjects, on these separate issues, then we realized that at least our generation is having our input in things that are quite novel. Yeah. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, Dr. Naga. Thank you, everybody. So on a last note, maybe, I'd like to thank all speakers and moderators, all the VIPs in the launch ceremony, including the Consul of Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Apache, all our supporters to make this happen, including African Union Commission. I would like to salute the presence of all my colleagues from the AUC, and especially my dear friend Nana, who made this happen. I would also like to announce to you that the next Mauritius IGF will be in August, and luckily I have talked with many people, and we are getting some supporters for that event. On a last note, I would like to thank Tabi, Master of Ceremonies. He has been quite good since 2017, 2018, and 2019. The next responsibility for you, Tabi, will be 2020, and the date is scheduled 27th of August 2020 at the NSC Hotel. So thank you again. We'll get in touch. I am planning, together with my friends from the AUC, to have a validation session, maybe half a day, looking at all the recommendations that we have gone through today. I still recall what my friend Shyam Rida said. Shyam Rida have taken note of that. Maybe next week we are having a meeting, and you can rely on us. Thank you again, and let's have coffee. Thank you. I want to do was good. Let's what? That's how you do it. Thank you.